Safaricom, lowercase. So once again, the network is connected Summit. The password, Safaricom, lowercase. You'll also see some tent cards on the sides of the room at the back, probably at the front with a QR code. They'll also have the QR code on the screen as well. You can scan that and give your expectations of each session that you'll have in plenary or your breakout sessions as well. So yeah, at the front, you can see them right there. On the sides of the room, you'll also see that tent card with a QR code. And our technical team will also have that on the screen as well. Once they put that up, you can scan that particular QR code, and once you do that, they'll send you a questionnaire for your expectations, any questions that you feel need to be answered as the session proceeds as well, because we want to make it as interactive as possible.
No, absolutely. And speaking of expectations, if we can get a mic around, what did you think of yesterday, the conversations that we had here in plenary and during the breakout sessions as well? I know we were very active in our data protection sessions and cybersecurity as well. One of the panelists, I believe he was from Dell, talked about that every 9 seconds a cyber attack happens. So in the next 9 seconds, one has
Something has happened.
One, exactly.
Wow.
So I mean, just to show how serious cyber resilience is and
Right.
it is necessary. Our chief guests have just joined us, and we request now if we could stand to observe the national anthem and the East African Community Anthem as well. Thank you so much.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much. You may take your seats. I'd like to welcome our chief guest, Engineer John Kipchumba Tunui, the Principal Secretary, the State Department of ICT and Digital Economy. Thank you, sir, for joining us this morning. Honorable Sylvanus Maritim, the Chair of the ICT Authority, as well as Stanley Kamanguya, who is the CEO of the ICT Authority. All CEOs present. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Okay, as we said, today it's all about digital service and skills. Yesterday, lots of plans put forward in terms of what the government wants to do. Good thing, we still have the government here in PS Engineer Tanui to speak to those promises, plans, and how they actually want to take it from paper to ground and actualization as well. And today, in this particular plenary discussion, we'll be talking about data, digitization as a service, and digitalization for development. Those are the discussions we're having here as well, and you'll be part and parcel of that conversation all the way through to the end. At this point, I'd like to call upon our CEO of the ICT Authority, Stanley Kamanguya, for our keynote. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage.
Thank you very much. Our PS, Engineer John Tanui, our board chair, our board members, colleagues in the industry, CEOs from government, and industry leaders,
And I have
distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. You're looking really bright today. And we are happy the rains are here in Kwale. From where I come from, if we visit a homestead and it rains, we usually say you have come with blessings. So I know the delegates have brought their blessings to Kwale County, and we are more than happy to host you. I welcome you to our third day of the summit, but the second day in terms of the discussions and engagements that we are having here at Connected. And I hope that we are all having a fulfilling experience. From the engagements that we held yesterday, from the plenary session and also the breakout sessions, and the messaging from our key guests, from our chief guests, I think now it is becoming even more clearer that the ICT sector will only not be a key enabler for the digital economy, but also are critical success factors for us to achieve the set out objectives, but more so to also accelerate the achievement of those objectives. It therefore means that the challenge is right in front of us. It's at our doorstep to provide innovative solutions that will lead to long-term value creation. Our topic of discussion today is an exciting topic. First of all, because it talks directly to our digital master plan, one of the key pillars, but also because it's a topic that affects all of us as individual citizens, as corporate citizens, and also as people in the public workforce who are serving, and also those in the private sector. This particular topic is aligned to our second pillar of the National Digital Master Plan, which is digital services and data management, under which we aim to enhance public service delivery through provision of e-government services. As you may be aware, we have another three key pillars in our digital master plan. Allow me to quickly just mention them, because these pillars are actually interlinked and interrelated. The first one is the digital infrastructure, which we have heard about, and where we are focusing on connecting the underserved and the unserved. The third pillar is on the digital skills, where we are focusing on certain interventions to be able to develop a digitally skilled workforce for the digital economy. And of course, the third pillar is on innovation and ICT enterprise. So on this specific pillar, on e-government and digital services, we not only hope to provide e-government services, but also put in place the required infrastructure and relevant framework to increase our country's digital competitiveness. We have been looking around, and we continue to benchmark ourselves and take lessons from those who have risen in this space of digital competitiveness. Indeed, there are quite a number of different rankings on digital competitiveness across countries. I almost feel sometimes it depends on who is undertaking the study. Sometimes some countries are ranked higher, other times they're ranked lower. But really, what is consistent in this ranking is that there are certain principles that these countries that has been able to leapfrog in this space seem to follow. One of it is that they have elaborate, clear, and comprehensive plans which have ambitious goals. These countries also focus on entrepreneurship and innovation. And lastly, they also focus on closing the digital divide. In a recent study conducted by the World Economic Forum, it also identified that these countries who we are calling the digital risers, who are accelerating their digital competitiveness, are also implementing very bold public-private partnerships. And from that report, we think as a country, we are very much aligned, and the development agenda of our country is very much aligned to those principles that then set the foundation for us to accelerate our digital competitiveness. We have made significant strides in this journey, and indeed majority of our government processes are actually automated to a good extent. But ladies and gentlemen, just like our handwriting, the normal handwriting, the way we implement and use our system to serve our clients and our citizens speak a lot about us. Those people who do handwriting analysis indicate that how we craft our letters and how we craft our words can tell at least 5,000 personality traits just by looking at the handwriting. For example, if you write and you slant your letters to the right, it is generally assumed that you are open to the world around you and you like to socialize with people. I'm not profiling you. That if you slant to the left, you generally like to work alone or behind the scenes. Now here's an interesting one. That if you're right-handed and your handwriting slants to the left, you may be expressing rebellion. And if it doesn't slant at all, you tend to be more logical and practical. That is about how you slant. Now let's look at the size of your handwriting. If it's very big, it may mean that you have a big personality. And maybe those of us who sign the visitors' books and the autographs, you will tend to see the celebrities use 2-3 pages to write. It may mean that you're more outgoing. If it is small, it may be interpreted to mean that you're more focused and you probably concentrate much easily. And if it's in between, it may mean that you're probably well adjusted and adaptable. And I hope we can reason it, to those scenarios. But really, the message here is that as government and as institutions serving either clients or the private or citizens, they view our traits and personality from the processes we have put in place and the systems that we have put in place to serve them. And this therefore becomes our signature handwriting. We therefore need to ask ourselves, how exactly do we want our citizens and our clients to view us? For government, do we want to be seen as a focused government that is not proactive or one that is reactionary. And your guess is as good as mine. We believe that data and digitization is a hidden gem to enable us to evolve, innovate, to not only accelerate the creation and the upgrading of the desired handwriting for our current citizens, but also for our future citizens who are only going to be more demanding. On the issue of data, and for us to do this, we need to address a number of issues around data. And in one of the sessions yesterday when we were discussing security, the issue of data classification really came up. But for us to be able to make effective use of data, we have to look at how to handle at least, at a minimum, 3 sets of data. Number one is the individual identity data. This is what we use to identify you, who you are. Number two is how we handle and utilize the data that you generate from your financial records, from your phone records, from your social media, and so on and so forth. And number three is what we call the observed data. So how you consume your utilities, how you use your Uber, and any other data that can be observed. We believe that if optimized, this data and brought together can help us to shape the journey towards understanding our clients and our citizens better in order for us to be able to build more customized services that can be delivered through self-service and that actually speaks to the needs of our citizens and our client while maintaining data privacy. As it is right now, in government, we have built systems over time. And therefore, we have multiple data sets of the same citizen in different institutions. And when you go to one institution, they have a way of validating who you are. And the other institution probably has a way of also validating who you are. And we are almost having a scenario where one institution feels their truth is better than the truth of other institutions. And therefore, generally, our citizens are then experiencing different handwritings from the same government because they have to deal with different processes. We therefore need to harmonize our data across government to ensure that we achieve a single view of our citizens. And more so, to achieve the dream of a digital citizen, where we want to introduce our citizens to the digital space at birth and be able to provide them with services digitally across their entire lives. That is why we think that the implementation of a digital identity is a critical pillar towards the journey of digitizing the government. We want to make sure that there is one single source of truth when it comes to the first set of data that I spoke to about citizen identity. This will enable us to map out our citizens, and it will be a foundation for us to lay the other sets of data that we need around our citizens. By doing this, we believe that we should be able to change how our citizens feel about us, and we'll also open up opportunities for the private sector to leverage on government for further KYC and validation and verification of citizen information data, and this will definitely increase the ease of doing business and allow us to transact more safely and more efficiently. And once we have set out the issue of the data management, then the journey to digitization becomes a natural path. We can therefore look at what is required to avail government services online, and look at the key components that we need to address. For us, we think we have to address the issue of manual records. There has been ongoing initiatives to digitize manual records in various departments, including judiciary and lands, and we have elaborate plans of how to digitize the manual records going forward. But it is our proposal that because of the sheer number of manual records that exists in government, when we last map out the number of manual records that exist in government, the figure was coming to about 5 billion manual records. So we then feel if we have to wait to automate, to digitize all these manual records for us to start the journey, we'll never be able to catch up. So we therefore want to take a two-pronged approach where we develop systems and mechanisms to support generation of digital governments on one end to allow us to move forward, but also have another track of digitizing the existing manual records. In addition to the records, we also need to look at the automation of the back-end processes of government, and then availing the services that are citizen-facing to the public, availing these services online. And because of the issues that I mentioned, we've had a lot of proliferation of systems and multiplicity of data for our citizens across government, which has then, of course, created a lot of inefficiencies, but it is also actually very, very difficult and costly to manage. So we are looking then at a more coordinated approach towards the area of digital investments in government. And I think we already had a number of engagements with the private sector. A number of players have joined us in thought-provoking and idea sharing for generation of a government-wide architecture that will allow us to share, reshare, use, reuse common data items as commodities. We don't have every agency keeping common data items within their government facilities. We believe that this enterprise architecture, when we achieve it, it will really help us to do information exchange within government and to help us establish a service bus for authenticating our citizens, for ease of transacting government-to-government communications, as well as a one-stop transaction shop with government. We also believe that this will also help us to support our citizens better by providing centralized citizens support. This will not only reduce the burden on taxpayers, but will also enhance service delivery through personalization. Indeed, as the citizens enjoy the benefits on one side, the government will also then have a single view of the citizens, so that then we can understand our citizens better, and we can become more responsive. We also know when we understand the citizens better, we also have opportunities to raise more revenues by having a single view of the government. So we hope that this, and taking advantage of data analytics and emerging technologies, we should be able to predict our citizens' need, realign policies and initiatives of government accordingly, so that then we can be able to calibrate, adjust, and upgrade our handwriting on demand. Even as we address these issues, ladies and gentlemen, we also require to do investments in organization capabilities around the issues of HR, and I know the issue of skills, even in the county forum yesterday, really came up, training and change management. As I've mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, we have already embarked on this journey. We have developed the conceptual framework for One Government Network. We have also put in place a number of digital platforms that are going to support this process, including a document management system for government, which we have piloted, a framework for signing government digitally. We are calling it the National Public Key Infrastructure, which we have piloted, tested, and is moving towards rollout. And we shall also continue to enhance the eCitizen portal for us to accelerate onboarding of services on the platform. As the ICT authority, we shall endeavor to continue engaging with all the stakeholders in order to stimulate innovation and a digital mindset for the country. We want to thank the PS for the support and leadership that he has given under his Ministry and State Department. And we offer ourselves with very strong determination to be the champions for digitization for our country. We shall work with the agencies in the private sector to come up with sector caucuses that will assist the government to develop eKenya strategies and roadmap that establishes the priorities and ideas and the required infrastructure so that we can build on the existing frameworks that are there from a legal perspective, but also continue to revise them accordingly. I therefore really look forward to the next session of the panel discussions on this subject matter. And I really hope that from that discussion, we shall have ideas to be able to unlock the true value of data and digitization to help us upgrade the handwriting of government. I thank you very much.
Another round of applause for our CEO, please. And it's interesting, I couldn't help but notice as he went through the different types of handwriting and what it means, you could see people shift uneasily because you know if you're slanting right, if you're slanting left, what that means about you. But also had a question, what if you just prefer to WhatsApp or text that message? What does that mean about you and the fact that you never use your handwriting? Where do you fall in that particular bracket, Bwana CEO? I guess that will be a conversation for another day, but very many thanks for that and the keynote that you have given us. Of course, today in this session, it's all about, as we said, data, digitization as a service, and digitalization for development, because all these make sure that we have faster processes, they're more transparent as well, and at the end of the day, whoever who's the receiver of this service at that particular last mile gets more buck for their bang in terms of what they're getting as service delivery, and are more happy and satisfied as customers or as citizens as well, if it's as far as the government is concerned. And if there's someone who knows a thing or two about raising that particular happiness index when it comes to service delivery, especially in their city, you can ask our next speaker, all the way from Dubai. He spoke to us about how generally in Dubai they're happy because systems work. Things move forward. And that's why he's here also to speak to this and plenty of other issues. Let's welcome CTO of Dell Technology, Mr. Hani Halif, with this particular remarks as well. Round of applause for him as he comes on stage.
Thank you. Actually, I will be walking. Good morning, everybody. And I'm trying to learn Swahili, so I'm saying jumbo jumbo. And I will be talking to you today okay, I'll stand. Okay. So I was told to stand here and talk from here, so I'll try to stay here. I like moving, I don't like to stand somewhere. But so today, data is actually a very hot topic. And it's something actually we hear about all the time at Dell Technologies. And I chose to tell you today lots of stories on data and how it's used to digitize government services. And this in turn drives innovation. We today live in the data era. Actually, these 10 years, starting from 2020, we can also claim that the Chief Digitization Officer of the year 2020, who can guess who it is? And the name starts with a C. COVID, exactly. This era, starting in 2020, we're calling it the data era. There is an explosion of data. Data from connected systems, distributed systems, data that is very fast, moving everywhere. We need to deal with data. We need to become data-driven organizations. The days of people doing this and making decisions are gone. Today, we are data-driven cities, governments, and societies. But there is a small problem here. There is a lot of data around us. Actually, Gartner says in September 2020 that 97% of data in the organizations is unutilized. And rightfully, like we heard yesterday, data is like oil. In its crude format, useless, needs to be processed, needs to be converted to knowledge. And data today has so many shapes and forms. Data in databases, which is static, data that is in motion, that's moving from one place, data in your edge location, remote locations, in your own data center, some of it in the cloud. We need to analyze all this data together and generate knowledge. When we start with data, we said we want to convert it to knowledge. To get there, the ultimate goal is really to generate an outcome to your organization, whether it's a government entity, a city, a business, a startup, anything. We start with data, we convert it to intelligence, but really the ultimate goal is an outcome. If there is no outcome from analyzing this data, our analysis is actually useless and meaningless. So outcome, think always of outcomes. I was asked to speak fast, so that's why I'm going fast. But anybody wants to discuss in more detail after, I'm available all day. Okay. Let me give you an example of an outcome in a city. We heard about smart cities yesterday. Smart cities are built with data. Data is the foundation of a smart city. And data can come from so many places in a city. I'm just listing a few here, maybe operational data that we typically collect in a city. What is the goal of this? Is to generate outcomes for people who are visiting the city, who are living in the city. These outcomes can be about efficiency, security, experience, enhancing a citizen experience, or compliance, showing compliance. These are 4 important areas for data in the cities. Now, to succeed with data, you need three things, just like when you drive a car. You need fuel, you need a driver, and you need an engine, right? Data is our fuel. Today, technology around allows us, through supercharged compute, to do amazing things with data. Things that we used to need like hours or days to compute on, now we can do it in milliseconds. So the advances in technology enabled us. And advances in AI and algorithms enabled us to do the analysis of the data. And that's where the presentation disappears. All right. Now, we cannot talk about data without talking about AI. Actually, every customer I talk about to, they says, we want to implement AI. To implement AI, you have to have data, and not just small data, a big amount of data, big data. Otherwise, you cannot do AI. Data analysis always starts with what we see at the bottom here. Analyze what we call descriptive analytics, meaning what has happened. Okay? We want to understand what happened. This is the first basic analysis of data. Then we move into predictive, meaning what will happen or what is likely to happen. Then we move into prescriptive, which is very interesting because it says, if we want to achieve this result, what do we need to do to get to this result? And the ultimate goal of data analytics is cognitive. That's where the organization starts thinking the data or the algorithms as a human. They self-learn, they self-analyze, and they adjust their handwriting so that they can better serve the citizen. So it's a city or a system that thinks by itself and auto-adjusts. Examples of digitization in cities and how data can be used in cities. Flood management, detection of flood by using IoT data. Planning houses. In the Netherlands, they use data so that they can decide if it's appropriate to put a housing complex in a certain area, because they can see the effect on the traffic if they put 1,000 houses in this location before they even implement. And they decide if it's a good idea or not. Vehicle electrification, traffic analysis, noise level, air quality. These are all examples of data use in cities. Now, going back to dashboards and making decisions, one of the most important aspects of data is fusion, meaning combining data from different sources. So I can have a dashboard like this one as an organization, where it's a government entity, a city, and a business, and see where do I need to focus. Where should my focus my efforts? Is my revenue green? Is my safety and security green? Or is my environmental KPIs green or not? That tells me, again, as a data-driven organization, where do I need to focus? An example of something we used in Dell, actually in the US, with one of our customers, is to predict housing properties based on data. We took data from 130 data sources for 50 years, and then we analyzed 10,000 attributes. And we were able to predict the house price in a neighborhood based on data. Another example is in the policing, predictive policing. Anybody heard of predictive policing? No? Predictive policing is analyzing data to be able to detect crime based on patterns of past crime, neighborhoods, traffic, environmental, school holidays, all kinds of data sources used to analyze and say, it is likely that crime will happen here. And this has been implemented in cities, but after it was implemented, actually, crime started moving away. But the algorithm was able to predict where it will move. And this is really the data-driven police that we're talking about. Now, I put a point there because security of the data, especially in something like this, is really important. Imagine this situation. I get my hands on some police data and crime data for Nairobi for the past 5 years. Okay? and I look at the data, and somebody might say, okay, this is just crime data. It describes where the crime has happened, the police beat, type of the crime, its neighborhood, etc., etc. This data can be dangerous if utilized in the wrong way. How can it be utilized in the wrong way? If a criminal gets hold of this data, they can run an algorithm and say, if I want to commit a crime in this neighborhood, what is the time of day where it is less likely for me to be caught by the police? So this is the danger of having data fall in the wrong hands. And that's why the security of data is paramount. All right. Another example I bring you from healthcare to show compliance. This is something that was implemented in India in healthcare facilities, using computer vision, okay, and video to be able to tell if somebody is washing their hands in a facility in a compliant manner. Just by a camera, watching how you wash your hands. Remember how they taught us to wash our hands in COVID? You have to do this and this. That's how they should do it in hospitals. And this system tells you step by step, yes, you have implemented your compliant hand washing mechanism. Some of the trends in data, and actually this is a bit futuristic, but I want to show it to you because these are the as-a-service things that are happening in the data world. There are people who are working on just collecting raw data. There are organizations working on transforming the data, some of them enriching data, meaning getting data from different sources and selling it to organizations. So all these are services that enable you to monetize data. And that's something that I think every government should be looking at. Finally, Dell Technologies last year did a study on 4,300 businesses globally. In a study we call the Digital Transformation Index. And the goal is to assess your readiness as an organization and your digital transformation assessment. I invite you to look it up online and take the assessment and assess yourself as an organization. Going back to Swahili, asante sana, and I wish you a delightful day.
One more round of applause for Hani.
Thank you.
And indeed, we intend to have a delightful day today. I want to recognize the presence of some members of the Senate ICT Committee. Senator Beatrice Akinyi is here with us. Thank you for joining us. And we also have Senator Shakira Abdallah as well. Thank you so much, Senators, for gracing the occasion. Now let's get into our panel discussion really quickly. There was a very interesting line, did you see, in Hani's presentation, that organizations are drowning in data but starving for knowledge. Perfect segue into the conversation, because that's essentially what we need to look at when we're talking about data digitization as a service. So let me introduce the moderator for this session, Mr. Mushemi Wambugu, who is from the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Round of applause for him. He'll introduce the panel as well.
Good morning, everyone. Now that Stanley and Hani have taken up all our time, I've tried to negotiate at least a few more minutes for our panel. As you can see, my panel is going to be like a football team. I don't think I've ever moderated a panel this big. So we're going to do it in several sections. So I'll talk about the things that we're going to be focusing on, which is clients, solutions, as well as advocacy. But then if we have time, I'll ask for questions from the audience. But if I don't get to you, please, it's not because I didn't want to. It's because the team only had 2 minutes to respond to a question. So my name is Mushemi Wambugu, and I head the Technology for Development practice at the Tony Blair Institute. Many of you have asked me, what does Tony Blair do? Actually, what we do is that we are advisors to government. And we are the advisory thought leader for the government of Kenya. In this case, we're in 30 countries. And what we do is that we embed advisors in different sections or in different sectors of government to help them with their transformative agendas. And so today, what I'll be doing is moderating a panel here. And I'll first ask Fiona Asonga, who's the CEO of TESPOC, to join our panel. And Fiona, you can sit anywhere, you're first up. So I'll also ask Ashish Malhotra, who's the CEO, actually Managing Director of Airtel Kenya. Thank you for removing your tie. Man, I just thought you were just too formal. Mary Karema, who's the Deputy Director, e-Government, and for the ICT Authority. Milu Van Mulken, who's the European Union Delegation Digital Lead. Dr. Ibrahim Abduba, who's the ERP Strategy and Business Development Leader for Oracle. Only Dr. in the panel. Franklin Agola, who's the AgTech Advisor at the Tony Blair Institute, and he's doing a big program with the Ministry of Agriculture. Shadrach Anyuo, who's a Senior Solutions Architect at Amazon Web Services. He's also a past colleague. And finally, Lois Bosire, who's the Deputy Director of ICT at the Ministry of Lands. So ladies and gentlemen, that is our panel for this morning. Please welcome them by a round of applause. So given that this is a conference by itself, so and we only have 1 hour, so what I'm going to do is maybe just ask a question and then now follow it through by follow-up different questions. As you can see, the preparation time would have been almost impossible as well. So Hani and Stanley, thank you for setting the stage. Maybe for me to set up this conversation, I'll start with you, Lois. Now, most of us have been talking, and I've attended very many of these conferences. I'll tell you, maybe I've only missed one. But every time we come here, we talk about lands, we talk about digitization, we talk about converting manual documents to electronic documents, we talk about monitoring where our land parcels are. Maybe give us a synopsis of where we are. Perception-wise, we know what we experience. If you talk to at least one or two people here, they'll tell you, man, somebody came and squatted on my land, somebody came and stole my title, etc. So where are you in your digitalization process, and what actions have you taken in order to make sure that as Kenyans, what we hold very, very dear is actually monitored adequately through this process of digitization?
Thank you. Digitization is a key strategic objective in the Ministry of Lands. In fact, when you talk of the key strategic objective, digitization is #1. So we are progressing very well in digitization of lands. We all know we have the ALDISASA, that's a National Lands Information Management System. That was launched in April 27, 2021 by His Excellency the President. And since then, so much has taken place. I wouldn't say everything, but at the moment, we are in Nairobi. We are in the process of digitizing the Nairobi registry. We've also done Murang'a. We are moving to the counties. And the key milestone that we are having is that we are able to transact online for the Nairobi registry. If you want to do any transaction on land, you have to do it online because we have the cadastre in place, and that one, with the cadastre, the digital cadastre in place, we have to transact online. I know there are some issues that we have not completed, but largely because maybe our citizens are not aware. If I was to ask in this forum, for those who have properties in Nairobi, if we've converted our title deeds, I'm not sure how many of us have converted our title deeds. Or if you've tried to transact in Nairobi, you'll be told that you need to convert your title deed. And because of this lack of awareness, we are finding that it slows the processes. But so far, we are progressing very well. We have been able to convert registered properties in Nairobi. We are able to issue digital title deeds in Nairobi. And because of that, we are able even to secure the public land in Nairobi. If you have a property in a place where it's in a government land, now if you go and try to transact on that, you will not be able to transact because we have managed to secure the land. We have also increased revenue collection through the Alsasa transactions, through the Alsasa system, especially the land rent. Now this is done online for the people in Nairobi, for the lands in Nairobi. And there are so many milestones, but maybe I'll also want to say that we are conforming to the e-transaction. And I'll proudly say that the Ministry of Lands, we are quite ahead in implementing the digital signature. I don't know, there's so much I could say, but because of time.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Now, I want to pick up that discussion with Mary. And as you can see, I'm starting with clients. Mary, I was reading an article, actually it was a report that was done by Glenbrook for FSD. And in 2021, they predicted that there'll only be 2 services a year implemented for the government of Kenya until 2030. 2 each year, 2030. So that will make it 20 services online and digitized by the year 2030. Yesterday, the CS spoke about 4,000 services already ramped up and ready to go. What, in your opinion, has changed and has allowed for such a quick uptake of services that were not even predicted in 2021? And what has government done, and what has actually happened in order to make that happen?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think there's so much going on in the area of technology and a lot of advances in the way we need to embrace technology, and government is not being left behind. And we have clearly defined what government requires to do in order to keep pace with the emerging technologies, because it's coming up with a lot of destructive, but good destructiveness, and transformative things that we need to transform the way we do things and the way we collaborate. So my key way, or what has changed, is a lot of collaboration, a lot of co-creation, a lot of having a conversation around how do we look at government. And one thing is that we are looking at government as an enterprise. Where we are coming from is where we were looking at each one of ourselves, our own house, and that has really changed, because we are coming together and asking ourselves that we are here to serve the citizen. We are not competitors, but we are partners in order to serve the citizens in a better way, efficient and effective. So for me, the MDAs have really opened up, and we are quickly identifying what are these bottlenecks. And one of them is about the governance, whereby we are called into our own silos, And we are now breaking those walls. And it's really doing a lot of miracles, because when you bring down walls, then you are able to collaborate and speak to each other in a language that each one of you can understand. And the other thing is that with the new technologies, you can never stay in the same place and do business as usual. You have to really do business unusually. And therefore, we are coming in to really even transform our processes to really speak to the citizen. Because we are having technologies, and we're really embracing these technologies to ensure that we are really meeting the citizen at their doorstep, vis-a-vis them coming to us. So we want to really offer services that are paperless, cashless, presence-less, and integrated. I think this story and this journey is really changing, where you have to go to each organization and you're required to identify yourself. So with the integration, we'll have a single source of truth about persons, and you don't need to really carry your ID, your birth certificate, because this is data that exists within government. So once we've drawn down these curtains, so we just need you to identify yourself with your ID, and all the data that we already have about you will be in our databases. Therefore, we are going to serve you better within a very short time. And more so, you'll be doing this at your home, at your comfort. Thank you.
So if I can just follow up on that question, on that statement that you've just made. Obviously, government is a large entity, and there are so many intra-governmental communication and pathways to allow for processes to happen. What have you done in your organization to allow for standardization of processes, so that if I'm sitting there, Ministry of Lands, or somebody is sitting here, Ministry of the Interior, they know what to do in order to get e-government services up and running?
So one of it that we are doing, and I think it was mentioned by my CEO, is that the first thing is to really bring standardization, putting in policies, guidelines, and standards. And one of these is to come up with a government enterprise architecture, where we are all speaking the same language. We are using one focus in the way we are doing our business. The second one is to really make sure that we have a unified identifier about persons. So these are at the highest level, whereby we are now guiding MDAs and giving them standards. We are not doing it for them, but we are setting the pace. We are putting standards, enterprise architectures for them to be able to, as they are putting in solutions, they are being guided by these enterprise architectures and cross-cutting guidelines and standards.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Now, one of the things that we heard yesterday spoke to growth, sustainability, and equality. Ashish, this question is for you. If we were to start on this stack, now going up, we'll start with infrastructure. I'd like maybe your perspective of what Airtel has done in order to reach the less privileged or the hardest to reach population in this country. There were discussions here that were held, and people were talking about a lot of the services that are being offered are offered predominantly in Nairobi. So what is your plan or strategy in order to help government reach the underserved, in order to make sure that services are equitable in technology?
Thank you. See, first of all, I'd like to say compliments to the presentations made by CEO and Hanif, where they spoke about digitizing government services or having smart cities. For those things, you need to have digital identity getting created, or having solutions in place. For that, go above, you still need to have a data network, and that's where we come into play. The good part is Africa, which was behind in new technologies coming here. 4G was almost about 4 to 5 years later that when it came to the world, came to Africa. But the good part is, thanks to the push from all the government bodies, we're almost at par with launching 5G in this country very soon compared to the rest of the world. That being said, when Hanif said data is fuel, for us, data is life. Okay, for us, for it to grow further, smartphones have to get increased in the market. We are about 50-55% penetration of smartphones. When Madam Mary said that at the comfort of the home, the smartphones the customer can, apply or register for any of the services at the comfort of the home. It all starts there, having the network across the country at the most affordable prices. And that's where we come as MNOs. Just to announce, obviously we'll be launching 5G in a couple of months, but 4G is what we've been focusing on all this while, and our 4G is about across all our sites, across Kenya, we have 4G technologies available. We have one of the most affordable data bundle rates, and what we have done of late is launched a program called the Internet Mashinani. 75% of the country's population is in the rural market, and it's not about having a network which is present, which is there on 4G, but still about 50% of our smartphones, 40% of the smartphones of the 50% phones are still 3G connected. So when you see 3G phone, 3G network, just to get onto an app or to any of your services, it takes time. And customer may just get disgruntled and just say, listen, the network is bad, or this is too difficult for me. Now what we've launched is, under the Internet Mashinani umbrella, 2 products, which is at a discounted price so that he can come on the network and use 4G technology through a pocket Wi-Fi or a router at home. Home broadband is the key. That's we are going to the upcountry markets and the Mashinanis, and that's what we're focusing on. So obviously the network, spreading the network across the country, launching new technologies for urban markets, having most affordable prices and affordable products, entry level to get into the better technology so that people can experience the wonderful services the government is planning to launch and have those services right at the comfort of the home. So that's the critical stuff that we are working at.
Thank you, Ashish. Shadrach, as we move up the value chain, obviously the enterprise architecture has been done, the infrastructure is being set up, and now everybody's talking AWS cloud, everybody's talking cloud. So within cloud, from a service perspective, you want to get to as many different clients as is possible. From a government perspective, they're sitting there and they're saying, my data is sovereign. My data needs to be within the borders of this country. My data needs to be secure. What is it that AWS is doing in order to facilitate the quick uptake of cloud? That's one. And then meeting the parameters or regulations that government has put already that haven't changed.
Thank you. I think, let me start this conversation by revisiting what the CEO of ICTA said, that if they were to digitize government data, they have 5 billion, and I believe this is a set of records, if you count them from 1, 2, 3, up to 5 billion. If we were to convert that into digital assets with a capacity of every record being 100 KB, that comes to around 500 terabytes of data, right? If you reduce that to 10 KB, that's huge. And the question is there infrastructure to be able to even store that data? And now that's where the cloud brings value. How then do you provide or have a dynamic infrastructure that is able to store that data and provide you with what Hani talked about, the compute power to be able to start thinking of how then do you run analytics, how then do you train models to be able to take advantage of AI. So that's the value that basically cloud brings. But the other thing that he talked about was when you increase these digital assets through digitization of this content or digitizing the processes, then security becomes an issue. And therefore, the concern is, how then do you protect this data? How do you build security governance around this data to ensure that an rogue actor does not have access to the police data that Hani talked about? Because then that compromises the security of the citizens. So security becomes a key component. And this is another area where the scalability or the value that the hyperscalers bring on board is to be able to provide mechanisms that you can be able to build either machine-powered security architectures on top of this data, provide governance on top of this data that are actually event-driven and eliminates the human aspect into it. And then the last part is around skills. Now, when you talk about digitization, it basically brings a new thinking of how you manage your digital assets. And skills becomes a key aspect to it. Now, the value that we also bring is that we can be able to help by bridging the gap, bringing the skills and expertise that we have in running this hyperscaler kind of infrastructure to be able to bridge that gap from a government perspective or even from other organizations' perspective. One aspect that you asked was about data localization. From where we stand as AWS, first of all, we do give you, as a customer, the ability to choose where your data resides. We continuously invest, and we have an investment in Kenya, where we are actually bringing what we call a local zone in Kenya, and that will be able to address the issue of, does the data need to move outside the border? Thank you. Thank you,
Shadrach. Dr. Ibrahim, you're a competitor, if that is such a word. And when I look at you, I look at a perennial person who has been in government all these years. Most of your installations of Oracle are on-premise. I've had meetings with people who've said that their licenses have expired and they're afraid of being shut down. You claim you have OCI, which is Oracle on the Oracle Cloud infrastructure that will help. And you also have a critical database mass that can compress the 5T data that he's talking about to make it efficient for access services. In your opinion, what does government need to do to harmonize data in order to start the journey to analytics and to the outcomes that Hani had just mentioned just here a short while ago?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. So we appreciate we are partners of the government, and it's a relationship that we will continue investing in and improving. But back to the question, you know, as a global service provider for cloud services, and not only cloud services in form of the infrastructure, we actually do have set of applications that government is currently using. For example, IFMIS, right? That are already recreated and available in cloud. Now, I'm pretty sure many of us are cloud users, but just for those who are not aware, the difference between an on-prem environment and a cloud environment is the technology that was used to build this set of applications. Oracle invests $7 billion in research and development every year to understand business pains. Then based on that, come up with technologies, right, to solve existing problems. Now, one of the barriers that we encounter is the usual change resistance, not only within government, but even within private sectors, where you have a product that you're using, and I come and say, you know, there's a better version of this that can do much better, that can reduce your cost, that will be more secure, that will lift the tech debt from you, right? And a lot of time there will be, yes, this is good to have, we will check and come, right? So there are plenty of solutions that government can adopt, right? There is no shortage of solutions. There are so many partners who are offering various types of solutions. But the agility within government, the ability to change faster, the ability to adopt and embrace technology is a bit slower, which is naturally the case because of the nature of institutions that they are. And I'm quite impressed to hear Stanley say that we are looking at this, we are going to do this now. And we will continue to partner with the government to ensure that we help in that smooth transition, right? Cloud is today available in multiple options. You may say, I have a data residency issue and I don't want to go to a public cloud. I want my cloud right here. We already have some institutions within this country, be it private sector or public sector, that are already on cloud that is resident within the country, right? So it is not for the lack of technology. And of course, yes, technology moves very fast. It will take time to get there and adopt, but I think that journey needs to start. And we are here to ensure that we help, support, guide, and give you the technology competency and leverage on the skills that we have built and continue building to ensure that the government is able to serve its citizens from the comfort of their home. And I like what the CS said yesterday, that, you know, we are not looking back. We are going ahead in ensuring that we offer services to people. So technology is there, is available. I'm sure the government is able to invest because that investment will solve the issues that you have. One, provide services. Two, with cloud, you'll be able to provide that service cheaper. Instead of actually investing in infrastructure, when you put these on cloud, then you know that no longer becomes your headache. That element of cost disappears. We used to have a license model that you refer to, right? It's no longer license-based. It is software as a service where you basically only pay subscription fees to access that service the same way you do to Netflix or any other thing. So technology is now here to give an opportunity for the government to reinvent itself and be a leader, not only in this content, but be a leader globally as we have always been.
Thank you, Ibrahim. I'll switch gears. We've heard from the pain point, from a client. We've heard from service providers everywhere in the whole stack. And now, I want to come to you, Franklin. Franklin, I know you've worked on projects, particularly with the Ministry of Agriculture, where you're trying to set up the Kenya Unified Ag Data Platform. And in essence, it's putting all these things that everybody has been talking about into practice and on the ground. So maybe talk to us just briefly about your journey and what it is that you have arrived at in order to make this a reality so that all farmers can be seen in a 360 view.
Yeah, thanks, Mushemi. I think in the current administration, agriculture has been mentioned as a pillar for this economic transformation that the country needs. And the ministry is very keen in providing good services to the farmers to enhance production and then be able to provide intelligence to farmers that they'll be able to actually offer that productivity that we need as a country for 100% food security. And as a ministry, we have the agriculture sector transformation growth strategy. Of course, I'm an embedded advisor, so I talk as part of the ministry. But the idea is to actually have flagship projects that enable, first of all, a small-scale farmer income to increase, and then be able to also get increased production, and at the same time, boost household food resilience. Now, whatever Hani spoke about in terms of unleashing, the big data potential, as a sector, there is a digital transformation roadmap that is in place to offer enabling factors to ensure that then we use data to come up with use cases that enable the farmers to actually now deliver that transformation. So some of the challenges that we faced within the sector is one, duplication of sources of data. So each and every MDA, they have the same farmer running different projects for them, and then storing information differently. Then there is, of course, difficulty in seamless exchange of data, and that is a very big gap. If we are going to unleash that big data potential, how are we going to enable exchange of data, both for private sector, for government, for development partners, to be able to actually track impact of interventions to now these programs that that are geared to the farmer. So what we are doing at the ministry is enabling that infrastructure, a data economy that enables players to interchange data. Because there's a lot of data that sits with private sector on on interventions that, for example, DigiFarm, that is being run by Safaricom. How can, let's say, government access some of those data that can actually be used to come up with impacting interventions? And then, so what we are doing is we have an agriculture sector data gateway that we are doing, that we are setting up in collaboration with CALRO, Kenya Agricultural Livestock Research Organization, and Konza as well, as a hybrid cloud infrastructure, to pull in data from different players in the sector, and then enable seamless exchange through API that then can now enable players to develop use cases that then can now reach the farmer to the last mile. And in this case also enable government to also have a view, that single view of the sector, such that we are able to quickly react to issues that affect the farmer. At the end of it all, we have a catalytic effect in terms of now enabling innovation, but at the same time, ensuring that we achieve the objective of 2050, by which we'll be 10 billion people in the planet, and yet we need to actually provide around 70% food to enable us to actually feed the globe. And this will only be enabled through data.
Thank you, Franklin. So, I know Milu was looking at me, looking all lost and being left out. No, you've not been left out. It's your turn now. And yours is a question that I want to ask, because a lot of these interventions that we're talking here, we have ambition from government. We have need to provide services from suppliers. We have infrastructure requirements through PPPs. But the biggest, I'd say, elephant in the room in this case is funding. You go to a place and you talk and say, we have the ambition, but there's no money right now. We need to partner with somebody. We need to get something going so that the effectiveness, like Ibrahim is talking about, in order to get this thing going quickly, obviously requires money. Now, you're a digital lead at the European Union, and my question to you is the following. What resources, including infrastructure, funding, and talent, are required to achieve this digitalization agenda? And how do you think we can help government in order to fast-track their ambition to reality?
Yes, thank you for that question, and habari za asubuhi. Good morning. I know for us as the European Union in Kenya, the focus is on building comprehensive partnerships, right? And that includes funding, but it also goes well beyond funding. And as EU, as member states, together with Kenya, we look for areas where we face common challenges, where we see joint opportunities, and that ranges from, that covers a wide spectrum. I mean, we are all engaged in making the digital transformation work for people. We're all grappling with the questions around how to use the opportunities that AI provides, but also consider the ethical dimensions and aspects We are very committed to ensuring the right to data privacy, and we see a common partner and potential for partnership with Kenya here. Now, I know that you asked me about funding, but I first want to shift to another type of resource and opportunity that we have, which is around sharing of experiences, actually. And an area where we work side by side with Kenya, also to the Digital Transformation Center, spearheaded by GIZ, is on data governance and data privacy. And I attended the session yesterday, and one topic that featured strongly was around cross-border data flows. And I heard at the same time the concerns also from private sector about the fact that, okay, the data protection standards across the regions are at different levels of maturity, different levels of implementation. Maybe the acts are not exactly the same. How do we handle that? And I think that's a very relevant and important question to ask, that we also asked ourselves in Europe, of course, because this is a topic we are very, very actively engaged in. And this is where the opportunity of experience sharing actually becomes very, very relevant here. Because we have worked on developing tools, and there are instruments that actually allow cross-border data sharing in a safe way, that are easy to use and accessible for businesses as well. And this is one of the areas we are working on, for example. Now, turning to financing, which I know is your burning question. And we heard yesterday from the Prime CS that Kenya intends to rely increasingly on private sector and private sector financing. And at the same time, with a tight fiscal situation, we understand the need for affordable financing solutions. Now, the challenge that I see here is that at the same time we try to close the digital divide, we could try to close the digital gap. And we also need to connect areas where that might not be commercially viable, right, to offer connectivity. And here I think grant funding that the EU can provide and EU member states and their investment banks can provide actually can provide an answer. So what we try to do is use grant funding to catalyze, de-risk, and guarantee investments. Specifically in Kenya, one of the focus is on last mile connectivity of primary schools, for example, and the TVET sector, working closely together, combining grant funding with funding from European investment banks, the EIB, but also from Germany and France. And I think those are the type of partnerships and the type of collaborations we can foster actually to work together on some of these common challenges around the digital transformation.
Thank you very much, Milu. So in every situation that we're in, we always need an advocate. We always need somebody to say, actually, this is not working, and this is what we need to do differently based on what we have on the ground. So I saved my last question for last, because when you talk about advocacy, it is really important to understand that all the things that we're talking about here can be done, but obviously some things in the system need to change. So Fiona, to you is, what are the key challenges facing adoption and implementation of digital technologies for development in the region? And also, how can these be addressed?
I think our one biggest challenge affecting our ability to digitize is, and this is the fourth time I'm saying this at Connected Kenya, is the issue of critical infrastructure protection. While we may have all the applications, the clouds and everything available, if a shooter's network cannot be protected from vandalism, from disruption, from any form of interference, then he can't carry all of you. And he can't connect the customer. So there's a disconnect. And that is our biggest challenge. This is the fourth year running. Working with the Communication Authority, we are trying to get critical infrastructure protection happening. Why is it important? Because it is at that point where we are able to then, and I'll now go into the solution and possible ways of addressing it. We're going to the issue of being able to make sure that the digitization that lands are doing can happen. The digitization within agriculture can happen. And we need to have coordination at the national level. ICT is not devolved. County governments, ICT is not devolved. So you must work with us at the national level with the national regulator. Let us have clear coordination at the national level and then at the county level, cascading down, so that we are protecting the infrastructure. I think the ICT infrastructure is the only infrastructure in this country where those who build it never get any compensation for any damage. We lay millions and billions worth of infrastructure, but we never get compensated when a road contractor comes and breaks it, shida yenyu. When the water companies come and cut it from the county governments, shida yenyu. When a vandal cuts it, shida yenyu. So we are not even able to offer internet connectivity at the lowest price possible because we have to factor in the cost of maintenance. Maintenance of fiber is much higher than the first build-up. Without giving a name, there's a company that spends 500 million Kenyan shillings every month on repair works alone. So if that is going into repair works only, why can't we have that money going into capacity building, into other areas of ICT digitization that needs to be done? I think we are not being serious about our digitization agenda if we cannot protect infrastructure. The second thing that is a challenge is the judiciary system and the policy environment. We have a number of laws that address issues of infrastructure protection, and these are the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act, the Kenya Information and Communication Act, the Penal Code, the Prevention of Terrorism Act, the Scrap Metal Act. All these acts have a touch on infrastructure protection, but when you get someone damaging your infrastructure and you go to report to the police station, or you have an issue of ICT, whatever it is that you need to report, let us now be practical. Unaenda kwa polisi. I'm going to report nimepata Mary akifanya kitu kwa infrastructure, tunaenda. When I go to report to that police officer at the station, do they understand what I'm saying? First of all, I found someone cyber squatting. I'm telling him the crime is cyber squatting. Ananiuliza, madam, what do you mean by that? Okay, we start going through the process of how to report and ensure this is handled properly. When I go through the procedures, I'm supposed to clearly describe the property that has been damaged. Naelezea polisi namna gani the cyber squatting that has happened. So we have challenges in terms of practical implementation, even of existing laws. Why? Because we don't have systems that require our police officers to have continuous upgrading, continuous capacity building. As new laws are developed, we don't train the police. We develop them. So the police officer only knows the penal code. So while infrastructure owners, we get up to sometimes, on average, we get about 100 cuts a day in terms of the reports I receive on my phone from infrastructure owners. And when we follow up, the only thing the police officer knows is the penal code. Damage of infrastructure. Alafu hakuna fines on those crimes, but where the fines are of 10 million, 20 million, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years in jail, the police don't know. One of the things TESPOC has done with its members is we have developed guidelines for infrastructure offenses. We have worked with the Communication Authority, sent them through the Communication Authority to the National Security Coordination Committee, NC4, and we have then asked them to share those around. However, we still have the task of going in and having practical training sessions to build capacity within the police force. We also have to do the same within our magistrates, within the entire judicial system, so that we are working together, so that we can be able to protect the infrastructure. In addition to that, we need to be able to make sure that we can revisit the draft Critical Infrastructure Protection Bill, which TESPOC spearheaded in terms of facilitating jointly with the Ministry of ICT and the Ministry of Interior. So we need, at the top level, agreement of partnership on a PS between you and Interior ICT and Interior Ministries so that we can revisit the previous document that was drafted jointly, have it go through the AG and tabled in the National Assembly. And we hope that that goes through. The other thing that has helped us in terms of addressing the challenges is, and this I give thanks to the National Construction Authority team because they have been very supportive. They've worked with TESPOC. We have developed guidelines and amendments to the Building Code of 1963, which is sitting somewhere between the AG and the National Assembly, that needs to go through because we introduced into it a chapter on ICT. And anybody right now trying to do build construction, we have clear guidelines of the sizes of ducts, of the sizes of masts, of the level of cable poles, and everything is all in crossing roads, along the roads, crossing caravans, getting into buildings, anywhere where we need to put ICT infrastructure, the standards are there. Those standards have been developed jointly with Kenya Bureau of Standards, where both TESPOC and CA are sitting at the table with Bureau of Standards team to agree on ICT standards. So there's things done, but we keep hitting a roadblock at the National Assembly, at the AGs. Can we have that cleared? Can we get, I think industry here needs leadership from our ministry to help us clear that bottleneck in between so that, because the documents have been looked at by stakeholders, drafted by TESPOC members and Ministry of Interior staff, and other ministries as well were brought to the table so that we can have this bill out, because for starters, there has to be coordination to protect the infrastructure. There has to be recognition of the investment put in. So if you found damaging ICT infrastructure, you pay back the owner. If we do not protect the infrastructure, digitization is going to be a nice dream. We are allowed to dream. Thank you.
Wow. Jeff, I can see my screen there saying time's up. But obviously, there's some people here who spoke so early, they probably have cobwebs in their mouth right now. So is it possible that we can take 3 questions, just 3, from the audience? Because we have such depth of knowledge here that we don't want to leave out. 5 questions. Yes. Oh, 5 minutes. Oh, you should have been clear. Okay. Okay, I have 5 minutes. I can entertain maybe 3 questions. Are there any questions from the floor? Okay. Do you have a roving mic? And maybe just state your name, then the question, and then...
Thank you. My name's Shakil Abdallah. I'm the nominated Senate. Thank you for the presentation. I really missed the lands. You know, land is a very emotive thing. And I have one question for you. You said you have started in Nairobi and now you're in Murang'a. You know, we have big cities in the country. I don't know what is your priority and what is your timeline, because it's good. Even the CEO here was saying we are thinking, we are wanting, but there's no timeline. We need to be given timeline on how and when are you going to complete this digitalization or technologies which you are doing. Because on land issue, there are so many problems existing now, and people are killing themselves because of piece of land. And I think that is one area needs to be given a priority. Yeah? Madam, we are having a bill which is coming. It's in the Senate. I understand the critical infrastructure bill. It is coming. I think we have met, we have talked with you, so it's in the process. Another thing I want to talk, it's about the technology mashinani. What are we doing about it? Because people having, there are some constituencies that don't have Wi-Fi. They don't know what it is. They rely on bundles. Bundle is very expensive. People are not rich. So when are we expanding? We are talking of giving services to the doorstep of the people. How are we doing and making it easier for them to access those services if we don't have things like Wi-Fi's in the grassroots? And what are we planning to do that, to make sure that we send technology or we make it easier for the people who are down there to access technology for them to be able to get the services they require. I think I can stop at that.
Thank you,
very
Senator.
much.
Is there another question? Yeah, make your question brief and direct it after you introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, and thanks a lot for putting a very nice panel. My name is Humphrey Jogo. I work with KIPRA. KIPRA is a think tank for the government. And just maybe want to revisit one or two things that I think I picked from Fiona. Yeah, we do have a gap in terms of our policy framework. And if you look at what, if some of us have actually been tracking the indices for the, the ones that are actually tracking the performance of a digital economy for the country, you're going to see that one thing that is actually cutting across all these indices is gaps in our policy framework. I don't know what we can actually do as a country, because I think we lack very comprehensive policy framework. Look at the example of a digital economy. It's an area that is actually growing. Yet we have a very, some laws that are, that still need, to be maybe perhaps defined to actually to give shape to this growing economy. So now I think maybe my area of concern is that when can we, come together so that we can be able to have very comprehensive policy framework, which is talking to all the pillars that we talked about, the skills, infrastructure, and all this. And again, all this is also a sector that is actually having so many actors, producers of data, and all that. I think this is maybe quite something that I think we really need to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Jogu. Bwana PS, I'll throw you under the bus on that one. I'll want you to answer that question about how we set up policy frameworks that actually support the environment. There's a question there.
Good morning and thank you. Mine is not more of a question, but I'm just directing it to Fiona. My name is CPA Irene Mayaka, Member of Parliament and a member of the Communication, Information and Innovation Committee. What I wanted to tell you, and Senator alluded to it, is that we do have bills that are directed specifically to Senate and those that go to National Assembly and those that go to both houses. So my request to you is the specific bills that you feel have hit a nag at National Assembly, please do let us know, and then myself and my colleague here will follow up and see how we can assist, because I don't think it's fair to reinvent the wheel when we already have solutions in place that have just hit a nag. So let us know what they are.
Thank you, Madam Mayaka. I think you can see there's a lot of love from the other side, so let's take advantage of it. Last question. Oh, there's a gentleman on the back, boy child. Let me just, and then I'll come to you. Yes. Okay, Jeff is looking at me, so make it very, very quick. Hand. See, madam.
Hi, thank you so much. Good morning. I don't know this morning. My name is actually Alphonse Kioko. I work for Kenya Maritime Authority. In the issue of policy and framework and such, I think the biggest challenge we have is a situation whereby by the time the policymakers actually deliver on one item, one article of that policy, the technology has changed. Now, how do they keep up? Should we set a policy deadline so that at least by the time you talk about cloud, we're already in ChatGPT? So you see, you'll be very, very busy making laws to govern on-premise or cloud at the basic level, while actually the technology has moved. So the policymakers is basically...
with regards to dynamism of the policy, yes?
No. They should have also a deadline when to deliver on this so that they can support whatever we are talking about. Otherwise, they'll be acting and taking a lot of time before they release the thing is actually outdated. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And I think PS will address that in the dynamism of the policy. Final. Because we also have to give them time to respond. You can use my mic. No, not there, here.
Senator Ogola Beatrice is my name, a member of the ICT committee. Mine is not a question, but on a comment on the critical infrastructure protection that has been mentioned by TESPOC. My take would be that let's focus more on the preventative rather than go for the punitive, the emphasis on the judiciary and the police. Because for me, I think we have entities that are not speaking to themselves. It comes back to the planning. And for TESPOC, you know that roads, all of us know roads is really the major entity that has brought major of the critical destruction. The Ministry of Water, just as well as ICT, has been a major casualty. So I think at the planning level, we need the ministries, the entities need to talk to themselves about the services they're offering. And lastly, I was just wondering about the mention of technology, that with technology, thieves would not be able to steal. Then I keep wondering that at some point in this country or in this region, as much as we use technology, over issues about elections, there are still questions that arise. Thank you.
Thank you. So now, I bucketed the question to 3 responses. I'll give you 2 minutes each. I'm supposed to be out of this desk here at 11. So I'll start with you, Madam Bosire. And yours is timelines to complete for the lands question that the senator asked. I'll then come to you, Ashish, and we'll talk about the tech machinani that also the senator asked. And then the last response will be by PS Tanui with regards to the policy framework, as well as the timelines and the dynamism of those policies because of the tech changes in the environment.
Okay, thank you. About the timelines, there's a lot that needs to be done. I could say Nairobi, we are almost done. Murang'a, we are also almost done. We've done a lot. We would have wanted to finish everything within a year, but we are having, there's a lot that needs to be done to have this digitization take place. One of it is the infrastructure has to be in place. We've tried, but we've realized that most of our stations, they don't have the internet, they don't have the infrastructure in place. We are working with our PSCCI is also helping us so that we have that in place. We need to georeference all the data, the land. We need to have, and we do appreciate that most of the land outside Nairobi is community land. And actually, at this time, we are onboarding National Land Commission so that we are able to work on that. So we are doing our best, but I believe in the next financial year, and also the budget aspect of it, digitization is very expensive. We need a lot of money. We are in discussions, and I believe that now that we have representatives from the parliament, we've always having discussions. Let us have a lot of money, a lot of budget for digitization. Let us have a lot of budget for digitization. But nevertheless, there are things that we are doing because we've realized that we are not moving as fast. We are now doing the cashless revenue collections. We've started with eight registries, and we are moving out. At least the money is now coming to the ministry as we finalize the digitization. Okay. So we are on it.
So she's asking when you're getting to her. That was a question. Do you know in your prioritization? Is it this year, next year? After 10 years.
Which county?
Lamu. Yes.
Lamu, that's a very small one. Maybe next year. I think next year we just...
So Lois, I'll ask you
next year.
I'll ask you to speak with her after this and give her a timeline.
That's very small.
Okay, Ashish.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam, for the question. Very pertinent question, and this is something that we're also worried about. How do we connect the machinanis? That's been our focus also. When Wi-Fi will come there, Wi-Fi is a term which can be used wireless Wi-Fi or through the fiber Wi-Fi. The fiber Wi-Fi costs a lot of money to spread our fiber network all the way there to the last mile, last machinanis. However, we have a 4G network. What does the fiber network give? Yes, in machinanis, an average speed that we require. In fact, mostly in Nairobi or here, when we take a home Wi-Fi, our speeds are somewhere around 10 Mbps speeds to 20 Mbps speeds. That's what the packages that we all buy at home. We watch Netflix, we watch Amazon, we'll watch YouTube. It works fine, okay? Now, in Mashinanis, do we require 5 Mbps speeds, 10 Mbps speeds, 20 Mbps speeds? Is a question mark. You will have houses there for requiring 30 Mbps speeds. You will have SMEs there. But here, on a 4G network, my average throughput is about 9 to 12 Mbps speeds, which means on a 4G network, it works fine, the Wi-Fi, okay? Now comes the Wi-Fi connectivity. The bundles are expensive. Madam, you will be pleased to note that with Airtel, I have something called the Bazoo bundle for just 2,000 shillings a day. And you get 3 GB per day. That's something that we made for the Mashinanis. We didn't do it for the urban market because urban market, we require, now it is there. Not all over, but if you see our network is rolling out at a very fast pace across the country. In fact, we've almost more than doubled our network from last 2 years. And with all your love and support, we'll keep on adding more and more network. And that's a promise, as long as we get the support. So, but we are there.
Thank you, Ashish. Buena PS?
Thank you very much. On the issue of policy framework and ensuring all these issues, what Fiona said are actually addressed. I hope, Fiona, this will be the last time. Yeah, and you can see the commitment we have. Here we have the legislators both from the Senate, National Assembly. We've also had meetings with the Council of Governors. The chair was here yesterday. Last week we had. So the commitment is quite strong. And I think for now we just need to improve on the coordination so that we make sure both the private sector and the government are on the same position. So I think after this connected, one of the things we need to sit and relook between the private sector and the ministry. What are the issues you want us to address? This morning, Mr. Ashish was smiling and says, when can we move to the next step on some of the recent pronouncements? But on the policies, I think we need to have same position. So the commitment is there. We will make sure this is the last time this issue is coming out. Hopefully. I think you can see the commitment, and legislators here are committing. They're even ready to do their part. On issues of timelines, there is, of course, the timelines within the parliamentary procedures. There is the timelines provided by law, issues like public participation. I think those are general and not a big issue here. I think the issue we have is coordination, to have clarity what we want to have as an industry and what's the process, and we agree on timelines. So we will be making a commitment of regular engagement with private sector to ensure the issues of concern here being protection of infrastructure. I think that's what's coming out as #1 issue. We will prioritize that. On dynamism, things that change, we'll make sure that as policies are put in place, they are broad-based. You know, you cannot legislate into small issues. It needs to be broad-based, and it's adaptable to possible variation in the technology environment. There was one more issue. I think those were the 3 issues. There was also a mention something about the advancement in technologies, and we still face problems.
Yes.
I think it's about building trust in the digital space. We still have people who have issues in the digital space. It's a journey we must work as a country. We've had discussions with Estonia. I remember when the Estonian president came here, and we were asking, when can we use technology like yourself? And he says, needs time. And I think from our banking experience, we have very few people quarreling with their banks about their balances. We have few people quarreling with the mobile operators about their bundles or airtime. So the trust is building. we are seeing professional institutions trusting digital election platforms that they are able to elect their professionals and all. So we believe as a country we are walking that journey, and probably in the very near future, technology will address what Mheshimiwa is addressing.
Thank you very much, Bona PS. So I just want to wrap up. We are just exactly 5 minutes of our time. And what I want to do is to thank the panel, Lois, Shadrach, Franklin, Dr. Ibrahim, Hani? No, Hani is, who am I missing? Hold on. Oh yeah, Milu, sorry. Mary, Fiona, and Ashish. Please talk with them, as well as Hani, who did the presentation, and Stanley Kamangoya, who also did the opening remarks. I think this is a very powerful topic, and I must thank you for your patience and your participation. And for the moderators, thank you very much for allowing us the time. Please give us a warm round of applause to the panelists. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. A round of applause for Mushemi as well. Very deftly handling that particular discussion. He said he had a soccer team here, so in terms of being a coach for a football club, a bit of talent there he has as well. Thank you so much for that, Mushemi. Interesting. We had questions and problems being brought and solutions also being brought forward in real time, not only from the executive in terms of what needs to be done at a policy level, but also from the legislator and what they can do as well. And of course, we have learned if anybody in the room needs money, they have money. These two ladies right here, anybody who needs money, we have the National Assembly here. They have the budget. They will give you the money. I'd like to recognize the presence of Honorable Irene Mayaka and Honorable Jemaita Sergon from the National Assembly, also members of the ICT committee. Many thanks for being here this morning as well. Thank you so much. I do believe I also saw Senator Issa Juma Boy. Thank you so much. And Governor Fatuma Achani, of course, thank you so much for welcoming us to your amazing county. Beautiful scenery, amazing hospitality as well. Many thanks for that as well. Move it right along to our next discussion. This time talking about the future of work in the digital economy. We're talking about technology, talent, and training. It's been a key issue of concern. And the big question every single time is brought up in terms of AI. Is it the barbarian at the gate coming to take all of our work? Or is there opportunity in AI? We hear it every time that AI won't replace you. It's a person who's using the AI who's about to take your job. And that's what you're talking about this particular morning. And for our keynote, I'd like us to welcome Principal Secretary, State Department of ICT and Digital Economy, Engineer John Kipchumba Tanui. A round of applause as he comes on stage, please.
Thank you, Chef. Our legislative team were here, the senators, members of parliament, panelists who have been here, and distinguished delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'll be speaking about the future of work in the digital economy, looking about technology, talent, and training, the 3T. Once again, I am pleased to welcome all of you to our second day of the Connected Summit 2023 to discuss the future of work in the digital economy. And we are talking about technology, talent, and training. to me, this is one of the most important outputs of all what we are doing about digital infrastructure, about e-commerce. At the end, we want to see how we can create more jobs and opportunities for our people. The public and the private sector have continued to collaborate to achieve the targeted 10% annual GDP growth rate, but the average performance to date revolves around 5% for almost the last 12 years as per the Vision 2030 implementation. Undoubtedly, the digital economy has helped to unlock some of this growth by enabling both public and private sector to leverage technology and platforms, thereby creating opportunities to adopt new, more efficient, digital-centered business models and job opportunities for our youth. The digital economy has the opportunity to create jobs of tomorrow, and in the sector of online work, that's where we have huge potentials, and programs like Achira and Chitume are potential to help us in these spaces. So the biggest challenge is our objective as a country to achieve the 10% GDP growth rate, and it has been a challenge. But we believe ICT and the digital economy has the potential to open this. 3 years ago, we visited one city in Korea called Pangyo City. The city focuses on actually a creative sector where they produce digital products, animations, gaming, and many others. And this small city had a population of about 77,000 people, but their GDP was about 80 billion. Looking at it, it's like 77,000 people able to produce probably what our country of 50 million is possible to produce. So we believe this sector has the potential to actually grow the GDP of our country. The ICT sector is one of the fast growing sectors of the economy and is an enabler that cuts across all the other sectors. The growth of the digital economy will have both positive and negative impact on all sectors. The government and all stakeholders should remain focused to develop and review policies, legal and regulatory frameworks, as we've discussed this morning, to ensure that the digital business is conducted with integrity and in a secure and trusted environment. ICT is a major producer of e-waste, and is one of the areas we hope this summit would still discuss, because there is need to address the management and disposal also of e-waste. The government will support and encourage the development and rollout of data centers. That has been one of the discussions earlier today, to support cloud computing and public data analytics. And I was happy to hear the data Shadrach was sharing, converting our 50 billion records into possible data capacity requirements for our country. So I think, Shadrach, you have helped us to put available data that Robin needs so that he can make decisions early. You can see there is enough demand for cloud computing solutions. We have already constructed a number of data facilities within the government, various agencies, and also ICTA, Concert Technopolis, KRA, even our DOD, and also we have within the private sector for ensuring that we store our data within the country, but also we are looking at how to collaborate with global cloud infrastructure entities, and we are very excited to hear some of the global tech companies looking at setting base in Kenya, we are willing to share this opportunity to have it both within our infrastructure and also within the cloud sector, because it will open new opportunities, and in respect to the future of work, cloud infrastructure will play a very big role. The government will also increase the number of public spaces in the internet connectivity, such as CIH, that's the Constituency Innovation Hubs, the digital hubs that we are aiming to establish across the country. 1,450 hubs will be actually centers of opportunities. The private sector will also be incentivized and encouraged to deploy broadband connectivity in public spaces, increasing the number of public spaces, innovation hubs, maker spaces with connectivity that will further form part of their R&D network, incubation centers, and also places where our people can interact with technology. Increasing the number of public spaces with connectivity will further form part of a network of testing centers for applications of new and emerging technologies. Imagine in every ward, and we have where we have a digital hub, and you are able to bring our technology partners in these places. We will be able to provide opportunities where our people can connect and experience new emerging technologies, including what we've discussed, artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, among others. This initiative will help the country achieve the data sovereignty and creation of local content, while also encouraging innovations amongst the Kenyan public. The ministry, through ICT Authority, has aimed to establish over 25,000 public Wi-Fi spots across the country. And Mheshimiwa asked, when will it be in their region? I think this is an initiative we want to fast track. Where we've done, there is huge excitement. And yesterday, the Prime Cabinet Secretary asked us to think about growth, sustainability, and equity. And I think in the public Wi-Fi, this is an area we want to think of growing fast and ensuring we achieve the 23,000, but we also want to ensure it is sustainable. So we are discussing with the county governments, we are discussing with the private sector. Yesterday, we've had meetings with some of them to see how do we make them sustainable, because huge opportunities for future work will come out of those public Wi-Fi places in our markets, public transport stages, our post offices, and also within our administrative centers, county commissioners' offices, deputy county commissioners' offices, even up to the ward level, so that whenever a citizen visits those offices, they can experience and have Wi-Fi. We also working closely with the mobile network operators, and I think Mr. Ashish talked about it here, because the broadband connectivity, when you can experience 4G, 5G, as a citizen, it's also an enablement, it will enable you to connect. So providing fiber connectivity across the country, jointly with the private sector, will ensure that you finally experience a better mobile connectivity experience. The ministry, through the Concert Technopolis Development Authority, is currently implementing a project named Chitume Program. Chitume Program is in line with the Kenya National Digital Master Plan 2022 to 2032 that envisions to skilling with ICT skills over 1 million youth who enter the job market annually. Training them on ICT and other vocational areas will support the rapid adoption of ICT in our businesses. Through the Chitume Digital Enablement Program, the government targets to open up job opportunities for the youth, starting with those in our TVET institutions, by providing connectivity, devices. We're providing what we're calling virtual desktop, VDIs, also exposing them to digital skills to enable them be part of the digital economy. We're also looking at how to make Kenya a destination for IT-enabled services, attracting more of the business process outsourcing, and other remote work like call centers. Each of the Chitume centers will have about up to 100 virtual desktop infrastructure, that's what we're calling VDI, with broadband connectivity. We will also ensure that it has reliable power, security, and program coordinators drawn from the existing TVET structures. We are working very closely with the Ministry of Education, State Department of TVET, and also the TVETA Authority, and the CEO of TVETA has been with us. I think he's also here. This is one program that we are envisioning to be a successful pilot to open more opportunities for us. One of the challenges we still have, and looking forward to collaborate with you, is to identify some of the global challenges in terms of talent, because many other destinations have a deficit of talent, and we have surplus as a country. So if we are able to identify this gap and we provide the necessary skills, we'll be able to match our youth with those opportunities. So support from digital job providers, of which many of them are already working with us, will help to maximize the infrastructure that we are rolling out in our TVET institutions. Our objective is to deploy at least two in every county, so that we are able to enable our youth access global opportunities. Each center will have two main programs. The first is the Chitume class training component, which is aimed at providing enhanced training on skills for the digital economy to enable our youth access advanced digital skills. The class will feature both physical and virtual program delivery, which is delivered both by government and also our partners. The second component is the Chitume Kasi, which is a work or hub center to provide environment to access digitally enabled jobs sourced both locally and internationally. We've worked before in the past with MasterCard Foundation, and we have very good success, having reached over 1.2 million youth. And over 70,000 of them have got opportunities to work online. Since the official launch of the Chitume program by His Excellency the President in December 2023, the program has deployed over 44 Chitume centers in TVET institutions with over 4,400 devices deployed. We still have over 15,000 other devices to be deployed, and we are working very closely with our counties and even our members of parliament and leaders to ensure we get the right publicity for this program. Further, 15 centers have been officially launched, and the trainings are taking place in those centers. We are beginning to witness the first job uptake by the initial cohorts, with over 150 young people already earning. We have one successful center in Nakuru called Leash AI, which has shown very strong and encouraging results of young people being able to earn and work for foreign institutions from here in Kenya, earning even in foreign currencies. Plans are underway to deploy a Chitume Center here in Kwale, I believe this Thursday, at Kinangop Technical and Vocational College. And we are also going to deploy one Wi-Fi in one of the markets this Thursday. Further, the National Digital Master Plan outlines how government will deliver digital services through the digitization of government records, 50 billion records. That's a huge undertaking, and as CEO Icta mentioned, we'll be rolling out the digitization of records, but at the same time, digitalization, so that we can start experiencing digital environment as we go along digitizing the other records. Our CS mentioned yesterday, we already have very encouraging progress in terms of digitalization with over 4,000 now 200 services being available online, and we have already identified the over 5,000 services, and we are very optimistic by end of June we will have over 5,000 services available to citizens online, and you are able to go and see ministry by ministry and even which counties and which specific services are already online. It's my hope that this sector will provide ideas that will guide the policies as discussed. TESPOC, we will work very closely to ensure that as we talk about data, we talk about the future of work, we really address the issue of digital infrastructure. One of the concerns we've got from those who are able to bring jobs to this country is the issue of reliability of our infrastructure. And so we share this concern. Fiona, as you mentioned, this is a very important concern because it affects our agenda for digitalization. It affects our ambition of creating jobs through the online infrastructure. To facilitate provision of e-enabled services across the country, the government has continued to expand the reach of fiber optic backbone infrastructure across the country, and we are committed to work with private sector and also other public sector institutions who are involved in infrastructure development to ensure we realize the addition of 100,000 kilometers of fiber in our country. The government has also prioritized the rollout of the National Addressing System. The ministry, through multi-stakeholder committee, has developed a draft National Addressing System Policy and Bill 2023. The policy seeks to promote the benefits of a national addressing framework to provide for a standardized naming, numbering, and allocation of addresses for all addressable objects, such as streets, properties, parcels of land, buildings, and water bodies in Kenya to facilitate identification and location. This will go a long way in providing more trust in the e-commerce, enabling transactions to be more trustable on the digital platform. Establishing a standardized national addressing system in Kenya will enhance public service delivery, promote e-commerce, spur economic growth, and contribute to the nation's digital transformation agenda and improving the ecosystem. The policy provides for the foundation of the NASC bill, which establishes the legal, institutional, and regulatory framework for addressing in Kenya. The ministry therefore invites relevant stakeholders, members of the public, and all interested parties to provide suggestions, views, and inputs with justifications on the draft NASC policy, and the bill, which is ongoing. Please give us feedback and participate on this so that we don't wait until we conclude the process and you still have some input. So we are inviting you to give us input. The draft policy and bill and the template to guide the submission of public comments are available on the Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy website and the National Communication Secretariat website. So please, you can visit those websites and check, and there is already a template that you can submit. But not later than 13th April 2023, and we have an email provided there which you can give us feedback, and we'll do the same for the other issues that have been raised in due course. So digital skills and the jobs for the future is an area of interest to us as a ministry. As we lay all in this infrastructure we are talking about, connecting every county, which we have already done so far, all counties are already connected with fiber. A good number of our sub-counties are already connected with also fiber. We now want to connect every ward. So with this connection, we want to ensure there is value. The first value is to our mobile network operators. They can plug in and ensure that their base stations are connected to fiber, ensuring we can enjoy 4G and better services across the country. Secondly, we want to ensure we can utilize this infrastructure to support also the ISPs. We have several registered ISPs by CA. We want to ensure they can utilize this infrastructure to provide more connectivity. We have about 700,000 broadband connectivity in the country. We think with the infrastructure we have and collaborating with other public agencies like Kenya Power, we should be able to improve from 700,000 to 2 million within a very short time. We also think with that infrastructure we have in place in every county, we should be able to find a mode in which we work with both the ISPs and the mobile network operators to increase, to actually realize the 25,000 public free Wi-Fi across the country. With that, we will be opening more opportunities for our people to access the digital space and be able to access global opportunities. With the 1,450 digital hubs, our youth will be able to access global opportunities. The missing gap is skill training, and we have so many partners here who have discussed with us and are ready to ensure that our youth and those who are interested to equip themselves with skills are able to do so. So we'll be running several programs to ensure that we prepare our youth not only for the current jobs, but also for the future. So most of the work in the future will be remote. Majority of our youth will be able to work for global companies without having to travel across our borders, and so we must enable them by providing connectivity. We must enable them by ensuring they have the right digital skills to do those work. We invite our technology partners to work with us, and we are committed ensuring that the necessary policy and legislative work is also addressed. So I look forward to also getting feedback as we discuss about the future of work, to know what more do our ministry needs to do, what more do we need to do in respect to coordination, which is an issue which has come out that we need to enhance, because if we all work together, we can make Kenya a talent capital. Yesterday, somebody quoted a country, India, and indicated that India has provided most of the leaders in the tech space. Most tech companies are led by people with their origins in India. We think as a country, if we implement the plans that we are discussing here, Kenya in a few years will be in a similar position that will be talking of a tech company and their global CEO will have a relationship with our country. Together we can achieve that. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much for that, PS Engineer Tanui. Of course, as we did, another round of applause for him. Of course, speaking to both the ambition and the intention of this government and the administration as they move forward with their plans for digital skills in this particular space, I'd like to call upon our next speaker, Dr. Mark Matunga. He's the president and CEO of the Africa Center for Advanced Technology and chairman of the Cyber Security Institute. A round of applause for Dr. Matunga as he comes on stage.
Good morning, everyone. I believe it's still morning. Yes. PS, thank you for the presentation. Honorable members from the Senate, from Parliament. I've seen my friend Beatrice there. My name is Mark Matunga. I come from Fangano Island in Lake Victoria. I believe that is the center of the universe. That is where God lives, and he visits other places during the day. And so I believe today God will be with you in this meeting. When I was asked to speak, I was given 20 minutes. Just before I came, I was told that I have 5 minutes. And as I was coming, I saw a text that you have 2 minutes. And the 2 minutes are over. So what I'll do, I'll just focus on one particular item that the PS talked about, and that is Jitume, the online job intervention that we are making in that space. The Ministry of ICT, together with Communications Authority, together with ICTA, together with TVETA, that's TVET Authority, led by Konza Technopolis. One thing I don't know whether it's Technopolis or it's Technopolis. You guys will guide on really the correct pronunciation for that. Basically put together a program called Jitume and brought in private sector. You heard the PS mention a center in Nakuru, which I have an interest in, and I co-chair the efforts that we're doing in Nakuru under Leash AI Center. And what we're doing with Jitume now, the organization, the government agencies that I've mentioned, basically deploy IT equipment and infrastructure in these institutions. Then they offer the initial skills training that the PS has just mentioned. We come in as private sector partner to bring in jobs from all around the world. And by the way, I can confidently say that in terms of the online job or outsourcing job destination, Kenya is among the top 10. I thought you could clap for that. Thank you. And you don't have to clap for this, but I think that Kenya is among the top 5. And I'm certain, in some cases, that Kenya rates among the top 3. Why? Because of the work that you do, because of the skills and the labor force that we have in Kenya. Interestingly, because of the English we speak and how we, that I won't say loud. We are competing with countries like South Africa, the Philippines, and obviously competing with India, not China that much. And so there are a lot of jobs that actually come into Kenya. These are jobs, and I'll be careful not to breach any contractual issues here. These are jobs that cover all sorts of, the whole spectrum, from basic data entry to fairly advanced jobs like annotation of autonomous cars, that is self-driven or self-driven cars. If you know, of course, I won't mention companies, big global companies that are actually sending their jobs to be done in Kenya. And I won't be so loud to say that a lot of the autonomous car annotation is actually happening in Kenya. Some of it in Nakuru, some of it along Mombasa Road, some of it in Westlands. That is just to give you sufficient confidence that the kind of workforce and the skills that we have in Kenya is just amazing. And so then what we do with Jitume, once the students at the TVET institutions where the government has installed these labs are done with the basic training, which is usually about 2 to 3 weeks, we then come in with the jobs that we have. I can tell you that I think right now we have over 20,000 tasks to be carried out, and again, a whole range of things. We then train these students. Remember, these are students, TVET students, who are also taking their courses. And you do not have to be an IT expert, or you don't have to be a computer science student. You can be studying something else, business. You could be a clergy like myself, doing something else. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I know why you're laughing. You could be a clergy like myself, but we actually train you, so long as you can handle a laptop, you can handle a mouse, you are able to actually identify basic tasks and carry them out on a digital platform. We train you for about 3 weeks, after which you are handheld, enrolled on a program whereby you're given tasks to actually carry out. PS would tell you that we are now on our second week. Of the 44 labs that have been deployed, because we are going systematically, we have already covered 9 of them in terms of on-the-job and online job training. And the earning is already happening. On average, the first week, now that we're on the second week, they're paid every Thursday. They're very excited. They're paid in dollars. It's the amount of time that actually you put in and the tasks that you're able to complete. That is computed on a platform, and every Thursday they receive their payment. On average, right now, this being second week, I think they're averaging $9 a week based on the amount of time they put in. But on mature, on maturity in terms of tasks and skills that actually you develop, you can earn up to $100 a week. And that is really our target with these young people that we are training. We're looking at over 1 million of them in the next 2 to 3 years, and I think we'll reach that number sooner. The challenges that many of them face is because they're basically just using the labs. And the labs are open 24 hours. They work on 3 shifts, 8 hours segment. We're hoping that they'll be able to actually work 8-hour segment. But for now, they can put in maybe 3 to 4 hours, and they're able to actually earn money. And part of that money, they intend to actually pay for their own school fees at the TVET institution to actually be able to advance in the courses that they're taking. But they also use part of that money to actually save, because the intention is after they graduate, when they'll no longer be students in those institutions, they want to actually be able to buy their laptops and continue with this kind of assignment and work outside the school. And that puts us into the second phase of what all of you need to continue to support, and that is freelance job, online job market. Right now, there are over about 27,000 young people from across the country that are working from the comfort of their rooms, their homes, across the country. And they basically just go on platforms, and on these platforms, they're able to actually get tasks. Some of them form groups around tasks and are able to actually work on those tasks, advanced tasks, basic tasks, and still be able to actually earn money. The future is bright. I believe that this is basically the best segue that we've been talking about, whereby government, private sector come together to advance the elusive aspect of academia or training and jobs. I believe that with the work that the government is doing in opening up the country, connecting different locations. By the way, PS, Mfangano is not yet connected by fiber. I'm making a public appeal. I know Communications Authority has money. Madam Senator, you'll help me on that, so that Mfangano Island is connected by fiber. Right now, we are spiritually sorted, but we need the we need the connection. I am a fisherman, and as I conclude, I appeal to you, with the hubs that the government is setting up, and even as private sector and the civil society also come in to set up a lot of these hubs across the country, not just in the TVET institutions. I can tell you that in addition to the training that we're also offering, and many of you are offering these trainings, these young people in this country have a hope and have a future. And that is what we must just do, because there is no other way. We don't have other factories where we'll be taking these guys to actually secure jobs. But right now, if a young person can be earning $100 a week, working from the comfort of their homes or wherever they are, it is then something that actually will occupy them and earn a living from that particular revenue. And so I encourage you to join hands with government and other players to actually advance this particular initiative in creating opportunities for the young people. And if you do what you must do, and I do what I must do, the sky will be the lower limit for our young people in Kenya and around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Dr. Matunga, of course, took what he would have done in 20 and 10 and did it in less than that. Thank you so much. And also for speaking to the fact that, yes, God could have given the Israelites manna from heaven, but Wi-Fi in Mfangano, that's why he draws the line. He's like, for that one, you need to talk to your PS. That one, he can't handle. And it's a good thing the PS is here. He will definitely look into that particular issue as well. Let's move it quickly along to our panel discussion for this particular session. I'd like to call on stage the moderator for that particular panel, Caroline Omware, Senior Researcher at Kala Limited. A better round of applause for her. I can see her gang is there. I could hear it, but the rest of the room, we will definitely applaud her. And she'll come on stage and introduce the rest of her panel as well.
Hello, hello. Thank you for that introduction. As he stated, my name is Caroline Omware, and I work for an organization called Kala that is leading Africa's digital transformation. I'm also the principal investigator on a project called Fair Work in collaboration with Oxford University, where we rate digital labor platforms on how fairly they treat their platform workers and whether they're working in a dignified and fulfilling environment. So I'd like to introduce my panel very quickly. Okay, I'd like to start with Andrew Muriuki, who is the Commissioner for Public Service Commission. As he comes up, I would also like to call on to Dr. Monica Keretz Kamau, who is the Academic Director of Thunderbird School of Global Management and an ICT policy expert. Also introducing Sneha Shah, who's the CFA at Moringa School. And Anthony Karanja, who's the Program Manager, Scholars Program at MasterCard Foundation. Karibu. We also have Conrad Stein, who's the CTO and Leader Systems Engineering at Cisco Sub-Sahara Africa. We also have Patricia Kamei, who's the Deputy Director, Human Resource and Administration at the Communications Authority. And last but not least, we also have Felix Ropp, who's the Tech Lead at Financial Services at Safaricom. Okay, so our panel is also a football team. So we'll see how we can manage time as well as the conversation and discussions that we're going to have. Dr. Mark has stated quite some interesting statistics and numbers in regards to trainings that are being done on the TVET level. And I guess it seems like there's quite a churn of an output of a lot of, because he'd mentioned I think there's a target of 1 million, which of course will impact everybody here on this stage. So I guess maybe the first question I would like to ask, and I'll throw it out there, maybe Monica, you can pick it up, is, do you feel like the future of work in Kenya is digital? And if so, how will the adoption of digital labor technology reshape the nature of this?
Thanks for that question, Carol. And maybe just to start by saying, with Thunderbird, we're also looking at, in cooperation with ILO, looking at the future of work in relation to platforms. So Mark has spoken about it. But the future of work is digital, but it's also non-digital. So we think about gig work. And we talk about gig work generally, and there's a lot of work that has been done by the GIZ, by MasterCard Foundation, by Moringa. There's quite a number of you here doing a lot of that around the gig economy. When we talk about the gig economy, it's about the economy that's both online and offline. And so the future of work is gig work, both online and offline. I think it's important to state that. Many times we only focus on the online, but it's also offline. So the future of work is that. I'm going to stop this. I don't talk too much and allow everybody else. I'm going to answer straight to the question.
Yes, maybe we can also throw the question to Sneha as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. So first of all, let me dispel some myths. As Moringa, we don't sell vegetables. Moringa, as you know, is a superfood, and we are here to supercharge the Kenyan youth. Secondly, we are a TVET, so even if you're in Mfango Island, we can take students from there. So during COVID, we really transitioned to provide online training. So whether you are from Turkana or from the coast, you can come and enroll with Moringa. Thirdly, I know we all get carried away with numbers. Just this morning, I saw a big headline in Business Daily saying that there are still 3 million unemployed people in Kenya, of which more than 50% are the youth between ages of 20 to 29. So there is, of course, a big volume problem. But remember, we are working in a global economy, and we have to compete with people from India or people from Eastern Europe. So quality will matter, and that's what we as Moringa do. So we've been doing this for the last 7 years. We've only produced 7,000 graduates, so we're taking baby steps, but we are now ready to scale. And we are producing, using a 5-month boot camp in software engineering or data science, we are able to place our graduates into dignified jobs. Our workers, our graduates, they start on a starting salary of 40,000 shillings a month, which is obviously much higher than the average minimum wage. But with every year of experience, these salaries double. So a Moringa graduate with 3 years of experience is earning as much as 120,000 shillings a month, which is a decent salary. And now to scale, we're really glad and honored to join the Jitume program. And we'd like to see the people to watch this space.
Okay, thank you for that, Sneha. So in regards to access, yes, so there are programs, there are trainings going on. But then when it comes to access to the digital economy, how do we increase information about this? Or maybe in a different way, how can businesses and governments ensure that no one is left behind in this new digital economy? Andrew, maybe you could answer this.
Thank you very much. My name is Andrew. I work for Public Service Commission. This is the constitutional commission that deals with matters to do with HR in the public service. So the discussions that are here are very relevant because the workers, as the CS said yesterday, it is the public servants that are responsible to make it possible for the private sector to thrive. So yes, the workers in the public sector are very, very important so that then the skills they have are the ones, I'm saying we need to reskill the public workers. And we are happy to hear that the government has actually spent a lot of money to deal with matters of infrastructure development, that is ICT infrastructure development. We are happy to hear the very many efforts that are being put up by the government so that every Kenyan and every corner of Kenya is well served by the infrastructure, the hotspots that are available, that are being put up, the rollout of the 100,000 kilometers all the way to Mfangano, all the way to Turkana. During COVID, Public Service Commission was required to recruit over 10,000 health workers. And previously, we used to make sure that if you're called for interview, you have to travel from all corners of Kenya and come to CBD Nairobi to be able to attend an interview. Here was a situation where you could not travel, COVID. We had to rapidly go online, adopt what everybody must have done in their business area of Zoom and the other platforms, so that somebody from whichever part of the country then could be able to attend our interviews in Nairobi. We were able to recruit over 13,000 workers, the nurses, the doctors that were deployed all over the country to be able to carry out the rapid initiative on COVID. It is very important that that infrastructure is available in all parts of the country, because sometimes we had problems in some regions, and I'm happy the government have really upscaled this infrastructure so that therefore nobody gets left behind in recruitment. Somebody in Turkana needs a chance to come and work for government. Somebody in all the parts of the country needs to come and work in the government. I still have one more, and this is on matters to do with partnerships with you as the private sector players. And these are issues of internship. I don't know whether it was mentioned here before. We are looking forward to be able to offer 20,000 internships to our young people. Remember, when that young person who has the skills is the one we are looking to join government as a talent. And when they join, they are coming to innovate and to push government to be able to introduce smart working systems. So I think we'll be approaching you soon so that we can then be able to roll out this internship program. Right now, we're only taking 5,000. We're looking to upscale that to 20,000. And the reason being is that that digitally enabled young person then can join the public service with the right skills to be able then to contribute to be proper digital workers. Thank you very much.
Anthony, what is your take on this as a member of the private sector?
Mic check, 1, 2. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anthony Karanja. I work at the Mastercard Foundation, and I coordinate our strategy planning and our digital economy work. So allow me first to give a background of who the Mastercard Foundation is. So we are an international organization, NGO, that works in 7 African countries and also in Canada. So Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Ghana, Senegal, and Nigeria. And our mission is to enable young people, 30 million young people into dignified and fulfilling work, 21 million of whom are young women. In Kenya specifically, we seek to enable 7 million young people into dignified and fulfilling work, 5 million of whom are young women. I think for us, this is an audacious task that we have embarked on since 2019. And we work, particularly in Kenya, in 4 sectoral areas. So there is MSME enterprises, where we seek to enable young people into enterprises and how can they build enterprises. We are cognizant that agriculture is the backbone of our economy, contributing to 70% of the GDP. So how can we, what we call, make agriculture sexy for young people and introduce them to agriculture, the entire value chain of agriculture? But in the workforce development space, how can we enable young people have the right skills to be able to transition into work? But more specifically and more closer home in this conversation today is on the digital economy. That we are cognizant that digital economy will not only create digitally enabled work, but has digital jobs that young people can thrive on. We began our work in 2019, and we had one of our flagship programs it's a PPP with the government, the Ajira Digital Program. Together with our partners from the Kenya Private Sector Alliance and Immobilis, we have so far been able to train over 400,000 young people into digital skills, and 70,000 are currently working. This is interesting for us because it's more on the basic digital skills, but we have been able to see that young people have an appetite for digital work and the digital platforms, particularly in in a space where digital skills is not easily and readily available within our educational system. So we have seen young people coming in doing data entry annotation, but over time, because of the dynamic nature of the digital economy and the lucrative nature, have been able to scale up and go up the value chain. So one of the key things that we are cognizant of is that training is important and needs to be readily available. Currently, it's not. So how can we, the business sector and government, also work together to ensure that there is relevant but updated content that young people can take advantage of? Right now, there's aspects of AI. So how can our adaptive training take into consideration aspects of AI and incorporate that in training so that our young people can be agile? 87% of our young people don't transition into tertiary education, right? Only 13% go to TVET and universities. And this is 7% get into the job market, right? Informal. COVID time, it's recorded about 2 million people lost jobs in the informal sector, right? So we need to figure out how can we enable this big backbone of the economy, have the requisite digital skills to be able to drive, right? Kudos to the ministry with what they're doing with the infrastructure and also the Jitume program. But we also need to think about what happens to these young people who do not transition into the TVET institutions. How can we enable them to have the right digital skills to be able to survive? FKE recently released, Federation of Kenya Employers released a survey and said, by 2030, 50% of all jobs in Kenya will be delivered digitally. So digitally enabled digital jobs. Make your pick. This is interesting because for a young person to survive and to acquire a job, they require a digital skill, right? So it's important for us to work together, that not leaving it to the training institutions, but also training institutions, businesses, and government collaborating to ensure that we have relevant and updated training curriculum. But also, picking up, it's important to ensure that we're not just training, but where are the jobs? We need to avail jobs. Young people are tired of being trained certificates piling, and there are no jobs. We need to figure out how can we create the jobs. So also amazing with what the government is doing in terms of digitization. And one of the key things that we have learned from our work in the Ajira Digital Project is some piece of work we did as a proof of concept with a judiciary pilot, where we spoke to the judiciary and they gave us 3 cases from 3 towns, Nairobi, Mombasa, and Kisumu, to digitize, so enabling them to digitize their court files. This was successful because we enabled 1,500 young people to access jobs, but we also did some transformation there because we reduced the lead time. For example, if I'm looking for my case file from any of these towns, previously it will take me a minimum of 60 days to access these files if by any chance I'm successful. Or it could be, or the cases could be dusty and could not be readable. But right now, that timeline has been reduced to over 12 days. So it's important for us to think about where are these jobs. And one of the key things that we are doing as a foundation is we're asking ourselves, how can we make Kenya a global destination for gig work, rivaling India and the Philippines? Because it's possible, but how can we churn and ensure that young people have the right skills, but we are connecting them to work?
Okay, thank you for that, Anthony. Conrad, do you have the same experience as what Andres described, being also trainers in the same space?
Yep, definitely. I think, from Cisco's side of things, I think, we heard everybody speak about digital inclusion, infrastructure build-out. I think also from online and e-learning experiences. From Cisco, as part of our country digital acceleration program, it's very key for us to focus on all of these initiatives.
Could you kindly just speak up a bit? We can't hear you.
Yeah, sure. And I think it's very important for us to focus around all of these aspects. When we look at the country digital acceleration program, it's all around our purpose. And our purpose is really to drive a powered, inclusive future for all. Now, I know everybody in the room knows us as a technology company, but it's really using our technology to provide secure connectivity to close the digital divide, to do it sustainably. So we include everybody in that process. And, you know, we just celebrated our Net Academy's 25-year anniversary. And across Middle East Africa, we've impacted 6.4 million lives. So it's really, you know, driving that next generation skills, etc. And I know later on we'll touch around the new emerging technologies and the skills required to come into that market. So definitely, yes.
Okay, thank you. So what do we feel are the benefits of digitizing the Kenya labor ecosystem? Felix.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Felix Rop, leading the Financial Services Technology team in Safaricom. That's the team that ensures that M-Pesa is always on with the other financial services platforms and secure for our customers to be able to transact. So back to the question. So to start, basically, in Safaricom, we've seen a lot of benefits around digitization of workflows and integrations. An example being the Daraja platform, where we have about 60,000 developers who continuously build and integrate SMEs to M-Pesa for customers to be able to transact. And we've seen also a number of companies coming in through our app channels, integrating on the M-Pesa Super App, where it is in line with our purpose of always connecting people to opportunities, connecting people to information, and connecting people to people. When it comes to the labor market, actually, digitization brings on board a lot of efficiencies. We are going to have a portal by digitizing the labor market where all the other organizations, both public and private sector, can get into that portal. You are able to get the different resources there, the different skill sets, and by doing so, then it becomes easy to recruit different talent with the different skill sets. Ideally, there is a lot of evolution around technology, and I know there are a number of questions that have come up. What is the future with this AI coming up and all these technologies coming up? Are we going to lose our jobs? Actually, that might not be the case, because our talent would ideally, or our human resources would need to upskill and reskill for them to be able to catch up. And by having now a pool where employers are able to identify the skills and are able to actually pick the right skill, check the right competence, and pick the right resources, then it becomes easy for the institutions to have the right talent. So there is a lot of advantage that comes with digitization of the human workforce in terms of the platforms being used for that.
What's your take on this, Monica?
Hello, can you hear? Okay, so I think my take is opportunities there. Opportunity first for women. I'm a woman, and I want to think about gender and the role of gender in the the tech space. I think first of all, I must congratulate the team here because we now have at least 34% of women that are participating in this particular ICT summit, or connected summit, compared to last time. I think 34 speakers are women, and last year I think it was 9. So, already a start. But really thinking through the tech space, and really what we talk about when we talk about gender, what it is allowing is for women to participate. And it's important for us to think through the gendered ways in which women are not participating, even in the offline work. And ICT allows for women to participate, at least in the offline, without the traditional barriers that exist offline. So for me, the opportunity, I'm going to speak from a gendered lens, is very big for women. And encouraging that a lot of the tech companies here begin to see how can they involve women from the grassroots to the higher levels participating. And I know that with Moringa, they're beginning to think through women. I know you have a big chunks. I think a third of your traineeship is from women. That's still low for engineering and that sector, but we're doing something. At Thunderbird School of Global Management, which is where I am, and as an academic director for Africa, our thought process around seeing women participate. We have a program called 100 Million Learners, where we also try and ensure that we are inclusive of women. So I think important that we think through women, and also thinking through the fact that even women who endure violence have an access, a way in which to be able to access technology to allow us to deal with women who suffer from violence as well. So I thought I'd bring in the gendered angle here.
Thank you. So let's segue a bit into upskilling and reskilling of people within this ecosystem. What strategies do we feel can be implemented to upskill and reskill the Kenyan youth, in addressing some of our skills shortages. As we've seen, we are competing with quite heavy hitters globally. Maybe Conrad or Anthony could address this.
Thank you very much for that question. I think, allow me to start by saying, we did a survey with our Ajira Digital Program work, and we are cognizant that 1.9 million young people are operating in the gig economy in Kenya, working both locally and internationally. 70% of this 1.9 million are self-taught. They did not go to a formal Moringa school or Thunderbird or Immobilis to access its training. One of the questions we're asking ourselves, why is this, right? And we are cognizant that digital skills training is very expensive, right? For very many young people, particularly those who are living below $1.25 every single day. So it's important for us to begin from that starting point. How can we make this training affordable and accessible to young people, okay? Then how can we enable the already existing young people working in the gig economy already? How can we enable them to upskill? One of the challenges that they are facing, particularly from local companies, is you do not have a certificate or a degree, and therefore we cannot give you work. So they prefer working internationally because they do not have those challenges. So they are able to bid for work with their portfolio that they have accrued over time, over single time. So we need to have another conversation of how can we enable young people to work and bid for work with their portfolio, microcredits, for example. And this will enable more young people to work. But also now going back to the aspects of skilling, how can we make affordable and relevant skilling currently? But beyond skilling, my mentor tells me every single day, technical skills will get you the job, but soft skills will get you fired. So we need to see how, for example, how can we enable most of these young people who are working in the gig economy have the soft skills to continue to keep this job? I was in the breakout session for the cybersecurity yesterday, and that's something that came up yesterday, that young people do not know how to sell themselves, market themselves, package themselves. So how can we incorporate soft skills training in our technical skills curriculum so that we enable young people to package themselves, to bid for work, and to be astute in the space to be able to handle these jobs? That's one of the things that we need to be able to crack as an industry to enable young people to scale up that value chain.
Okay, so before we move to Conrad, I just wanted to ask you a follow-up question because you've mentioned micro-badging. How then do we standardize this so that somebody who's working in Kenya has the same standard or level of badge that is recognized as somebody who's working in India or China or somewhere else?
I don't have the answer for that, but that's the place where there lies an opportunity that we need to work together. As I began my previous submission, we need to work together as both the demand side and the supply side, so that's training institutions, government, and businesses, to demystify this space and to create a platform where this can begin to work, right? That we can evaluate these skills that young people are having, this platform, the portfolios that they've been able to garner over time, and see how can we credentialize it, for example, if that's the way we need to go, or enable them to have this portfolio and to bid for their next job. But also cognizant that young people might not want to work in the gig economy for long. They might want to transition into formal economy. So how can we enable them with their portfolio to transition into their formal economy over time? That's something we need to ponder on and to talk about.
Yes, Neha.
Just to add to the point about standardization, where Anthony, you said you might not have the answer, but I have some points on that. On the standardization, so first of all, again, coming back to quality training, because that's what will put us on the global landscape. So like in our case, for example, when we started, we had developed our own content, which was fine to begin with. But then we found that that content was becoming outdated, and we needed to keep with the global trends. So what we did last year is we partnered with the leading bootcamp out of the US. They're called Flatiron School. And we struck a deal where if a student enrolls with Flatiron School in New York, they are paying $18,000 for a 5-month boot camp. We struck a deal where we're providing exactly that same curriculum, that same learning management platform, but delivered by experienced Kenyan tutors at a price which is a tenth of that course cost. So at $1,500. So, very affordable. And you can see the ROI where the starting salary of our graduate is like somewhere at $300, so the payback is within 6 months. That's the first point. The second point in terms of standardization for upskilling, reskilling is certification. So even here, trends are changing where if one wants to get employed by a bank or one of the big tech companies or a startup, they don't really want to look at your papers, your degrees or your diplomas. Maybe government still looks at that, but not the private sector. But the private sector look for certification. So in fact, today we're also very happy to announce that we become the second training partner for AWS in Kenya. So we're providing cloud certifications, etc. So that also helps. And then in terms of reskilling, we run the Digital Academy for Safaricom, doing various cutting-edge modules like blockchain, AI, machine learning, etc. So, with this focus on quality, the certification, partnering with the right minded institutions globally, then we're able to really take our place in the global landscape many steps up.
Yeah, thank you. So from a public sector lens, Patricia, what are the best practices and policies for preparing individuals for the future of work around the world, but Kenya specifically?
Thank you. I just want to take from where he picked up on standardization. The issue of certification is really important. There is a push to have cost of training lowered in terms of having it accessible even to the youth. Talking on a sticky issue, maybe on lowering or waiving of taxes on ICT equipment, ICT technology, so that we can have that affordable and cheaper, and it's scaled down to everybody. So I know the government is keen on that, on having accessibility, having ICT as a focus, and I like the blend that we can introduce entrepreneurial skills into our curriculum from engineering in all tech courses. There's need to introduce a curriculum on entrepreneurship and integrity, on ethics, because as much as we have all this coming up, we have higher challenges again on security, cyber hacking, so how can we tap it for the good of Kenya? So it's a good thing. To support ICT, there's need to have the power backups, so we need to have infrastructure like electricity or solar, because without that, yes, you can have your technology, but what will you power it up with? So it goes hand in hand together. In CA, we have our Universal Service Fund, and we are trying to reach out to the unserved and unreached areas, because it's one thing to have a digital school, but if you don't have technology, if you don't have access, if you don't have infrastructure, then it doesn't help. So that's one of the ways that we are working towards everyone having access to technology. Yeah.
Okay. I guess then I would ask a follow-up question to Felix, because you're part of the last mile in this ecosystem. Based on what Patricia shared, then what exactly is what part would you play in that?
Yeah, thank you. As mentioned earlier, our purpose is to transform lives through connectivity. Then we come in on the connectivity piece as Safaricom, where we continue to evolve our technologies. Recently, we've started testing the 5G technology. But again, I know there are a number of customers who would want to have the fixed piece coming in, example being Monica, who's been pushing for it so much. And it's really good that we have customers who keep challenging us to do that. But again, going back to our youth, our developers down there, looking at the percentage of youth that are in the tech industry, 35% or lower, becoming 35% in terms of age becoming less than 30 years. It really becomes very important for us to look at taking connectivity to their space, where they're able to do everything from their place of where they stay. And as Safaricom, we are really pushing hard to ensure that we can get connected, we can get to connect these customers. But again, it's not an individual contribution. We need a lot of players in the industry where we come in as all the players who offer connectivity to the customers to have standards and frameworks that allows us to connect these customers without necessarily having to come in as single players competing, but with a framework, then it becomes easy for us to collaborate together, share the infrastructure, and get these connections with the customers. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've had, I've had conversations about AI and blockchain since we started yesterday. I just want to find out what impact this sort of technologies or emerging technologies here will have on the future of work in Kenya. Sure, Monica.
I think first of all, education has to change, and that means changing how we teach. Connecting things together is what AI and blockchain is doing. And that means we need to rethink how we learn from silo mentality. Because you can no longer allow silo mentality to dictate how we think with AI and blockchain. It means now science is connected to policy, it's connected to education, it's connected to health, connected to engineering. And so we then need to reconfigure our education system to also begin to say, and faculty, to begin to be more open about how we connect things together. Connecting things then speaks to data, because then becomes the interconnection of data, and how data then becomes knowledge that is available to things. So I think important that we go back to our learning institutions and start there to begin to say, how do we learn and how can we better learn? And I think I want to challenge especially teaching institutions to begin to think through retraining and upskilling faculty. We talk about upskilling students. We never talk about upskilling faculty. Who is teaching in the TVETs? If they are not getting access to thinking and re-understanding the technology space, what will they teach? You can only teach what you know. And so we need to go back and say, how are we teaching in this country? And how are we learning in this country to understand technology to be able to do this? So I think I wanted to just bring in that component. There's a lot of courses being provided by many institutions. How can they speak to each other? How do we make sure that policy makers, GIZ has a program for policy makers, GIZ has a program for non-policy makers, MasterCard has a program for, Thunderbird has a program that's free for anybody, 100 million learners, free on soft skills. Available. What we see most of the times with a lot of these programs is there's an announcement, it's up to you to choose to take it, but when you go in, how long do you stay the course to learn? If you look at the longevity of learning with the availability of online available programs, it's short. Many students don't complete the course. Many people start and don't finish with a lot of these programs. So encouraging us to think through finishing, but also thinking through how we can interlink a lot of the available opportunities that exist.
Snare, any opinion on this?
Yeah, so just on AI. So first of all, you know, as Kenya, we have experience in working with AI. And you know, there are many companies out there like Cloud Factory, Samasource, etc., who are employing thousands of workers doing AI. But let's also be cognizant. We talked about dignified work of the kind of work that they're doing. They're just imagine sitting in front of a computer with a mouse and just sort of looking at digital imaging. I mean, one could view it from an angle of, being like a sweatshop. And, as Kenya, we are much smarter, we're much, above that. So let's not be satisfied with mediocrity. Let's not produce talent that is just doing that manual work. I think, we have smart youth talent here who have capability to actually start their own AI companies who can maybe outsource to other countries like Philippines or India or wherever to do that manual work. So I think, we should once again focus on quality. So for example, our graduates, we give them all sorts of opportunities to work with private sector or government or companies like Safaricom, etc. When we put to them opportunities of doing this kind of digital imaging work with AI, they simply refuse. What I'm saying is that, and the training that we're providing, so for example, we did the free 3-day workshop pre-summit on AI, but that was looking at much more complex education in terms of how to actually develop AI systems as opposed to just use them.
Thank you. My manager says we have quite some limited time left, but I think we can tackle one final question, and that is, now what is the impact, what is the impact of this future of work that we're actually doing in terms of, I guess, mental health? How will the future of work impact work-life balance in the future? Maybe we could start with Patricia, so you're ready.
Thank you. When you talk about work-life balance, in the old working mentality of an 8-to-5 job, it was easy to differentiate your personal work life and your professional life. But as we go into this digital space, I think we'll be having more of work-life integration, where your personal life and your professional life can be harmoniously felt together. This was experienced like during COVID. If I can talk from a gender lens also, like for female employees who can easily multitask, you could be ironing and listening to a conference call. So you're having your priorities harmonized together. So I think the future is maybe work-life integration and maybe not just balance. It is said that from a research that 10% of employees who experience negative social media have a chance of 20% going into depression and mental health. So maybe in the future, like maybe 10 years to come, we are likely to have more mental disorders if we don't deal with it, because there's what you call FOMO, fear of missing out. So you find everybody checking Twitter quickly. You don't want to miss out what is happening. We have IAD, internet addiction disorder. Those are the kind of diseases, instead of like, that are coming. And so there is need to have balance on mental health. We encourage employees, do 25 minutes on a task, take a 5 minutes break. There's sleep deficiency. People do, I don't know if you guys have done watching when Netflix first came. People would watch and you have a sleep disorder that you don't know, but it's affecting you in future. So we don't know how to say no. So there is need for employers to help employees get that balance, even from working at home. I know in France, for example, right now they're accepting 4 working days in a week. How many of you would love that? 4 working days in a week, so that Friday is free. But you must also consider your finances. Are you willing to take less pay for that one day that you won't work? So there are many factors to consider to have your work-life balance and your mental health. Don't forget about that. Yeah, let me give someone else.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. In the public service, I think it's still going to be a big challenge because generally we are used to working in an office from 8 to 5, and that is where the supervision, the allocation of work is basically in that office. This future that we have is people working remotely, and these people then have to be supervised and they have to be able to perform work. I think we are going to have to rethink the issues of is it timesheets, where now people are thinking differently about how do we get to know that this worker who was somewhere at home actually performed the work I gave and is able to show results and all that kind of thing. I think those are issues that we, in the public sector, I think as we're moving forward, we'll have to re-innovate about that kind of situation. Because we are used to going from morning, we go to the office, work 8 hours, then the supervisor is able to see what you were able to do during that time, and then here is a future that is different now. Thank you.
Yes. Hello?
So allow me to come in and chime in, picking up from where Madam and Andrew have spoken. Sorry. One of the key things that we saw even during COVID, yes, people are working from home. right? And it was part of our lives. For example, during COVID, I never took my lunch hour. I was actually working, right? I would work till midnight because there's so much to do and so little time. So I'm at home, but not at home, so my kids could never see me. And this is a reality about very many young people working in the gig economy. They're their own supervisors. For you to earn more, you need to put in a little bit more hours. And therefore, we've seen quite a steep rise in terms of mental issues and diseases, because some of them are relying on caffeine to stay awake and to be able to clock in those many hours to be able to earn more. It's therefore important for us to think about how can we enable them to be in communities. They're already in communities. Let me start by saying that they're already in communities, and in these communities they're helping each other to upskill, to debug, to do a task. So how can you use these informal communities to enable them action aspects of their health, mental health, break the walls of Zoom and the internet, so that there's a feeling of oneness, because most of them are feeling isolated and alone. So how can we use these communities for them to be a place where we can connect beyond our work, but also a place where we can add advocacy channels, that we can advocate for better pay, advocate for better hours, working hours and conditions, for them to be able to thrive within the digital economy.
Monica?
I think it's also important to think about the regulatory issues across the tech space, the gig economy. And when we think about policies, some of these platforms, because we just at Thunderbird looked at the number of platforms that exist in Kenya and the type of work done in Kenya. But some of these platforms also are designed not to facilitate a balanced lifestyle. So the design of the platform itself is how do we regulate this? So what policies can we put in place? The design of the type of work done on the platforms, and how do we ensure that that type of work facilitates a staggered format to allow people to have a balance? But then let's also look at policies and regulations for this country as we think about worker rights. As we think about, what does this mean for tax implications? And I don't want to go into the tax space. I know our president last week spoke about at the Chamber of Commerce rethinking through the entire tax regime within the sector. But nonetheless, I think these are important conversations we must have around how we regulate or not regulate to allow facility, but we must begin to regulate in allowing worker rights to exist. We've seen 2 cases, and quite seminal cases in this country on worker rights. Worker independence, because when you talk about the gig economy, it's about types of work that are independent, non-traditional from employee formats, job format. How do we begin to think through this interrelationship to allow for the rights of the worker? But again, at the same time, how does the national government begin to earn from this, and when should it do so?
Yeah. Okay. Due to lack of time, I know there are 2 specific topics that we've not covered well, but maybe we can, as we wind up, you can individually touch on it as some of your key takeaways from this, which is policy and regulation, and then also gender. But as we move, as we wind up, maybe you can move down. We can start with Felix. What would be your key takeaway in regards to, or what would you want stakeholders to be their key takeaway from what we've shared or discussed today?
Yeah, thank you. So mine is just to say that as we look at being a digital economy, that there is need for us to come up with proper architectures, frameworks, and proper standards that policies engulfed in it that will ensure us to move towards being a digital economy. Basically, it becomes important for us to be on the same page, both public and private sector, hence the need to have that standardization framework that can get us there. Thank you.
Thank you. With our theme on endless opportunities shaping our future, my key takeaway is that as we progress, let no one in the country be left behind. Let access reach the grassroots levels. Yes.
Thank you, everyone. So I think for me, listening to everybody and looking at all of the presentations this morning, I think there's a lot of initiatives on the go already. And I think, what's apparent is it can't be done by a single entity. I think it has to be a public-private partnership. And I think looking at the unemployed youth opportunity, I think entrepreneurship is a very, very big focus area as a single pillar. And I think possibly talking to policy, see how you uplift that entrepreneurship and make it policy to drive small, medium enterprise and startups to take responsibility within the ecosystem. I think also a second pillar for me would be driving innovation. So looking at all of the startups, all of the skills and all of the initiatives to focus around that. And I think the last pillar for me is just education. And it's across the board, across all citizens, all walks of life, starting around the basics of cybersecurity and everything else. And ultimately, I think it's all of us sitting here, it's all matching skills to jobs at the end of the day. Thank you.
For me, and picking up from my predecessors, I would say the digital economy has immense opportunities for each and every one. And therefore, it's imperative that all actors in this room and those who are not here to be able to come together cohesively and work towards ensuring that we reach that person in, you said Migori, or what did you say? Mfangano Island, that we ensure that our interventions actually change lives and impact lives. And I know most of us here are coming from private sector, and bottom line for us will be our EOI. Does it make sense for our EOI? But we also need to ensure that we are impactful within our interventions and that we are all coming together, collaborating. But also picking up from the gendered perspective, we need to be cognizant that for the longest time, young women have been out the door in terms of matters ICT. So how can we ensure that we draw as many young women into the room as we train them and we upskill them within the value chain of digital so that they can be able to participate in the space? Yes, one school of thought would say, give every young person a device. But we had the supporting infrastructure is also a challenge. A young woman in West Pokot will tell you, and with this we were able to validate when we did our study, is that if you give me a device, I will not be able to work at home. Because for me, dignified means that I also need to take care of my house chores at home and my kids at home. That for me is dignified. And therefore, if you give me a device, my husband, my kids would not understand why you're just sitting down and not taking care of things in the house. So I would want to go maybe somewhere, sit 8 to 5, then come back home and do our intervention. So it's important to contextualize our interventions, that it's not a cut-paste, Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, but let's understand what the people who we are dealing with, what do they want here? More of a design-centered thinking. How can we enable opportunities that will be able to change their lives and not be, by the way, there was another initiative that was here a while ago that didn't work. Let's not be another statistic. Let's actually go to the ground and change the lives of the young people because our economy needs us to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. That reminds me of something that we discovered during our research called motherhood penalty, but we'll discuss it.
Yeah, mine is to just resonate with what the Prime Cabinet Secretary ended with yesterday for the three things: growth, sustainability, and equity. And if we take those elements and think about a young woman, a young mother coming from Mfango Island, studying a Moringa School delivered course using Safaricom or Airtel 5G Wi-Fi, delivered by Flatiron School in the US, right? So here we're talking about equity, because no matter what gender, what geographical background, in terms of sustainability, affordability is very key. So, that course is financed by someone like Aspira, who we've partnered with to provide student financing. Having done that course, working from Mfango Island for the Victorian government in Australia, manipulating their data analytics. And that is not the future. That is happening today. We have real life examples of many of our graduates doing that. And then in terms of growth, we are ready to scale that, and we're really privileged to be part of the Jitume program. Obviously, other partners like Safaricom, MasterCard Foundation. So I think with that ecosystem, we have a lot we can achieve in terms of positioning Kenya to be a leader in digital skills for the future of work.
I think my takeaway, one, is let's get more women in the tech space, in the ICT space, in the gig economy. Let's redefine gig economy, more clarity so that we can give worker rights. So for example, the fact that gig economy is offline, there are more different types of specialized work. If we keep asking people for an employment contract, we're not being fair to the fact that people earn work differently. So how do we begin to reclassify our policies for earning work? And so that we can actually have a compendium or a profile of some of the work I have done is this. These are some of the skill sets I have are this. But if we keep asking for people to do a CV with who are you employed by, then we remove a lot of people from that list who are actually have an opportunity to get employed. It's just that it's a different classification. So let's go back and ask ourselves, what are our employer rights and how do they become translated in the gig economy? My first takeaway. My second takeaway is let's get data on the ground. I'm like Mark there, Dr. Mark. I don't live in the city. I think a lot of policymakers and private sector should really be out in the counties, and when you're out in the counties, which is where I am in Machakos, I left Nairobi 8 years ago, you really see the dire need of the youth in this country in towns lacking anything. 90% of the TVETs in most of our country do not have computers in the way we talk about access. I still connect, thankfully, to Thunderbird by data. I don't use Wi-Fi to connect to anything I do in my work life. And that's because I can get someone to pay for it. Most young people cannot afford to pay for data to access work. Let us not talk like people in the city. Let us talk like people who live outside Nairobi and begin to think about what type of access do they have to infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you. My takeaway is that for the digital economy to thrive, we require the collaborations of both the private and the public sector and even the civil society. And that means that like those workers that are going to join government have the right skills so that the bigger pool of the policymakers, when they finally join government, are able to understand the kind of policies, the kind of rules, the kind of regulations they require to be able to put out, to be able to implement so that the private sector can thrive. So we'll be reaching out to you as a private sector for the internship program that we'll be wanting to roll out as a government so that the well-trained young people can therefore get the skills that you have out there. Then when we have that pool of the right workers joining government, then the whole ecosystem then can only thrive. We'll be reaching out to you, so I hope you'll be able receptive when we are crafting the good internship program, how long it's going to take, so that therefore, as Public Service Commission that then recruits all public workers, can be able to get from a pool that is digitally enabled. That would be my takeaway from this seminar. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Do we have time for a question or two from the audience? No. Okay, so just as a close, because we've mentioned several programs, I'd just like to mention that GIZ is launching a few courses, one being navigating the gig economy for workers, and another one is shaping the gig economy for regulators. And in case you need more information about these programs, there's a lovely lady called Pooja who's in the audience. Maybe she could raise her hand up. Yes, and you can inquire more information about these programs from her. So thank you, everyone, for your time. Have a lovely good afternoon, I guess.
A round of applause for them, please. And of course, quite an interesting discussion that has taken place this particular morning into the afternoon. Very interesting, though, by the way, Victoria, I did notice when Patricia spoke about the fact that very many people might want a 4-day working week.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I
How
could hear
we
people
would
in the room like,
absolutely-
yes, that would be so good.
But there's something we didn't do last election cycle.
There was a presidential candidate who had said he could make that happen. So if you didn't vote for Professor Wajakoya, I mean, guys in the room, you had your chance. You let it slip. Choices have consequences. We move on. We move on.
Indeed. So we're about to get into lunch, not the tea break. We've made some adjustments to the program, so allow us to update you on that. Right now it's 12:43, let's say 12:45 right now. We're heading into lunch, and we should be back in this room for the third plenary, which will be on AI by 2 p.m. And that will run until 3:30, and then we'll move into the breakout sessions from there. So we'll give you the details on the breakouts after lunch when we come back for plenary, and of course what will be happening later on in the evening as well.
Okay, speaking of lunch, that will be served at the inner dining area, next to the registration area as well. So that's where you'll be having our lunch. Again, like we said, we come back for a hard start at 2 p.m.
2 p.m.
Okay.
See you then.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Mimi nafanya kazi ya mkokoo, yani beba hapa kwa soko. Hiyo wifi itanisaidia sana juu kama ni customer nitakuwa na posti job yangu, yeye ananituma tu mzigo nampelekea mahali anataka.
Nashukuru sana kwa kutuletea wifi kwa sababu ninakuwa nikigusa pineapple yangu, ninakuwa nikiona wifi hapa.
Siku ya leo tumefurahi sana kwa vile tumeletewa wifi, vile nauzaga apples, watermelon, pineapples. Sasa nitakuwa nasiweka huko kwa Facebook, kwa WhatsApps bila malipo yeyote.
Through hiyo wifi tutaweza kupost vitu zetu na tuuze through online. You sometimes customer wanakuwa kidogo, hatupati kuuza vizuri. So at least tukipost huko nje wataona, tunaonyesha details zetu, niko na till number, I can post.
It will help us in some things like advertising our business, which will help us in improving in our earnings.
Ninafurahi juu umetuletea internet ya free. Sasa kama nafanya biashara, niko na mali yangu hapa, ningetamani mtu wako Nairobi anipee pesa, naweza nikapiga picha, nimsambazie through WhatsApp, ikimpendeza naweza nikamsambazia hata through gari anisambazie pesa. Si ni furaha?
Tushangilieni.
Ni furaha kubwa sana minister kutuletea hii. Asante sana, mimi nimeshukuru sana.
I'm a veteran of this market. I've been here for the last 40 years, and the kind of business that I do, I'm an entrepreneur.
Mimi huuza manguo za mtush kwa watu ambao wanaingia kwa mako na pia zile sales za online.
Kwa hii biashara yangu nimekuwa hapa kama miaka 15.
Nimeshakaa kwa more than 20 years. Biashara yangu ni ya saluni.
Vile hii idea ya wifi ilikam huku, yenyewe ni kitu tulicelebrate sababu data huku wa costly, but wifi venye ilikam ilikuwa at least cheaper. It will help for the first days, tukaweza kuwa tunapost online, Facebook, kwa internet, kwa Instagram pages, so tulikuwa tunapata sales. Na unaona sasa iko kupunguzia gharama ya data na ya dozi yetu tunatumia Credo.
Tumesikia habari ya hiyo wifi na ina manufaa kwetu, ni sababu inatusaidia kucommunicate na customers wetu, kama ni to display vitu zetu, to advertise our items. It is very convenient for us, and especially this time tunaenda mambo ya digital.
Alipotuwekea tulifurahia, juu wenyewe tulianza kuitumia. Vile ilikuja upande wangu imenisaidia na njia ya biashara.
Ilikuwa ni idea poa kwa kila msee hapa kwa soko, because walikuwa wanaweza kuuza hata kwa wale watu wenye hawezi kuja kwa mako, at least connect through internet. Unaona kuna wase wengi una reach out na wanaenda kubuy products zako.
Alitufanyia vizuri kwa maana watu walikuwa wanatumia bundles mingi kwa siku, ndiposa tuweze kuwasiliana na makastoma. Hata saa zingine kama huko karibu unaweza toka nje kukuja ukae hapa ndani uwasiliane na customer kupitia hii wifi.
I study Bible study in a Zoom, and sometimes ukienda kustudy na unakuta bundles zimeisha, sasa narushwa nje ya klasi, so I know it was very effective because I communicate hata kwa Zoom etc. Even my customers, even my children who are out of the country, I would be able to communicate with them.
Sasa tungeomba kama inawezekana angekuja tuongeze hizo bundles. Please tuwe yani tunaitumia. Ndio biashara yetu pia ipate tuuze digitali.
Tungeomba tu hivi connection inaweza ongezewa in a way isikuwe restricted ama limited kwa watu kadhaa, then inaweza kuwa ni poa. Juu wase watakuwa wana enjoy free wifi na watakuwa wanaendelea na bizi zao. So in that way itakuwa inatu help sana.
Nashukuru mwenye alianzisha hii wifi hapa Kenyatta Market.
Today I was honored to be part of ICT Connect Summit 2023. My main purpose here was just to create fun experiential activities to ensure that these guys connect, bond and interact, so that as the conference begins, guys are able to participate freely without a little bit of tension, but everyone is cool.
Balls. And then we had a game that was imitating fiber connection from the sea. So we were able to connect with the people while we were playing the games. Yes, and we interacted so much and we had fun.
One of the activities that we did today is, we actually call it Tap Tap, where it's about connectivity and staying connected and staying alert and doing things with speed.
Connection. So the activities were to create that connection from point A to point B. Yes, so the activities were fun generally.
It's my first summit to attend and I hope it will be good. Today being the first day and it was good. I was able to connect being the aim of the summit. I hope the rest of the days will be good.
Being a summit, guys dressed, you know, a little bit formally, and they were a bit tense in terms of will they be able to participate and all these things, but it has panned out great. The good thing about what we do and how we do it is that we are dynamic and flexible and we adapt. And so even though we were at the beach, as you may even see in some of the pictures, there are people in jeans, there are people in dresses, there are people in beachwear like myself, but we all got to participate in all the activities.
If you are missing this, you are missing a lot. Yes, interacting with the colleagues in the IT, in the digital area, you are missing a lot.
I take this opportunity to welcome you to Connected Summit 2023. We are on location in Diani, Kwale County. We have just teed off the Waziri Golf Tournament, which is the first event of the summit that brings together industry players for networking with the Cabinet Secretary and also other high-profile golf players. We shall be proceeding with the rest of the summit for the rest of the week, where we expect not only serious discussions on matters to do with ICT, but a lot of fun activities that are lined up for everyone. So karibuni sana Diani, and we see you at the summit. Asante.
Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
It is really my pleasure here today to welcome all of us to this year's Connected Summit 2023. Let us connect, let us share ideas to shape our future.
Since 2013, ICT Authority has continued to deliver on critical ICT projects on behalf of the government, facilitating efforts to integrate ICT into public service delivery. We thank the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, for providing the much needed support and guidance to see Kenya leapfrog in ICT development and so become a digital economy.
I am very honored and delighted to join you all for the Connected Kenya Summit 2023 with a very special theme. That's the digital economy, endless opportunities, and also shaping our future. I've personally benefited over the years as a professional through my attendance to this summit. It has shaped my thinking, the expectation by both the public sector and the private sector, and it's become a nurturing place.
This summit comes at a time when collaboration, capacity building, and knowledge sharing between the government and the private sector is critical in hastening the implementation of Government of Kenya Development Agenda. And this is consistent with the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, the plan. As we celebrate these technological revolutions that we are watching across the world, let us not lose the fact that the challenges that the same technology could pose has the capacity to threaten the very essence of humanity.
The intersection between the judiciary and technology presents an opportunity, a great opportunity, to positively transform the Kenyan legal landscape. It is plain to see that in recent years, technology has been advancing at an unprecedented pace, and it will be critical to ensure that the fast pace of technological innovation does not outpace the digitalization of our judicial systems.
We actually have a moral obligation. And we think about this moral obligation, we think about it in 3 pillars. The first pillar is all about the digital divide and connecting the unconnected. And I think many of the speakers brought it up, is as we focus on technologies and advanced technology and digitization, we ensure that we're taking care of the unconnected. we're bridging the digital divide, and I believe that's a moral obligation we have.
I want to believe that in this conference, as we go through Connected, and as I've heard from the PSs and the CSs and the CEOs, one of the things that will come out of here is the next M-Pesa, the next solution, the next innovation, the next spiring into be a hotbed of talent and innovation.
Gradually, the world is moving towards digital economy, and use of ICT has become an essential tool for achieving sustainable development. Thus, this year's theme, Digital Economy, Endless Opportunities Shaping Our Future, is opportune and resonates well with the county government's agenda of leveraging on technology to drive economic growth and enhance service delivery to those at the bottom of the pyramid.
It is indeed my pleasure this morning to be with you here for this very, very important forum, which is now on its 12th edition. May I start by sincerely thanking the Prime Cabinet Secretary for getting time out of his very, very busy schedule to be with us this morning. As government, based on policy postulation that is espoused in our Kenya Kwanza plan, of course, spearheaded by none other than His Excellency the President and ably assisted by the Deputy President and the Prime Cabinet Secretary, in their wisdom, they determined that ICT was going to be a standalone thematic area in our Kenya Kwanza plan. The digital superhighway, ladies and gentlemen, was deemed as a key result area in our plan because ICT is not just an enabler to everything that we are going to do, but it is also a critical success factor moving forward, and perhaps the only means through which we can re-engineer our processes across the board moving forward. Otherwise, we verily believe that working in partnership with you people, we are able to position Kenya effectively as the ICT hub of Africa so that we realize our vision of an empowered and digitalized Kenyan society, so that by extension we position our beloved country effectively in the global marketplace by way of both comparative and competitive advantage.
I assure you that His Excellency the President and the Government of Kenya are committed to providing you with every support required in our partnership. I therefore wish you every success in your work. Introduce technologies that are sustainable to help us move forward. In my village of Mululu and Chamakanga, I don't want people to get excited about something being introduced, and then 2 months later we tell them we have withdrawn that technology that looked very good and that was good, but because we cannot sustain it, it has been withdrawn. Let us not put our citizens in that kind of situation, our businesses in that situation, our hustlers in that situation. The final one is what you are introducing, the technology that you are introducing. Is it broadening inequalities, or is it enhancing equality? If you can answer those three, as a rule of thumb, I think you'll be doing wonders for us. Growth, sustainability, and equality with your technology. God bless you all. I now declare this conference formally open.
My name is Chafet Muri. I'm the CEO at Baran Telecom Networks. We are a customer-centric technology company, providing fit-for-purpose, turnkey smart technology solutions. As a technology partner of choice, we work with our customers through their solution development journey, from design stage, building POC prototype, deploying minimum viable products, all the way to live product deployment. As a result, our customers have not only deployed fiber products, but also streamlined business operations, achieving digital transformation with high impact on net revenues.
The Internet of Things, or IoT, has become a buzz term when referring to the future of technology as the Internet becomes more and more connected with our daily lives. Simply put, IoT refers to a network of devices comprising sensors that facilitate exchange of data and communication with other devices and with the cloud. Safaricom has leveraged its connectivity and experience to become a leader in the IoT space by offering stable, broad coverage and secure connections to IoT devices.
We cover almost 98% both on 2G, 3G and 4G coverage. And we've recently launched our 5G coverage, which will then enable us to cover more for IoT solutions. With narrowband IoT, we can be able to support a longer battery lifetime because of the low power that is inherent within this technology. The other bit is the fact that we're able to penetrate even indoor and the deep areas where we didn't cover ordinarily using other technologies. The other bit is our global footprint. So for instance, telematics as a use case, where you want to manage a fleet of vehicles or asset management that are traversing beyond the borders of our country. We have that coverage enabled today.
Our IoT network enables businesses to improve customer service, reduce costs, increase productivity, improve operations, manage physical assets, and create new revenue streams by leveraging big data.
We at MGAS provide clean and affordable cooking to our customers on a pay-as-you-go basis. For that, we use IoT to connect our systems to our meters so that we know how much gas is being used and we can make sure that we replace that cylinder before it runs out.
With over 100 dedicated IoT specialists, Safaricom Business has the best IoT solutions to transform your business wherever you are and whatever you do.
We as IoT specialists in Safaricom, we are here to make that dream come true. We have the best core networks technology that would support your IoT needs. We also have the state-of-the-art monitoring centers that ensure that your service is always available 24/7. When you see something has gone out there, just know that it has passed through our very intense quality assurance steps that enable it to be finally in the market.
Through a simple personalized user interface, our IoT SIM connectivity platform offers over 500 features. The platform's self-service capabilities also enable you to activate, suspend, or deactivate SIM cards, while its enhanced security features enable you to allow the SIM to access only your IoT applications, giving you control of your billing. Contact us today for all your IoT connectivity needs through www.business.safaricom.co.ke. Our team of IoT specialists will get in touch and provide tailor-made solutions just for you.
The universe, nature, life, civilization as we know it is about the search for something greater than ourselves. Huawei Cloud is innovating technologies to make the world more inclusive. The cloud, AI, 5G, are building a fully connected, intelligent world. They do more than drive digital transformation. It's a new paradigm for innovation. Imagine, if you can, what amazing secrets await when we unlock the secrets of the universe. What cosmic answers will we learn? AI can help preserve in the rainforest by identifying the sounds of gunshots or the sounds of illegal logging, protecting the most precious sounds, birds and trees for generations to come. In cities around the world, we can collect traffic data and analyze it to improve transportation and bring order to a chaotic world. Even reporting the weather can be improved with AI. With more accurate forecasts and timely alerts, we'll travel safer and get home to our loved ones.
Established in 2021, Huawei Digital Power converges power electronics and digital technologies, delving deeper into digital power for a greener world. Huawei Fusion Solar Smart PV business is growing quickly, helping generate solar power all around the world. We integrate digital, PV, and energy storage, enabling smarter solar power and storage. There are numerous utility-scale plants around the world that use idle resources such as marshes, hills, and lakes. Huawei works with global partners on the journey to a green and bright future.
AI Boost Fusion Solar Smart PV solution for optimal LCOE and grid supporting. Smart Tracking Control algorithm optimizes tracking angle with local plant terrain and weather conditions. Capturing more solar energy and increasing yield by around 1%.
Distributed PV is popular around the world, and the rooftops of large buildings are ideal for PV installation. Ordinary citizens can also generate clean energy through residential PV. Huawei Fusion Solar Residential Smart PV solution harnesses the abundant sunlight in the Mediterranean to supply energy to Italian households. Huawei's Smart PV controller and optimizers are installed on residential rooftops in Lahore, Pakistan. They yield 5% more energy. The PV self-consumption rate exceeds 85% using Huawei's Smart String Energy Storage System.
Smart PV modules optimize power generation of each module, increasing energy yield by up to 30%. Module-level intelligent monitoring, enabling you to learn PV plant status in real time. Smart energy management reduces power consumption costs and makes clean power accessible to all.
I am John Tanui, PS ICT and Digital Economy. I invite you to Connected Summit 2023. This is a very important event you cannot afford to miss. This is where we come to discuss issues of ICT and digital economy and how we can transform our economy and our country to be a leader in this space. Thank you.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
Imagine the possibilities. Rooftops, even building surfaces are all energy farms. Smart, power-generating roads that repair themselves. Clean energy everywhere. Cleaner ecosystems. Smart grids and devices that manage power precisely. Even waste is used as an energy source. Synthetic microbes rapidly convert waste to fertilizer for vertical urban agriculture. Roads are made of recycled plastic, making circular economy a reality. Connected citizens participate in community decisions seamlessly. Many government services are available remotely, at a touch, leading to greater access and transparency of government actions and service delivery, promoting inclusivity like never before. Everyone has access to essential goods and services, healthcare, and quality of life. Personal robots assist the elderly and differently abled. AI accelerates medical diagnosis and treatment. Even epidemics are detected early to mitigate their spread. Personalized stem cell therapies, microbiomes, and microbots hold the promise of longer and healthier lives. Autonomous mobility is safe, convenient, and accessible to all. No traffic fatalities, minimal parking required, freeing up all that space for parks, community spaces, even urban farms. Autonomic sensors, interconnected systems, and AI ensure emergency response is rapid, almost real-time. Technology is transforming the way we live, enabling unprecedented possibilities for human progress and economic growth, making digital cities a reality.
Space and Style is both a manufacturer and distributor of building product solutions. Technology has been very important in helping us achieve our objectives at Space and Style, because through technology we've been able to communicate, we've been able to keep records, we've been able to store our data, we've been able to reach our customers, our stakeholders, our suppliers. The bulk of our suppliers are actually out of the country, so we use technology to reach our suppliers, run our logistics through technology, communicate both internally and externally through technology. The future for both Space and Style and Safaricom looks quite promising. As Space and Style, we're actually reevaluating our business processes. We are now looking to go into digital selling, e-commerce. So I believe that more products will come that will be able to support companies like us to expand and improve our services without having to have brick and mortar shops. And as a manufacturer with an automated line, we are looking to go into smart manufacturing to improve on our processes, improve on our quality, and also ensure that our factory and manufacturing processes are actually quite sustainable.
Hello everybody, my name is Stanley Kamanguya, CEO ICT Authority. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to the 12th edition of Connected Summit 2023. Karibuni sana.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
It is really my pleasure here today to welcome all of us to this year's Connected Summit 2023. Let us connect, let us share ideas to shape our future.
Since 2013, ICT Authority has continued to deliver on critical ICT projects on behalf of the government, facilitating efforts to integrate ICT into public service delivery. We thank the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, for providing the much-needed support and guidance to see Kenya leapfrog in ICT development and so become a digital economy.
I am very honored and delighted to join you all for the Connected Kenya Summit 2023 with a very special theme. That's the digital economy, endless opportunities, and also shaping our future. I've personally benefited over the years as a professional through my attendance to this summit. It has shaped my thinking, the expectation by both the public sector and the private sector, and it's become a nurturing place.
This summit comes at a time when collaboration, capacity building, and knowledge sharing between the government and the private sector is critical in hastening the implementation of Government of Kenya Development Agenda. And this is consistent with the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, the plan. As we celebrate these technological revolutions that we are watching across the world, let us not lose the fact that the challenges that the same technology could pose has the capacity to threaten the very essence of humanity.
The intersection between the judiciary and technology presents an opportunity, a great opportunity, to positively transform the Kenyan legal landscape. It is plain to see that in recent years, technology has been advancing at an unprecedented pace, and it will be critical to ensure that the fast pace of technological innovation does not outpace the digitalization of our judicial systems.
We actually have a moral obligation. And we think about this moral obligation, we think about it in three pillars. The first pillar is all about the digital divide and connecting the unconnected. And I think many of the speakers brought it up, is as we focus on technologies and advanced technology and digitization, we ensure that we're taking care of the unconnected. We're bridging the digital divide, and I believe that's a moral obligation we have.
I want to believe that in this conference, as we go through Connected, and as I've heard from the PSs and the CSs and the CEOs, one of the things that will come out of here is the next M-Pesa, the next solution, the next innovation, the next spiring into be a hotbed of talent and innovation.
Gradually, the world is moving towards digital economy, and use of ICT has become an essential tool for achieving sustainable development. Thus, this year's theme, Digital Economy, Endless Opportunities Shaping Our Future, is opportune and resonates well with the county government's agenda of leveraging on technology to drive economic growth and enhance service delivery to those at the bottom of the pyramid.
It is indeed my pleasure this morning to be with you here for this very, very important forum, which is now on its 12th edition. May I start by sincerely thanking the Prime Cabinet Secretary for getting time out of his very, very busy schedule to be with us this morning. As government, based on policy postulation that is espoused in our Kenya Kwanza plan, of course, spearheaded by none other than His Excellency the President and ably assisted by the Deputy President and the Prime Cabinet Secretary. In their wisdom, they determined that ICT was going to be a standalone thematic area in our Kenya Kwanza plan. The digital superhighway, ladies and gentlemen, was deemed as a key result area in our plan because ICT is not just an enabler to everything that we are going to do, but it is also a critical success factor moving forward, and perhaps the only means through which we can re-engineer our processes across the board moving forward. Otherwise, we verily believe that working in partnership with you people, we are able to position Kenya effectively as the ICT hub of Africa so that we realize our vision of an empowered and digitalized Kenyan society, so that by extension we position our beloved country effectively in the global marketplace by way of both comparative and competitive advantage.
I assure you that His Excellency the President and the Government of Kenya are committed to providing you with every support required in our partnership. I therefore wish you every success in your work. Introduce technologies that are sustainable to help us move forward. In my village of Mululu and Chamakanga, I don't want people to get excited about something being introduced, and then 2 months later we tell them we have withdrawn that technology that looked very good and that was good, but because we cannot sustain it, it has been withdrawn. Let us not put our citizens in that kind of situation, our businesses in that situation, our hustlers in that situation. The final one is what you are introducing, the technology that you are introducing. Is it broadening inequalities, or is it enhancing equality? If you can answer those three as a rule of thumb, I think you'll be doing wonders for us. Growth, sustainability, and equality with your technology. God bless you all. I now declare this conference formally open.
Space and Style is both a manufacturer and distributor of building product solutions. Technology has been very important in helping us achieve our objectives at Space and Style, because through technology we've been able to communicate, we've been able to keep records, we've been able to store our data, we've been able to reach our customers, our stakeholders, our suppliers. The bulk of our suppliers are actually out of the country, so we use technology to reach our suppliers, run our logistics through technology, communicate both internally and externally through technology. The future for both Space and Style and Safaricom looks quite promising. At Space and Style, we're actually reevaluating our business processes. We are now looking to go into, digital selling, e-commerce. So I believe that, more products will come that will be able to support companies like us to expand and improve our services without having to have brick and mortar shops. And as a manufacturer with an automated line, we are looking to go into smart manufacturing to improve on our processes, improve on our quality, and also ensure that our factory and manufacturing processes are actually quite sustainable.
Mimi nafanya kazi ya mkokoa, yani beba hapa kwa soko. Hiyo wifi itanisaidia sana juu kama ni customer utakuwa na posti job yangu, yeye ananituma tu mzigo nampelekea mahali anataka.
Ninashukuru sana kwa kutuletea wifi, kwa sababu ninakuwa nikigusa pineapple yangu, ninakuwa nikiona wifi hapa.
Siku ya leo tumefurahi sana kwa vile tumeletewa wifi. Vile nausaga apples, watermelon, pineapples. Sasa nitakuwa nasiweka huko kwa Facebook, kwa WhatsApp bila malipo yoyote.
Through hiyo wifi tutaweza kupost vitu zetu na tuuze through online. Sometimes customer wanakuwa kidogo, hatupati kuuza vizuri. So at least tukipost huko nje wataona, tunaonyesha details zetu, niko na till number, I can post.
It will help us in some things like advertising our business, which will help us in improving in our earnings.
Ninafurahi juu umetuletea internet ya free. Sasa kama nafanya biashara, niko na mali yangu hapa, ningetamani mtu wako Nairobi anipee pesa, naweza nikapiga picha, nimsambazie through WhatsApp, ikimpendeza naweza nikamsambazia hata through gari anisambazie pesa. Si ni furaha?
Tushangilieni.
Ni furaha kubwa sana minister kutuletea hii. Asante sana, mimi nimeshukuru sana.
I'm a veteran of this market. I've been here for the last 40 years, and the kind of business that I do, I'm an entrepreneur.
Mimi huuza manguo za mtush kwa watu ambao wanaingia kwa mako na pia zile sales za online.
Kwa hii biashara yangu nimekuwa hapa kama miaka 15.
Nimeshakaa kwa more than 20 years. Biashara yangu ni ya saluni.
Vile hii idea ya wifi ilikam huku, yenyewe ni kitu tulicelebrate sababu data huku wa costly, but wifi venye ilikam ilikuwa at least cheaper. It to help for the first days, tukaweza kuwa tunapost online, Facebook, kwa internet, kwa Instagram pages, so tulikuwa tunapata sales. Na unaona sasa iko kupunguzia gharama ya data na ya dozi yetu tunatumia Credo.
Tumesikia habari ya hiyo wifi na ina manufaa kwetu, ni sababu inatusaidia kucommunicate na customers wetu, kama ni display vitu zetu, to advertise our items. It is very convenient for us, and especially this time tunaenda mambo ya digital.
Alipotuwekea tulifurahia, wenyewe tulianza kuitumia. Vile ilikuja upande wangu imenisaidia mengia biashara.
Ilikuwa ni idea poa kwa kila msee hapa kwa soko, because walikuwa wanaweza kuuza hata kwa wale watu wenye hawezi kuja kwa mako, at least connect through internet. Unaona kuna wase wengi una reach out na wanaenda kubuy products zako.
Alitufanyia vizuri kwa maana watu walikuwa wanatumia bundles mingi kwa siku, ndipo sasa tuweze kuwasiliana na makastoma. Hata saa zingine kama huko karibu unaweza toka nje kukuja ukae hapa ndani uwasiliane na customer kupitia hii wifi.
I study Bible study in a Zoom, and sometimes ukienda kustudy na unakuta bundles zimeisha, sasa narushwa nje ya klasi, so I know it was very effective because I communicate hata kwa Zoom etc. Even my customers, even my children who are out of the country, I would be able to communicate with them.
Sasa tungeomba kama inawezekana angekuja tuongeze hizo bundles. At least tuwe yani tunaitumia. Hiyo biashara yetu pia ipate tuuze digitali.
Tungeomba tu hivi connection inaweza ongezewa in a way isikuwe restricted ama limited kwa watu kadhaa, then inaweza kuwa ni poa. Juu wase watakuwa wana enjoy free wifi na watakuwa wanaendelea na bizi zao. So in that way itakuwa inatu help sana.
Nashukuru mwenye alianzisha hii wifi hapa Kenyatta Market.
Today I was honored to be part of ICT Connect Summit 2023. My main purpose here was just to create fun experiential activities to ensure that these guys connect, bond, and interact so that as the conference begins, guys are able to participate freely without a little bit of tension, but everyone is cool.
We had balls. And then we had a game that was imitating fiber connection from the sea. So we were able to connect with the people while we were playing the games. Yes, and we interacted so much and we had fun.
One of the activities that we did today is, we actually call it Tap Tap, where it's about connectivity and staying connected and staying alert and doing things with speed.
Connection. So the activities were to create that connection from point A to point B. Yes, so the activities were fun generally.
It's my first summit to attend, and I hope it will be good. Today being the first day, and it was good. I was able to connect, being the aim of the summit. I hope the rest of the days will be good.
Being a summit, guys dressed, you know, a little bit formally, and they were a bit tense in terms of will they be able to participate and all these things, but it has panned out great. The good thing about what we do and how we do it is that we are dynamic and flexible and we adapt. And so even though we were at the beach, as you may even see in some of the pictures, there are people in jeans, there are people in dresses, there are people in beachwear like myself, but we all got to participate in all the activities.
Yeah, if you are missing this, you're missing a lot. Yes, interacting with the colleagues in the IT, in the digital area, you're missing a lot.
I take this opportunity to welcome you to Connected Summit 2023. We are on location in Diani, Kwale County. We have just teed off the Waziri Golf Tournament, which is the first event of the summit that brings together industry players for networking with the Cabinet Secretary and also other high-profile golf players. We shall be proceeding with the rest of the summit for the rest of the week, where we expect not only serious discussions on matters to do with ICT, but a lot of fun activities that are lined up for everyone. So karibuni sana Diani, and we see you at the summit. Asante.
Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
It is really my pleasure here today to welcome all of us to this year's Connected Summit 2023. Let us connect, let us share ideas to shape our future.
Since 2013, ICT Authority has continued to deliver on critical ICT projects on behalf of the government, facilitating efforts to integrate ICT into public service delivery. We thank the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, for providing the much-needed support and guidance to see Kenya leapfrog in ICT development and so become a digital economy.
I am very honored and delighted to join you all for the Connected Kenya Summit 2023 with a very special theme. That's the digital economy, endless opportunities, and also shaping our future. I've personally benefited over the years as a professional through my attendance to this summit. It has shaped my thinking, the expectation by both the public sector and the private sector, and it's become a nurturing place.
This summit comes at a time when collaboration, capacity building, and knowledge sharing between the government and the private sector is critical in hastening the implementation of Government of Kenya development agenda. And this is consistent with the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, the plan. As we celebrate these technological revolutions that we are watching across the world, let us not lose the fact that the challenges that the same technology could pose has the capacity to threaten the very essence of humanity.
The intersection between the judiciary and technology presents an opportunity, a great opportunity, to positively transform the Kenyan legal landscape. It is plain to see that in recent years, technology has been advancing at an unprecedented pace, and it will be critical to ensure that the fast pace of technological innovation does not outpace the digitalization of our judicial systems.
We actually have a moral obligation. And we think about this moral obligation, we think about it in 3 pillars. The first pillar is all about the digital divide and connecting the unconnected. And I think many of the speakers brought it up, is as we focus on technologies and advanced technologies and digitization, we need to ensure that we're taking care of the unconnected. We're bridging the digital divide, and I believe that's a moral obligation we have.
I want to believe that in this conference, as we go through Connected, and as I've heard from the PSs and the CSs and the CEOs, one of the things that will come out of here is the next M-Pesa, the next solution, the next innovation, the next spiraling into be a hotbed of talent and innovation.
Gradually, the world is moving towards digital economy, and use of ICT has become an essential tool for achieving sustainable development. Thus, this year's theme, Digital Economy, Endless Opportunities Shaping Our Future, is opportune and resonates well with the county government's agenda of leveraging on technology to drive economic growth and enhance service delivery to those at the bottom of the pyramid.
It is indeed my pleasure this morning to be with you here for this very, very important forum, which is now on its 12th edition. May I start by sincerely thanking the Prime Cabinet Secretary for getting time out of his very, very busy schedule to be with us this morning. As government, based on policy postulation that is espoused in our Kenya Kwanza plan, of course, spearheaded by none other than His Excellency the President and ably assisted by the Deputy President and the Prime Cabinet Secretary, in their wisdom, they determined that ICT was going to be a standalone thematic area in our Kenya Kwanza plan. The digital superhighway, ladies and gentlemen, was deemed as a key result area in our plan because ICT is not just an enabler to everything that we are going to do, but it is also a critical success factor moving forward, and perhaps the only means through which we can re-engineer our processes across the board moving forward. Otherwise, we verily believe that working in partnership with you people, we are able to position Kenya effectively as the ICT hub of Africa so that we realize our vision of an empowered and digitalized Kenyan society, so that by extension we position our beloved country effectively in the global marketplace by way of both comparative and competitive advantage.
I assure you that His Excellency the President and the Government of Kenya are committed to providing you with every support required in our partnership. I therefore wish you every success in your work. Introduce technologies that are sustainable to help us move forward. In my village of Mululu and Chamakanga, I don't want people to get excited about something being introduced, and then 2 months later we tell them we have withdrawn that technology that looked very good and that was good, but because we cannot sustain it, it has been withdrawn. Let us not put our citizens in that kind of situation, our businesses in that situation, our hustlers in that situation. The final one is what you are introducing, the technology that you are introducing. Is it broadening inequalities or is it enhancing equality? If you can answer those three, as a rule of thumb, I think you'll be doing wonders for us. Growth, sustainability, and equality with your technology. God bless you all. I now declare this conference formally open.
My name is Chafet Muri. I'm the CEO at Baran Telecom Networks. We are a customer-centric technology company, providing fit-for-purpose, turnkey smart technology solutions. As a technology partner of choice, we work with our customers through their solution development journey, from design stage, building POC prototype, deploying minimum viable products, all the way to live product deployment. As a result, our customers have not only deployed fiber products, but also streamlined business operations, achieving digital transformation with high impact on net revenues.
The Internet of Things, or IoT, has become a buzz term when referring to the future of technology as the Internet becomes more and more connected with our daily lives. Simply put, IoT refers to a network of devices comprising sensors that facilitate exchange of data and communication with other devices and with the cloud. Safaricom has leveraged its connectivity and experience to become a leader in the IoT space by offering stable, broad coverage and secure connections to IoT devices.
We cover almost 98% both on 2G, 3G and 4G coverage. And we've recently launched our 5G coverage, which will then enable us to cover more for IoT solutions. With narrowband IoT, we can be able to support a longer battery lifetime because of the low power that is inherent within this technology. The other bit is the fact that we're able to penetrate even indoor and the deep areas where we didn't cover ordinarily using other technologies. The other bit is our global footprint. So for instance, telematics as a use case, where you want to manage a fleet of vehicles or asset management that are traversing beyond the borders of our country. We have that coverage enabled today.
Our IoT network enables businesses to improve customer service, reduce costs, increase productivity, improve operations, manage physical assets, and create new revenue streams by leveraging big data.
We at MGAS provide clean and affordable cooking to our customers on a pay-as-you-go basis. For that, we use IoT to connect our systems to our meters so that we know how much gas is being used and we can make sure that we replace that cylinder before it runs out.
With over 100 dedicated IoT specialists, Safaricom Business has the best IoT solutions to transform your business wherever you are and whatever you do.
We as IoT specialists in Safaricom, we are here to make that dream come true. We have the best core networks technology that would support your IoT needs. We also have the state-of-the-art monitoring centers that ensure that your service is always available 24/7. When you see something has gone out there, just know that it has passed through our very intense quality assurance steps that enable it to be finally in the market.
Through a simple personalized user interface, our IoT SIM connectivity platform offers over 500 features. The platform's self-service capabilities also enable you to activate, suspend, or deactivate SIM cards, while its enhanced security features enable you to allow the SIM to access only your IoT applications, giving you control of your billing. Contact us today for all your IoT connectivity needs through www.business.safaricom.co.ke. Our team of IoT specialists will get in touch and provide tailor-made solutions just for you.
universe. Nature. Life. Civilization as we know it is about the search for something greater than ourselves. Huawei Cloud is innovating technologies to make the world more inclusive. The cloud, AI, 5G are building a fully connected, intelligent world. They do more than drive digital transformation. It's a new paradigm for innovation. Imagine, if you can, what amazing secrets await when we unlock the secrets of the universe. What cosmic answers will we learn? AI can help preserve in the rainforest by identifying the sounds of gunshots or the sounds of illegal logging, protecting the most precious sounds, birds and trees, for generations to come. In cities around the world, we can collect traffic data and analyze it to improve transportation and bring order to a chaotic world. Even reporting the weather can be improved with AI. With more accurate forecasts and timely alerts, we'll travel safer and get home to our loved ones.
Established in 2021, Huawei Digital Power converges power electronics and digital technologies, delving deeper into digital power for a greener world. Huawei Fusion Solar Smart PV business is growing quickly, helping generate solar power all around the world. We integrate digital, PV, and energy storage, enabling smarter solar power and storage. There are numerous utility-scale plants around the world that use idle resources such as marshes, hills, and lakes. Huawei works with global partners on the journey to a green and bright future.
AI Boost Fusion Solar Smart PV solution for optimal LCOE and grid supporting. Smart Tracker Control algorithm optimizes tracking angle with local plant terrain and weather condition. Capture more solar energy and increasing yield by around 1%.
Distributed PV is popular around the world, and the rooftops of large buildings are ideal for PV installation. Ordinary citizens can also generate clean energy through residential PV. Huawei Fusion Solar Residential Smart PV solution harnesses the abundant sunlight in the Mediterranean to supply energy to Italian households. Huawei's Smart PV controller and optimizers are installed on residential rooftops in Lahore, Pakistan. They yield 5% more energy. The PV self-consumption rate exceeds 85% using Huawei's Smart String Energy Storage System.
Smart PV modules optimize power generation of each module, increasing energy yield by up to 30%.
Space and Style is both a manufacturer and distributor of building product solutions. Technology has been very important in helping us achieve our objectives at Space and Style, because through technology,
I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to the 12th edition of Connected Summit 2023. Karibuni sana.
Register now. www.connected.go.ke. The 12th edition Connected Summit 2023 Digital Economy. Endless opportunities shaping our future.
The story is told that man walked his first steps right here in Africa. The evidence reveals that he didn't just begin his walk here, he began his thinking, creating and developing right here. And so it goes. Africa is the cradle of technology. Kenya's tech journey has been long and steady. As a people, Kenyans are innovative, and this is clearer in the tech space. We have built ICT infrastructure, innovated and leveraged tech to keep connected, do business, and even digitally deliver public services.
Kenya as a country has made significant investments in the area of ICT.
We are enjoying the newest experiences of robotics, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things. Kenya's digital footsteps are on that map, and this is bound to grow further as ICT is now at the core of the Kenyan government. So far, over 25,000 kilometers of fiber have been laid across the country by the government. This has yielded an increased internet penetration. This is but a journey in bridging the digital divide on broadband connectivity in Kenya and increasing ICT infrastructure that will go a long way in reducing the high cost of data and broadband-enabled devices that are required to access digital services. Kenya leads Africa in digital payment services like M-Pesa, and this has increased access to credit and brought about convenience for citizens. The automation of services and introduction of platforms like eCitizen, IFMIS, has made access to public services easy and efficient. The Kenya Kwanza government has also rolled out the Hustler Fund that targets citizens at the lower end of the economic pyramid who require credit to upscale their businesses. Our youth have not been left behind. With Ajira, an online job bidding platform gives our youth opportunities to earn online. In the recent past, ICT Authority has partnered with Konza and Tveta to roll out Ajira under the wider Jitume program, through which the youth are learning digital skills so that they can seek paid work online. Through the White Box platform, ICT Authority gives innovators a platform where they can pitch their ideas directly to the government and get technical assistance in the development of their ICT innovations. These innovations are then incubated to scalable startups. One such startup is Damu Sasa. Kilemi and Aaron are two passionate innovators.
Today I was honored to be part of ICT Connect Summit 2023. My main purpose here was just to create fun experiential activities to ensure that these guys connect, bond, and interact so that as the conference begins, guys are able to participate freely without a little bit of tension, but everyone is cool.
We had balls. And then we had a game that was imitating fiber connection from the sea. So we were able to connect with the people while we were playing the games. Yes, and we interacted so much and we had fun.
One of the activities that we did today is, we actually call it Tap Tap, where it's about connectivity and staying connected and staying alert and doing things with speed.
Connection. So the activities were to create that connection from point A to point B. Yes, so the activities were fun generally.
It's my first summit to attend and I hope it will be good. Today being the first day and it was good. I was able to connect being the aim of the summit. I hope the rest of the days will be good.
Being a summit, guys dressed, a little bit formally and they were a bit tense in terms of will they be able to participate and all these things, but it has panned out great. The good thing about what we do and how we do it is that we are dynamic and flexible and we adapt. And so even though we were at the beach, as you may even see in some of the pictures, there are people in jeans, there are people in dresses, there are people in beachwear like myself, but we all got to participate in all the activities.
If you are missing this, you're missing a lot. Yes, interacting with the colleagues in the IT, in the digital area, you're missing a lot.
I take this opportunity to welcome you to Connected Summit 2023. We are on location in Diani, Kwale County. We have just teed off the Waziri Golf Tournament, which is the first event of the summit that brings together industry players for networking with the Cabinet Secretary and also other high-profile golf players. We shall be proceeding with the rest of the summit for the rest of the week, where we expect not only serious discussions on matters to do with ICT, but a lot of fun activities that are lined up for everyone. So karibuni sana Diani, and we see you at the summit. Asante.
I was honored to be part of ICT Connect Summit 2023. My main purpose here was just to create fun experiential activities to ensure that these guys connect, bond, and interact so that as the conference begins, guys are able to participate freely without a little bit of tension, but everyone is cool.
We had balls, and then we had a game that was imitating fiber connection from the sea. So we were able to connect with the people while we were playing the games. Yes, and we interacted so much, and we had fun.
One of the activities that we did today is, we actually call it Tap Tap, where it's about connectivity and staying connected and staying alert and doing things with speed.
Connection. So the activities were to create that connection from point A to point B. Yes, so the activities were fun generally.
It's my first summit to attend, and I hope it will be good. Today being the first day, and it was good. I was able to connect, being the aim of the summit. I hope the rest of the days will be good.
Being a summit, guys dressed, a little bit formally, and they were a bit tense in terms of will they be able to participate and all these things, but it has panned out great. The good thing about what we do and how we do it is that we are dynamic and flexible and we adapt. And so even though we were at the beach, as you may even see in some of the pictures, there are people in jeans, there are people in dresses, there are people in beachwear like myself, but we all got to participate in all the activities.
If you are missing this, you are missing a lot. Yes, interacting with the colleagues in the IT, in the digital area, you are missing a lot.
I'm a veteran of this market. I've been here for the last 40 years, and the kind of business that I do, I'm an entrepreneur.
Mimi huuza manguo za mtush kwa watu ambao wanaingia kwa mako na pia zile sales za online.
Kwa hii biashara yangu nimekuwa hapa kama miaka 15.
Nimeshakaa hapa more than 20 years. Biashara yangu ni ya saluni.
Vile hii idea ya wifi ilikam huku, yenyewe ni kitu tulicelebrate sababu data huku wa costly, but wifi venye ilikam ilikuwa at least cheaper. It to help for the first days, tukaweza kuwa tunapost online, Facebook, kwa internet, kwa Instagram pages, so tulikuwa tunapata sales. Na unaona sasa iko kupunguzia gharama ya data na ya dozi yetu tunatumia Credo.
Tumesikia habari ya hiyo wifi na ina manufaa kwetu, ni sababu inatusaidia kucommunicate na customers wetu, kama ni display vitu zetu, to advertise our items. It is very convenient for us, and especially this time tunaenda mambo ya digital.
Alipotuwekea nilifurahia, wenyewe tulianza kuitumia. Vile ilikuja upande wangu imenisaidia njia ya biashara.
Ilikuwa ni idea poa kwa kila msee hapa kwa soko, because walikuwa wanaweza kuuza hata kwa wale watu wenye hawezi kuja kwa mako, at least to connect through internet. Unaona kuna wase wengi una reach out na wanaenda kubuy products zako.
Alitufanyia vizuri kwa maana watu walikuwa wanatumia bundles mingi kwa siku, ndiposa tuweze kuwasiliana na makastoma. Hata saa zingine kama huko karibu unaweza toka nje kukuja ukae hapa ndani uwasiliane na customer kupitia hii wifi.
I study Bible study in a Zoom, and sometimes ukienda kustudy na unakuta bundles zimeisha, sasa narushwa nje ya klasi, so I know it was very effective because unless communicate hata kwa Zoom etc. Even my customers, even my children who are out of the country, I would be able to communicate with them.
Sasa tungeomba kama inawezekana angekuja tuongeze hizo bundles. At least tuwe yani tunaitumia. Ndio biashara yetu pia ipate tuuze digitali.
Tungeomba tu hivi connection inaweza ongezewa in a way isikuwe restricted ama limited kwa watu kadhaa, then inaweza kuwa ni poa. Juu wase watakuwa na enjoy free wifi na watakuwa wanaendelea na bill zao. So in that way itakuwa inatu help sana.
Nashukuru mwenye alianzisha hii wifi hapa Kenyatta Market.
well too.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Thank you so much. You're back for another session right here. I think it's also in order to confirm that we have a slight change in our program. It is supposed to be a plenary session here, but we have the e-waste management discussion happening in Jumuika. So if you are interested in that, if you are part of that particular audience, it is already ongoing at Jumuika, just down the corridor on that particular side. On this side, of course, we're talking about the economy of tomorrow. That's a discussion we're having right here. For those at the back, as always, feel free to come a bit closer to the front as we get this discussion underway. And to take us through that particular discussion as well, even before I get the moderator, can we have our QR code back on screen? For those who need to scan it, who are just joining us, we're always taking your feedback on each and every session. There's QR codes the tent cards in front of you. For those who don't have that, there's some on the sides of the room and at the back, but they'll also put it up for you on the screen to scan, so you can give in terms of your expectations, any questions you have on the respective sessions taking place as we get this underway as well. Remember also, even as you chat online, the hashtag is Connected Summit 2023. Hashtag Digital Economy KE is where you can put in all your feedback and get the conversation going online as well. But as we get into the conversation on the economy of tomorrow, artificial intelligence and the revolution around that particular space, let's put our hands together for Brian Owenga, team lead at Tech Innovators Network. Brian, as you come on stage, a round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much. I know we're running very late, so I'll just dive straight into it. We do have a keynote speaker, and that's Dr. Joseph Sevilla. Yeah, I'll just ask you to come up and to start us off. Thank you.
Hello, please put my presentation. Let me have the remote. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joseph Sevilla. I am the director of iLab at Strathmore University. We are a research and innovation center. We have been there for the last 11 years. And we are doing a lot of work on innovation. So the topic today is going to be on artificial intelligence. That's one of the things that we do. In academia, we call it data science. IT people, we used to call it analytics, okay? Data science is like the most global or comprehensive name. We also do a lot of work in other areas like e-health, IoT, connectivity, digital learning, cybersecurity, and a very long number of other things. So when I was preparing this session, I was told let's talk about artificial intelligence, okay? And as you can see, my presentation is going to be about ChatGPT. Who has used ChatGPT? I can see that we are in sync. So as you are all aware, ChatGPT is now the new revolution in artificial intelligence. Until a few months ago, if you wanted to do artificial intelligence, you had to go to a consultant. In Kenya, it was quite difficult to find people who were trained in artificial intelligence. But now ChatGPT has brought artificial intelligence to the masses, okay? If you are one of the guys who didn't raise up your hand, please, yes, even before the end of the session, just try ChatGPT in Google and log in, create an account for yourselves and start playing with it. Because it is quite a revolution, okay? ChatGPT was launched in November, and in a matter of 2 months, they got over 1 million subscribers. Those of us who started using it, at times you will have to wait because there were so many people using it that it was just over the resources that they had. So you have there how ChatGPT is defining itself. Basically, it's a platform that uses natural language. Is like a chat box. You ask questions in English. I'm not very sure if, I haven't tried it in Swahili, but I know it can do very good translation. So if you want to translate something from English to Swahili, I'm sure it can do it. But I don't think it understands Swahili though. So you just write questions and it will give you answers. What can you write is whatever you want. Okay, and it has been, it's an artificial intelligence. It has several billion parameters that it's working with. It basically, the guys who have created it have scanned the internet, books, all type of documents, and fed it to this artificial intelligence engine. So as I began using it, I was quite amazed of how good it was, okay? What good results you get, and I was trying topics that I know, okay? I didn't ask things that I didn't know. I was just trying to figure out how good were the answers on topics that I knew all about. So it has information gathered from the internet up to 2021. So if you're asking information about later, I don't think you will get it. So you have there also how it defines itself, okay? It's basically, as it says itself, it doesn't have feelings, it doesn't have consciousness, it's basically a tool, okay? And this is what we need to understand. It is a tool, and it is a tool still in development, so don't take their answers as being the truth. It doesn't know the truth, okay? It can gather from documents and from papers and from data that it has got from the internet, more or less what is a consensus about something. And it's pretty good at doing that. But please don't think it's going to give you the truth, because it might not be there. I have a friend who has spent several weeks just trying to crack ChatGPT. And he has managed many times, okay? And they call that hallucination. So they get ChatGPT to give you very nonsensical answers. And you can do that. Because at the end of the day, as we have always been said in IT, is garbage in, garbage out. You get bad questions, you get bad input, you will get bad answers, okay? Right. Now, it's becoming a real hit in academia, okay? In many universities, states in the US, they have banned it, okay? Because now students can do the homework in 5 minutes, okay? They don't even, before at least they had to go to Google, do a bit of research, open a number of websites, pick something from here, from there. Now with ChatGPT, you ask a simple question or even a complex question, ChatGPT will give you the answer immediately, okay? Just cut and paste. So even in academia, as I'm telling you, in many universities, they have banned it. But in many other universities, the contrary. They have realized, and I think in Strathmore, most of our lectures will agree with that, is it is a tool. It is a tool that is good for lectures. It is a tool that is good for students. Let's use it. I don't know, many of you, when you were born, everybody had calculators, okay? Now, when I went to university, we had the first calculators. And then some people didn't want people to use the calculators in the exams, okay? What? It's a calculator, man. Why do I need to use the slide rule as my parents did? It just doesn't make sense. You now have better tools, okay? When computers came into this country, somebody that you will remember, but I'm not going to mention, said, computers, no. They will take the jobs of Kenyans, okay? All right. We are past that, okay? And we have realized that Kenyans didn't lose jobs because we got computers, okay? What we got is a better workforce, better trained, better tools to do our job. So ChatGPT is a bit the same, okay? You use it. If you were given certain type of homeworks, now you will need to change your homeworks, okay? People are saying, I mean, I know lecturers that they go to class and tell people, just open ChatGPT, you have a question, ask ChatGPT before you ask me, okay? So all the stupid questions are out of the class. People are preparing to prepare exams, to do quizzes, to create a syllabus. Now, you can use ChatGPT in any job, okay? Whatever is your job, you can use it. You want to prepare meeting notes, just create the notes and tell ChatGPT, please summarize this. Give me the minutes of the meeting. Summarize this, all this document into 2 paragraphs, okay? Create a letter for me. Make a social post on something, okay? I mean, it's mind-blogging. Nowadays, with the latest version, ChatGPT 4, you can go to your fridge, take a picture, send it to ChatGPT, and tell him, please, what can I cook with this, okay? And give me the recipes. And ChatGPT will do it for you, okay? Coders. You no longer need to remember, if you're a developer, you want to write some code, you ask GPT to write it for you. You do a website, you draw it in a piece of paper, you scan it, give it to ChatGPT and tell me, give me the code for that website. And ChatGPT will do it for you, okay? So I can go on and on and on, but I'm trying to catch. I'm giving you this as an example. Banking sector, okay? 10 things that you can easily do with ChatGPT. I just took a vertical, okay? Think of your business. You will find another 10 or 15 ways where ChatGPT can be done. You want to use fun? You want to have fun? Play a game with ChatGPT, ask it to program a game for you, whatever, okay? Now, some things that we need to remember. It is artificial intelligence, okay, which is a misnomer in a way. If it is artificial, it's not intelligence. ChatGPT has many limitations. As I told you, ChatGPT does not know the truth. Whatever it's going to give you is not necessarily the truth, and it doesn't claim that it is going to be the truth, okay? ChatGPT is biased, and it is censored, okay? Elon Musk was complaining that it asked ChatGPT to write a positive poem about Trump, and ChatGPT refused. Then it asked him to create one about Biden, and ChatGPT gave it. So the guys of ChatGPT actually had to backtrack a bit, okay? Why? Because it has a bias, okay? And another friend of mine asked ChatGPT to write about a certain topic, and at the end, it asked ChatGPT, can you mention God? Sorry, we will not mention God because it's a hot topic. All right. Right, it's a very powerful tool. It's still very much under development. It's been improved. It has taken many of the companies that were in this space totally with, I would say, their pants down. The boss of Google in January say, oh, what is this of ChatGPT? We have had this technology for years. Now, a few days later, Google started working on their new version of ChatGPT, which they have just released, at least to some groups. And as the CEO was saying, well, we are releasing it, we are going to have problems, okay? Why? Because they have not had time to test it. But they are trying to catch up. So some of the things that ChatGPT cannot do, you have them there. Just keep them in mind that at the end of the day, you have the quality of the answers that you get is going to be the quality of the of your questions, okay? There is a new job that has appeared, and if you are a young entrepreneurial guy, maybe you want to follow that line. It's called the ChatGPT prompter. So you specialize on learning what type of prompts you need to do to ChatGPT to get the good answers, okay? As a few years ago, we had the influencers and bloggers and whatever. All these are new jobs that are coming. So now the new job is ChatGPT prompter. Some of the questions it cannot answer. As I told you, ChatGPT is censor. If you want to jailbreak it, there is a way of doing it. I'm not going to tell you what, but how. But it is there. You can bypass their censorship. All right, and it's generating a lot of controversy. Okay, because now anybody can have access to AI. And that's what I wanted to put across today, that you can have access to AI, and very good AI. And if you are not using it yet, please give it a try and find ways in which you can make your life better, okay? So very big controversy in academia, whether it's going to kill Google. We'll see, I don't think so. It can be used and is being used by cyber criminals, okay? You can go to ChatGPT and ask him, okay, can you write the code for me to crack into this site? And sorry, it will give it to you, okay? So we are all under threat, okay? And I think during the presentations we'll have now, one of the big questions are the ethics behind ChatGPT, which I hope one of our panelists will answer. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the presentation and try it.
Much for that, Sevilla, on that particular account, and of course speaking to the controversy, but also the opportunities in there on what really will be the economy of tomorrow. We'll be having that particular discussion happening in a minute or so. Just another quick reminder that down this particular stretch of corridor, at the end of that, there is Jumuika, and in there, the conversation happening is on e-waste management opportunities. So if there's someone who should have been in that particular audience or panel, I've been asked to please remind them it is already ongoing. So if there's anyone here, that conversation is happening on the other side of the room. However, right here, we continue with the economy of tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Dr. Sevilla. We call him a vet. There's a group of people who are veterans. Last year in the AI panel, we had Dr. Bitangendemo. And I hope they keep the tradition that we consistently get the veterans. When the panel was meeting before, we were having a small competition. Half or more than half the panel have actually sat in a class that was taught by Dr. Sevilla. Thank you very much again. We'll now take a case study presentation
by Shwitank from UiPath to show us a little bit more of the use cases that AI actually has and what they're doing at UiPath as well. So just come up. If you could just bring up his presentation as well. And as we do that, yes, we were having conversations about chatbots. There are quite a number of movers and shakers. Oh, yeah, sorry. There are quite a number of movers and shakers in the chatbot space. I see Professor Audrey Mbogo, who's seated there, is going to join us in the panel. She's doing quite some good work on language models. So yes, ChatGPT doesn't hear Swahili, but she's creating language models for the country. There's Madame Commissioner Data Protection. She has a chatbot that she's also demonstrating that they're actually doing for the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. So that's the beauty about the commercial breaks. You kind of get to run some advertisements. But beyond that, Shwitank, welcome, and proceed.
No. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Brian, for this. Thank you, Doctor, for a wonderful opening on the ChatGPT. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shwetank Jain. We are representing UiPath Incorporations. UiPath is the world's largest organization headquartered in US into the business of robotics process. We are working with the organizations globally, helping them automate, enable the AI into their backends to achieve efficiency. Along with me, I have Prajwal, who is the solutions lead for UiPath in Middle East and Africa. I'm very thankful to our partner Learnovate and Mr. Vijay, who are our strategic partners in the country for the public sector. I would want to speak a bit about how the economy is transforming and what's the role of AI in the economic transformation. Understanding the amount of investments Kenyan government is doing in the areas of digitization, at the same time, knowing the fact from yesterday's keynote, the XX number of the 5,000 hubs coming in with 10,000 kilometers of optical fiber coming in, and most importantly, about 4,200 government services being digitized, with a target of around 5,000 to be done in the next 6 months, and then 5,700 in the next 1 year. We are expanding into the digital economy, and that calls for the action. And that primarily means we should act fast, and we should be prepared for tomorrow, today. And how is it happening? An economy is a combination of people working together under a certain defined processes and governance structure, and technology is helping them to fast track their output. Imagine the impact it can bring if we are able to bring in the efficiency in our people. And that's exactly what we are doing. We are helping accelerate the human efficiency. And it's very simple. Now, I would want to show you a quick snip video about what UiPath is doing globally and what kind of impact it has bring to the global customers. There's no sound. No sound.
Could we have some sound on the video, please?
I think there's a slight issue on the sound. What you can do is play it at the end of your panel discussion for them to have fixed it, if that's okay.
All right, sure. So should we time just proceed? All right, can you move us to the next slide, please?
And the opportunities are humongous. This video was basically summarizing how the worldwide large commercial and private sectors and the public organizations are able to achieve efficiency and achieve growth by automation led by AI, by freeing up number of man hours, by enabling data regulations, by ensuring data security, and many sort of things. I would love to show this video again in the end, which that's very impactful. But more importantly, McKinsey is predicting about $3.6 trillion of work that can be automated. And that's automation is not about automating anything. It's about emulating the human, the way they are doing things today, and how we can complement their work to achieve efficiency in the organization, may it be citizens, may it be public sector, may it be employees, may it be anyone. And people think automation benefit is only about the cost advantage, but it's much more beyond that. If you look at the status, the stats from the leading technology research organization worldwide called International Data Corporations, cost advantage remains to be the #1 key parameters for the automation advantages. But more importantly, you have advantages around customer experience. It helps you create new revenue streams. It helps you build a very seamless organization and helps you in the data classification and data digitization. And there are so many. And if you further go down into the fact-based research from IDC again, the largest of the technology spent in Middle East, Africa, and Turkey for 2023, the largest spend in technology will be happening in artificial intelligence and RP, robotics process automation together. Robotics process automation will grow to around 34.5% in this year, surpassing around $192 million spent in this year. And that's where we see a potential of larger opportunities. And just imagine what will happen. And intelligent automation is all about combining artificial intelligence with robotic process automation. This is a very classic pictorial demonstration of how two things act together. While robotic process automation helps you execute the processes the way you are doing it today, via a system and via the software, but artificial intelligence helps you bring in the intelligence via multiple things such as generative AI, such as emotional intelligence, language processing. ChatGPT is one of the things as part of the generative AI the doctor was mentioning. And together they combine to emulate your daily operations, act as a catalyst, and help you build much more impact. And that's what UiPath is doing. To make it very simple, today, as an organization, as a government, you're having multiple applications which are running in your respective organizations, and you have multiple employees who are managing those applications. And it's extremely difficult to manage those applications with more and more data coming in, with more and more transformation happening in, more and more complexity is going to be increasing. UiPath creates a virtual layer on top of your applications which allows you to connect your departments and functions and helps you run your processes seamlessly. If you see this, a very fancy robot, which is jumping from one application to other application and doing the same thing what you be doing. And it helps you solve the complex issues and the low value issues. Now, the most important thing, since we are in the public sector, and going back to the learnings from yesterday's keynotes about the mission and the objective of Kenyan government, which I'm extremely glad to hear and I'm extremely impressed. I want to walk you through what the global public sector is doing and how they're enabling the automation in their daily operations. New York State Department, during the COVID times, they were having humongous amount of unemployment aid applications. They didn't have workers, they didn't have the right time. They were able to automate the entire processing of the unemployment aid forms in less than 3 weeks with UiPath, and they were able to save around $12 billion of possible fraud applications. Second, Department of Agriculture in US, we were working with them, and they are automating the entire the budget distribution across the citizens and running the distribution 24/7. They are able to automate this in less than 2 months, and now everything is running 24/7. This has impacted a great citizen experience as a government sector. The most importantly, National Health Services UK, they had around 50 people running their records and doing the reconciliation. When we partnered with them, we were able to put in like 50 software bots who are doing all the automation of the financial processes across 300 finance functions, over 130 processes, able to do everything in less than 80% time. They were able to free up all their employees and reskill them into managing these automations, learning a new skill. Many of these workers became developers and business analysts, and they were able to contribute 60% of their time into the high impact value activities and not doing the low value profile activities. One last, the US Immigration Service Center, when they were looking at many immigration services forms coming in due to Afghan crisis and Russian crisis, they were not able to cope up with that. And due to that, they automated the entire process. And with that, they were able to achieve extremely high efficiency, which was remarkable. Now, this is not it. This automation and AI can impact public sector in multiple ways. We are working with federal governments globally, in US, EMEA, in Dubai, all across Australia, even South Africa. We are looking forward to work with the Kenyan government, and I believe there can be a very strong collaboration. Is the video sound working? Then probably I would love to play this sound, because this is very interesting.
DJ? Just proceed, Shwitak.
Even as he does that, quick announcement again, pretty dynamic program this particular afternoon. For the CEOs in the room, thank you so much, right on cue when I was talking. For the CEOs in the room, there is an exclusive session that will be happening actually right now. So for those who are present during the Waziri's breakfast, there's an exclusive CEO session for those in the room right here. So if you could go out, they are waiting for you right at this particular exit and the next one to take you for that particular discussion as well. For the CEOs in the room, they're waiting for you at those respective exits to take you to that exclusive session taking place concurrently as well. Asante, technical team, you can play the video.
We have an amazing team of caseworkers, about 3,000 strong, who do great work every day, but like their time is very limited, right? And want them to spend most of their time talking to the customer, making them feel like they're heard and they're important and that we're gonna help them out and all that kind of stuff, right? What doesn't help do that is logging into web portals and like checking like income verifications, right? And so we used RPA at the beginning to automate all that, right? And so what happens is the application comes in, The bot goes, checks the portals based on social security number, date of birth, all the kind of identifying info that we have, and then it says, hey, caseworker, we think we're pretty sure that what they said is true. You should go ahead and approve this. Now,
The projects that we have running have to do with background checks. So a bot will run all of the first pass of the background checks. If you want to be a foster parent, if you want to open a child care, if, any of that, you have to have a background check. So the bot runs all the checks. If there's a hit, first, middle, last name, it goes to a human. The human does more research. They go through the history. It can run through the various systems to make sure that if we're looking at a John F. Smith, it's the John F. Smith associated with this home in this instance. So the bot can do all of that, and then this person that's been doing these checks for the last 20 and 30 years can be the verifier. So you can work with the bot.
I'm talking about also bringing image recognition into it. Imagine a James Webb Space Telescope image come down, everything getting cataloged, it knows what stars are what, and it puts that into the metadata, and then off it goes into whatever institution needs that image. So those are the things we want to start automating, but I wouldn't be able to do that in the existing setup that we had. So by going into this future state, building it in AWS, positioning our security plan in a way where we can go and ping whatever service we need, whether it's the Google image recognition or Azure image recognition or the NLP natural language processor that Microsoft has, we can now tag into any of those things depending on whatever it is that our customer needs. So again, the whole point of this really was to help you guys understand that you need to be thinking about where the technology is going and building for the future of that technology, not necessarily what it does right this second.
Thank you. I'm not sure if the sound was very clear, but the videos from the Department of Social Services US, the NASA in the US again, is a clear demonstration of how they are adopting automation and AI to complement and provide the tool to their employees and the citizens so that they can work together with the bots. It is same like when the laptops and the computers were new, how you learn to work with the computers and the laptops rather than just ignoring them. And that's where the world is moving. And the whole of the global economy is already adopting it. It's a thing which is happening. And as we speak today, within the East Africa and the West Africa, most of the private sector has already started doing this. We're working with Safaricom, we're working with Kenya Commercial Bank, we're working with Jubilee Insurance. Now, all across the public sector, UiPath works with the feds, the county governments, the locals, and multiple governments. And there are humongous opportunities of use cases which we already have, and that can be immediately tapped into. Just to give you a snippet of what kind of public sector use cases that can help you achieve high-level automations in line with your objectives to achieve growth is majorly around the administration, the healthcare, public safety and justice. The education remains to be the key focus area for all the governments ensuring citizen development. Agriculture remains to be of key interest, especially for Kenyan government, for sure, because of the economy. And then the transport and the culture tourism. So every vertical within the government can have an automation and will be able to bring a bigger impact. Now, this is what has transformed in the last 5 years. So UiPath is working, founded in 2007. It's been like 22 years, but the hyper-automation RPA has shifted over the last 5 years. So 2017, we used to talk about robotic process automation. 2023, today, we talk about business automation platform, which is not only robotic process automation, but it's also about RPA with AI, machine learning, chatbots, and many more things. While we, being part of the Middle East, Africa geography, we are 2-3 years behind the global economy, including Dubai and GCC and Africa. For us to be on that journey, we need to first adopt to the robotic process automation, and this is the time. I want to end the session with 3 recommendations, and that's, I think, is going to be interesting. I would love to hear from you. Way forward. This cannot happen by a single entity. It's an ecosystem we all have to believe in. It's a change in the mindset we all have to adhere to, and that's how this change will happen. First and foremost, government has identified, which has been done, the high impact functions and the departments which will be affected. Second, there should be a federal level automation COE at a government level in Kenya that will generate a lot of training and developments along with a lot of awareness and at a country level. And last, the training enablement program, which we're working with a lot of academies in the region. Now, overcoming the myths, it's a mindset change. People think that while you automate, you lose jobs. And I believe many of us here will be believing in that, right? I go back to like a couple of years back when we had a computer launched. Did people believe the same thing? I don't know. Maybe yes. But if we go back to the report 2020, the World Economic Forum, 50% employees needs to be reskilled in the next 5 years until 2025. And that's where the trend is going. I will not go through all the facts. 97 million jobs will be created with the top 10 technologies, of which AI and robotic process automation are part of the top 5. So are we looking at the last 5 years and stick to doing the low-value jobs, or are we in the journey of actually reskilling ourselves and look for the next 10 years of growth and productivity? And the same way, the robotic process automation market is growing at 40% CAGR, which we also covered in the IDC fact research analysis. And then the salaries and the remuneration from an employee and citizen perspective are increasing year on year in the last 3 years. And there's a larger demand of talent, of people who can drive those automations and AI in a more structured way. Not to surprise you, UiPath works globally with most of the government and the education bodies across EMEA, Europe, and Asia Pacific. Nelson Mandela University in South Africa being the part of the region. We're having some initial discussion with Aga Khan University, and we're also having some large-level discussions with a couple of more universities. Within Dubai, since Honorable Prime Cabinet Secretary mentioned about Dubai government yesterday about the example of Dubai airports, right? So we stay in Dubai, so our regional headquarters is in Dubai. We are already partnered with Minister of AI in Dubai, the UAE government. We are working with Smart Dubai. We're working with all the major feds in Dubai to enable the automation at a UAE country level.
All right.
That's it.
All right. Thank you. Thank
you. 1 minute. One second. Sorry.
All right. Last comment.
Last comment,
please.
South Africa recently announced robotic process automation as a national level skill program by the Ministry of ICT to enable the countrywide automation. I think that's pretty much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shwetank. A round of applause for Shwetank and UiPath. They're doing incredible things. I think we've just heard about chatbots and ChatGPT. It's already being done by a few people here. We've also just heard about robotic process automation, which I think is one of the incredible things the government will have to do as it is automating these services. A lot of these services start in one department and end in another. So how does that happen? You can get an AI robot to walk you through that. I think that's a very good message for the members of government here and members of other large organizations. So the CEOs have left, so the bosses have left, so the rest of us can play. So I will call upon the panel. So there'll be a panel to discuss AI in Kenya. How, what, where are we going, what can we do? And with that, you'll kindly allow me to invite my panel. I will start by the member of government, Mr. Michael Odhiambo, the Director of Digital Services at the ICT Authority. Round of applause, please. There's a CEO who lost his way. This is Manasses Japheth Murray, the CEO of Baran Telecom Networks. Round of applause, please. There's another CEO, I believe. This is Florence Munene from Down to Earth Technologies. Round of applause, please. We have Mr. Martin Mbaya from Strathmore University. A round of applause, please. We have Prajwal Shambu from UiPath. Another round of applause, please. Ms. Jessica Kolako, Chief Consultant at Jessica Kolako and a co-founder Brave and iHub. Round of applause, please. We'll take Oracle, Joe Kanywa. Round of applause, please. And finally, we will invite Professor Audrey Mbogo from USIU. A round of applause, please. So the CEO, being the boss, asked that the first question goes to him, and we will ask him the first question so that he can leave. As we have this discussion, kindly keep two things in mind. Number one, there is an ICT digital master plan currently in place. We were here last year and we launched it, and I believe during that session we discussed that this forum should be a way of checking our progress along that ICT master plan. So I'm actually looking at Mike here, so you already know and you preempt the question that's coming your way. But the second thing that is also good for us to do is to ask ourselves about the AI ecosystem and whether this AI ecosystem is actually present and it allows Kenya to create a subsector into this thing we are calling artificial intelligence. And with that, I think the panel that's with us is going to help us do that, and we will try and attempt to go through some of these ecosystem pillars to see how exactly it is that we're placed. So my first question will go to you, CEO Murray, and it's a question about affordability, finance, and are we capable? And from your perspective, kindly let us know on the matters of infrastructure, because I believe you're in telecom. How exactly has AI transformed itself for it to be accessible for us? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Murray Jaffet. I'm from Baran Telecom Networks. We are a Kenyan company, and we do telecoms and ICT. We've got a program that we are training algorithms for face recognition and biodata recognition, and as well as identification. So to the question that you've asked, the success of AI can be based on the fact that there has been increase in the resources that can process data. That is number one. And number two is that there's also data that has been captured in the market. The neural nets, or the understanding of the human mind, how it works, was kind of conceptualized in 1950s. So AI has been there for a long time. But in late 90s and early 2000s, due to Moore's law, I think we are quite aware that the number of transistors within a square inch will always be doubling each and every year. And that has been happening since computers were invented in early 50s. And therefore, we have enough compute power. We have got devices like the mobile phones currently. It's able to capture data such as your faces. It's able to capture voices from people. It's able to capture a lot of information. We've got also laptops and machines that are being used for processing of this data. The GPUs have increased, the storage has increased, and therefore it's at the moment whereby machines can be able to process data at a very high rate. And also the data is highly available. For our use cases, for example, we train algorithms, because largely most of the algorithms that are used for identification of faces and also recognition of faces were trained with white faces most of the time. So the data sets that we are using for identification would be largely on the black faces. We have deployed solutions for Kenya and Ethiopia. And with this kind of data, we just use very simple tools such as TensorFlow, and guys are able to train the algorithms to learn the faces of people. That means that AI is here with us. AI is here, and we have the tools, we have the infrastructure in place, and we have all the capabilities to make it happen in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, CEO Murray. We can excuse you. We believe there's a forum for CEOs. Maybe there's something interesting there. I'll stick along that path of affordability and infrastructure, and I'm looking at Oracle right now. And there was also the comment of data and bias. And we know Oracle as an organization that is a leader, a world leader in data and data tools. So, Kanywa, if you could kindly, first of all, tell us what you do at Oracle, and then speak a little bit more into affordability and data. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. And thank you. I think the CEOs have all left. If we lose the legislators, I can see here, then only the techies will be left in the room, but we'll have fun anyway. I think we need to inject life to this conversation because we are speaking about a very revolutionary technology, or rather an outcome that's enabled by technology, because artificial intelligence is not a technology. It is an outcome that is enabled by technology. So we ask ourselves, is it that natural stupidity is too prevalent, that we need artificial intelligence? Probably, but that's on a light note. But from a reality perspective is that we say if a human being does something that can be done by a machine, that is inefficiency. If a human being does something that a machine can do, that is inefficiency. If a machine does something that we cannot comprehend, then there's an ethical issue right there. And this is the challenge. I see now everyone is talking about AI, and we're wondering, are we going to get the singularity era where machines, the rise of the machines is surmounting what, say, the most intelligent human being, if they exist? I don't know the measure. The machine is much more intelligent than that particular person. But the role of AI will always be there. And if you look at a company like Oracle, we discovered how data is managed in 1977. There's no AI without data. I can tell you that for free. It was re-emphasized, I think, by Honey. If we don't have data, AI is hamstrung. That's the reality of it. So if you're a company, we as a company, if we look at our mission, we help organizations and people to see data in different ways, discover insights and patterns, and then create endless opportunities. Very resonant also with the theme of the event that we have here. So that mission tells you what Oracle is all about. And if you're talking mission-critical data, securing data, we are founded on the basis of securing the Department of Defense data in the US. So when you talk security, then you know what you're talking about. Because Hani also mentioned something about what if data, we are depending on artificial intelligence, but the AI algorithms are feeding off data that has maybe been transposed or changed. Then we'll be having stupid, intelligent outcomes, which can have a very deleterious effects around people. He gave the example of policing, for example. So we need to be very, very much alive about those realities. Yesterday, when Jeff and I think Victoria were asking questions here, there was a lady from Utali, I think Utali College, who asked, what will happen to the Kenyan hospitality when we talk about the age of artificial intelligence? What will happen to such things like empathy, like sympathy? My take on that is that artificial intelligence, it will never replace humans, at least in my perspective. What it will do, it will augment humans. And that at the confluence of that, augmenting human beings and where we fail, because to be very honest, we are not very good in doing repetitive tasks. Computers are very good in that. But there is that aspect of empathy and that human intelligence that really making a machine behave like that is almost infeasible. So it's a confluence. It's about augmenting the two so that you can find the sweet spot where you can drive the economy forward. So yes, there will be jobs that will be lost because of AI. That one I want to state it in no uncertain terms. But there will also be a multitude of jobs that's going to be created because of that confluence. They say the children who have not been born, or children who have been born the last 10 years, the jobs they will do are not known today. That's the reality of things. So don't fear artificial intelligence. This is a business outcome. At the end of the day, it's about knowing what do you want to achieve. If you are government, you want to catch the tax cheats, you can rely on AI technology and platform technology to help you to catch up with that. That's a business outcome. on that particular extent. So every organization will have a different way of interpreting what they can do with AI. And I think the presentation by Dr. Sevilla might make us think that ChatGPT is the only use case with all due respect. But the reality is AI is broader. We have robotics. We have not even spoken about them. And robots rely on a lot of intelligence. We talk about computer vision. That's another domain. Machine learning, natural language processing, speech recognition. So I want you to think about AI in a very broader sense, and gelling to the CEO's comment that AI is becoming much more democratized and affordable because of the reduction of the cost of compute and storage. So we can be able to do much more than we couldn't do earlier. In the interest of time, I'll pause there, but I can go on forever if you want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Kanywa. And just picking up from where you left off, I will request Prajwal from UiPath to just tell us a little bit more about all these different possible use cases that you've just touched on for us to see where AI can actually be used and where it can take us. Prajwal, a few minutes.
Thank you, Brian. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prajwal Shambhu. I lead the solution and sales engineering team for UiPath for the Middle East and Africa. Now, continue the discussion. It's really good to know that the conversation is going in the right direction, right? Specifically, going back to the keynote presentation from Mr. Doctor. So I was just going through the slides about the ChatGPT use cases, right? Now, the true story is about while AI today, the way the revolution has started, it's more about, people started embracing it more from a personal productivity or, in terms of more of a personal conversation perspective. But what really is the next revolution, in my opinion, is going to be about how do we start embedding this AI more into the businesses, into the enterprise level, right? And it's always been challenging to find use cases for an enterprise or organization level, right? Because at the end of the day, there is always a complexity of policies comes into play, the regulation comes into play, the data protection plays a pretty important role, right? So while working or dealing with those kind of circumstances, it's always, we need to think about pragmatic way of applying AI. How can AI be applied in terms of digitizing the way we are dealing with, let's say, the documents? We have so much of caseworkers, they spend day in, day out, looking at those various versions of documents, whatnot, and then, let's say, they manually do just a typing job, right? Can AI be applicable so that, we can sort of take those tasks, tedious tasks out of it? Can AI be applicable to, let's say, digitize those documents, intelligent enough to classify it, extract those information, putting into my back office or downstream systems? So my people can focus more on what is the data, whether it's right or wrong, or what is the accuracy, rather than they have to be the caseworker who has to do the extraction, classification from the day one, right? Another area, if you say public sector, serving our people, it's all about the service, like how do we improve the citizen service, right? How do we continue to improve the customer experience or the citizen experience? It could be around applying AI and learn from our people in terms of the feedback that they give it. It could be coming through omni-channel experience like emails, call scripts, right? So how do we basically understand the intent out of it so that we can sort of automate them, so we can enable more self-enabled services rather than everything goes in a point-based solution, which is more of a siloed fashion. A third and the most important area, what we have seen on a day-to-day basis, we at UiPath is people no longer now, ask about whether AI works or not. It's more about how do I combine, let's say, AI, which is an intelligent brain, with the execution wheel, which is automation, so that I can get my operational efficiency, improve the productivity, increase the growth, or drive the revenue through, let's say, expanding digital channels. So that's where we see these are typical use cases, which is still in an infancy stage. I think so. The next version 2 of the revolution is going to be expanding on top of this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Prajwal. So you've had several things. You've had NLP, RPA, You know, it's very typical for tech guys to just throw acronyms out there. Yesterday we had a pre-panel discussion, and we had a citizen user. And when we asked him after our entire conversation whether he understood what we said, the results were not very encouraging. But I do hope that the use cases that Prajwal has actually given us give a bit more explanation as to what precisely all this is. So interestingly enough, we've finished with the big boys. These are the guys who've been doing AI for a long, long time. But the real question is AI in Kenya. And with us on stage, we have Jessica Kolako, an innovator, entrepreneur, who has actually set up an AI-driven company. And we would just like to ask you, from an enterprise point of view, how the journey has been, and what kind of insights you have seen in terms of setting up AI, and a little bit about what you do. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's been a heavy afternoon, but this is an interesting panel, especially the whole conversation on AI, especially with ChatGPT out. As Brian mentioned, 7 years ago, I set up a HR tech startup called Brave. And Brave is basically building a workforce simulator that helps business leaders discover the best investment in people and maximizing your workforce. So we deal with a lot of talent data from legacy systems like the Oracles, the SAPs, and then we actually integrate APIs with them and run the simulators and actually seeing if your company is undergoing a merger or acquisition, what's the best talent to retain, what's the best talent to actually transition out, what are the skill sets you need for the future. So we actually piloting that with global companies, and you need a lot of data for that. When we first started 7 years ago, we were a career accelerator for data science. This is because growth companies were asking for data scientists at that point in time. And 7 years ago, the landscape crossed East Africa and West Africa, and the continent as a whole lacked the skill of a data scientist. So there's a difference between a data analyst, a data scientist, and a data engineer. Data scientists are those who actually focus on the computer science side of AI, and that's like natural language processing, robotic process automation, machine learning as well. So we were actually approached by a variety of companies, over 200 companies over the span of 5 years, to actually recruit data scientists. And the challenge that we found is, even if we actually upskilled data scientists or actually took graduates from different universities, they would not have the skill and experience to actually implement what the companies needed. So we had to actually go outward looking to continents like Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia, a bit of India as well, a bit of US as well, for these type of skill sets. Fast forward 7 years later, we've actually advanced quite a bit, and we can actually say we do have a level of AI skills and data science skills on the continent, but we have not quite reached there because our universities, private sector still actually need to upskill faster and give projects so this talent can actually get up to par with what like UiPath presented earlier. To get to that level, we don't have that type of experience on the continent, and that's why we have to start either outsourcing or bringing experts to train other talent or teams around them. So that's what we've been working on in a nutshell over the last couple of years.
All right, thank you very much for that, Jessica. You mentioned something about people and skill, and this is a question we'll put to the professor. But before we head over to Professor Mbogo, I'm also a practitioner in the AI enterprise space, so I'll ask myself a question and answer it as well. So how is the AI space?
Thank you very much. My company is called the Tech Innovators Network, and we do cool technology. We're the company that has built the bot for Madam Commissioner of the Office of the Data Protection. The reason I'm actually here is just to give a shout out to the coders behind that. So I want Steve Oweru and Charlene Lozi, who are NLPs, and they're online, who are doing that work. So the reason why I say this is because Professor Mbogo recently won a grant to put local languages, to create language models for local languages. So as you also speak about the training around people, could you also just slightly tell us about the language models and the language studies that you're actually doing to make ChatGPT listen to Kiswahili, to make Alexa listen to Kiswahili and other local languages, and why you feel that that is important? Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Okay, so as Brian has said, my name is Audrey Mbogo. I'm an associate professor of machine learning at USIU Africa, or United States International University, Africa in Nairobi. And so I just want to talk a little bit about the things that keep me awake at night. And so the thing that keeps me awake at night as an educator is how the students that I have had contact with, how they don't apply themselves enough, okay? And this has relevance to what we are talking about here. So Dr. Sevilla talked about ChatGPT. These are advanced AI technologies coming out of natural language processing, and there are many others. And if you have a generation of students who are not applying themselves, who are not looking deeper than just the surface, all they're going to be is good users of these technologies and not creators of them. And you might think, well, what's wrong with that? What's the problem? You know, other people are creating the technology. The problem is that when other people create the technology, they cater for their own interests. If it's natural language processing, they cater for their own languages. If they're English-speaking people, guess what? ChatGPT is going to be in English. It's not in your language, it's not in my language, it's not in Chiduruma, it's not in Chidigo, the languages of where we are. You probably have never heard of those languages, right? That's partly because technology has excluded them. And to me, the most effective way to bring on board languages that are excluded from AI technology is for the speakers of those languages to come on board with the knowledge, the abilities, the skills. But if our students are not engaging with the knowledge on a deep level, they're not going to be creating these technologies. They're not going to be influencing how these technologies work. So I guess I'm not posing any answers right now. All I'm saying is that we need to, those people, the stakeholders, who can help us to deliver education in a way that draws our students in, our young people in, so that they're not just wanting to use, but they're wanting to engage at a deep level. They're wanting to know the mathematics and the statistics and how all of that produces something like ChatGPT. Somebody mentioned to me that it's not the students, it's us, the educators, that we are the problem because we are not giving them curricula that are up to date. And that's true. Okay, I own up to that some of our universities have outdated content, outdated curricula. But what I said to him was, even if we update our curricula, and some of us are doing that, at USIU we are doing that, I know at Strathmore they're doing that. If you don't have students who will engage with those curricula at a deep level, then you still find yourself in the same position where the technologies we use are coming to us from the US, from the UK, from Japan, from China, and we are not able to include in those technologies the things that we want to see in them. So, so that's my complaint.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Prof. We've just been reminded. We're running a little bit behind time. But Florence, to just pick off from where Prof left off, there are quite a lot of questions around AI. We know you're down to earth. We know it's not only the name of your organization, but if you could just bring this down to earth and lay out some of these questions in the form of risks. Let's just hear from you for a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Brian. And I know we've all watched Terminator, what is it called? The Age of Ultron, and some of us are quite scared about what all this AI is. So my name is Florence Munene, and I'm not the CEO. I would like to be. I'm the technical manager at Down to Earth Technologies, and thank you for having me here. At Down to Earth, we've come across AI a couple of times while we're doing cybersecurity. We support our customers with deploying different solutions for cybersecurity while we're doing threat hunting and we're doing sandboxing for different solutions that we do. We come across a lot of AI with different vendors and what they're doing. But still, I know most of my panelists here have looked at the advantages and what we're doing in AI, the different use cases that we can use AI on. But guys, have we put a pause on this and thought about why are we doing all this? There are so many unknowns into this world of AI. There's so many things we can imagine that can go wrong. Do we really need to develop something that is more intelligent than us? Do we need to be the people who create the next civilization, really? Are we actually thinking in those angles? I know Elon and some of the big leagues have asked to put a pause on AI development for the next 6 months. I believe that's a correct next step. And I believe we should also put a lot of competition out of this. While looking at AI, we should also look at not competing who's going to develop the next big thing. I don't know what the government is doing on that regard. I don't know whether we are able to create only rules for Kenya when it comes to AI so that we are protected, because if it's going to be the end of the world, it's global, right? So there are a lot of advantages, and I've witnessed those advantages on AI, but I believe there is a question to ask on several uncertainties that are there for the AI, because that's the question in most of our minds when it comes to the end users.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Florence. You've brought us down to earth, but you've also taken us close to the edge, and we'll go to the gentleman seated at the edge. And this is Martin Bayer from Strathmore. A few elements have come up, which is the people. What about the people? There's a world of AI, there's a world of people. Could you please speak a little bit into this based on all those other matters, including ethics as well? Over to you.
Thank you, Brian. I will make 5 points, and I will use the Swahili translation, the 5 letters in the Swahili translation of an English word,
to drive those 5 points home, and I'll ask the audience to engage. I'm based at Strathmore. I teach entrepreneurship, public policy. I'm also a student in the University of Pretoria, studying technology and innovation management, and I sit on the governing council of the African Center for Technology Studies. I'll start with an exercise. Whisper to the person next to you. Indulge me, including our wakurugenzi, wakubwa. If you need to scoot over, kindly do that. Whisper to the person next to you the Swahili word for why. One word, 5 letters. Why? And then on the count of 3, 5 letters, 5 letters. On the count of 3, let's all shout together. I'll count till 3. Let's all shout together what that word is. I know some of you will use a 7-letter word. 1, 2, 3. Mbona. So for the 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes that I speak, I want you to remember which word? Mbona. I'm wearing a Turkish suit that is 7 years old, actually 8 years old, 2015. I'm wearing American shoes, Hush Puppies, that are less than a year old, bought from Bata. And I'm wearing a Kenyan shirt using Ghanaian print, and I don't know where the cotton for the blue came from. Mbona. And then after this, I'll ask you to ask the question right at the end. Kwa sababu, repeat, kwa sababu.
Kwa sababu.
Then I'll switch to English. Because our collective intelligence in this room, I want to argue, surpasses the intelligence of AI, artificial intelligence. If you agree with me, raise your hand. If you don't, hopefully by the end of my presentation, I will have convinced you. 5 points. Our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ogutu, Dr. Joseph Villa, asked all of us faculty members to sign up for GTP accounts to figure out how we were going to disrupt our teaching. I signed up for GTP this morning. In the corner when I was seated down there, it asks for my first name, last name, email address, phone number. So it already has 2 data points to do homework on me. It asked me to enter a password, so it clearly 8 letters. It tested my intelligence. Then it gave me caution. We are not always accurate. We will review your conversation to make ourselves smarter. And please don't share sensitive data. And then I put in my first word. Guess which word I typed in? Do you want to know what ChatGPT told me? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by Mbona. Could you please provide more context or information about what you are looking for? That was ChatGPT. So guess what I typed in? Connected Summit 2023. Do you want to know what ChatGPT told me? As an AI language model, I don't have access to current or future events unless they have already been widely publicized. As of my knowledge cutoff date, September 2021, I don't have any information about Connected Summit 2023. However, you can try to search for information online or reach out to the organizers of Connected Summit for more details. What's the question? Mbona. So I went to Bard. Bard is a OpenAI's competitor, Google. And the site says Bard experiment. It already has all Bard, B-A-R-D experiment. It already has all my details because automatically it pulled my Google details, my Gmail account. And you want to know what Bard told me? So the page says, Bard can explain why large language models might make mistakes. It gives different use cases for Bard. And then it tells me, meet Bard, your creative and helpful collaborator here to supercharge your imagination, boost your productivity, and bring your ideas to life. But then it gave me a warning. BAD isn't currently supported in your country. Stay tuned. So the two AIs have not helped me. So do you know what I did? I went to Google. I typed Mbona, and guess what Google gave me? Song by Calligraph Jones. That was the top one. It's not the kind of song I want to repeat here, so I'll quickly move on. When I typed Connected Summit 2023, finally, I got an answer I could work with because it gave me the website of Connected Summit 2023. The final case study, I've taken three. Brian, I'll be quick. I've gone
been
far.
asked to be the bad cop.
Okay.
So we are completely out of time.
I can stop.
We'll allow you to just make a few very impressive points.
That's okay.
To the panel.
That's okay.
To the audience, and then because you have 5.
Imagine I've already done 3.
4. Oh, awesome.
Yes.
So
I'm moving a story. I'm not moving logically.
All right, good.
I've taken 3 Uber rides to this destination, 2 from this destination, to protect the identity of the driver. I won't go into details. Mombasa has 700 Uber drivers. I was informed Nairobi has 10,000. Interestingly, it cost me from Jacaranda to Leisure Lodge daily between 350 and 400 shillings. But on one of those trips, I was charged 200 shillings because Uber's GPS failed to correctly identify my location. So when I got into the taxi, the first question of the driver was, "Hey, hapa umenichezea?" And promptly I ended up paying them the extra 200 shillings, not the 200 shillings on the site that Uber had indicated. Brian, with those 3 points, I was trying to dispel the notion that AI is perfect. And with those 3 points, I could argue that all of us in this room, our natural intelligence surpasses artificial intelligence. So I'll tell you the meaning of Mbona. I'll just read them through. M stands for me. Repeat after me. Me.
Me.
You're either an AI developer or user, so we call you a practitioner. B stands for bias. Repeat after me. Bias.
Bias.
Is the data representative? How is the model designed? Who designs the model? O stands for ownership. Say ownership.
Ownership.
Honorable Kiarie talked about digital bandits. There's an academic who calls them global intellectual monopolies. Those large companies that hog all your data and don't pay you for it. Some might be in this room, maybe not. Inequality issues have been raised. National innovation system, corporate innovation system. Who really owns the data? N starts for natural. Repeat after me. Natural.
Natural.
Let's use our brains. Our brains are what inform neural networks, modeled on neurons and synapses. A stands for artificial. Repeat after me. Artificial.
Artificial.
Neural networks, microprocessors, silicon chips, quantum computing much faster, central processing units, our computers, and graphics processing units, GPUs, much faster ones. So I close, Brian, with Mbona standing for each of those things I have shared with you. So as you think of the ICT master plan, issues of SDG, business and human rights, there's a code of practice I think a set of actors are bringing up. I just wanted to leave you with this interactive exchange to argue that AI is excellent. It will drive growth, but on issues of sustainability and inequality, always ask which question?
Mbona.
Thank you, and sorry for running over time.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Martin. It is very evident AI is with us. AI is here. AI practitioners are here. AI analysts, critics. And I will give, unfortunately, our chairman is looking at me badly. I will give, unfortunately, the government 1 minute to respond. The government is ably represented by Mike Odhiambo from ICTA. If you could just tell us from where we were or where we are and what the government is thinking and where we're going. It is also useful for us to know what the government is thinking around AI, as well as just yourself, which is very useful. Over to you, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you. So the beauty of being last and getting that small time is you have a shorter time to address those questions. And maybe just to dispel what Brian said, unlike the rest, for me, the bosses are still in the room. There's a PS here, the chairman, even the ICT committee. So every word I say might have an effect in our budget. So we need to be very careful with how we say it. So one thing I just want to mention, you talked about the digital master plan, which we launched last year at the Connected, for those who are here. That digital master plan has got 19 flagship projects. Project number 15 talks about the Kenya National Software Factory. So that is where we plan to plug in AI. Now, admittedly, it is true that at the moment, there's no clear regulations, and we don't even have regulations within the country that are specific for AI. So it is not yet a regulated space, and therefore there are certain things that have to be done for us to get to where it needs to be. But in the interest of time, I just want to confirm something here. It has been said that, you know, for AI to even be regulated, there are a number of things that you need to look at. And sometimes you look at AI and you look at the risk factor. And so if you're going to do AI, say in aviation or the medical space, there's what they then term as an acceptable risk. And therefore, if you're going to look at a governance or legislation around that, you need to look at how that then affects what you want to do. And half the time it turns out too risky, and you find that people are a bit lethargic in taking that direction. And I'll use a very different example here, maybe very close to what my colleague said. Now, a lot of AI, and I think it was demonstrated in the ChatGPT that we were told about here. So with AI, a lot of the data, a lot of the times the data is out of country. And that is why we have problems. And there are some use cases here. I sat with a team of people 3 months ago who were looking at face recognition software on CCTV. Now, guess what happened when my face was beamed on this camera? It said object not found. Now, the long and short of this is that the AI, I don't know why he's laughing that much, but the AI structure behind this was built on a white man's face, you see? So it's not used to looking at this. And this was a foreign solution, and I was the only black person in that panel. So the object was not found, all right? It needed some light, I'm told. So we then went further, and we realized one thing about AI. And this is why I'm just trying to explain why certain things will take time. In a police station, in some countries, they're using CCTV to manage crime, even in the US. And guess what? Someone talked about bias. So I think you've heard about Black Lives Matter. I don't want to go into detail. But the long and short of what someone went into detail to explain is that if this camera then beams at you, this is an AI experiment, and it shows people walking. But when it sees a black person walking and is pocketing, that person is a threat, is about to shoot. Let me break it back home. So imagine if we were to use AI in the judiciary. And you know, Kenyans, I think many of the Kenyans in this room will relate to this. So if we're in a court of law and someone has stolen chicken, many of you will have a quick suspect to be from somewhere in this region of the country. I'm trying to look away from my bosses because I'll be in trouble. But what I'm trying to say is that, you know, AI is developed and then AI learns. So if I stole chicken, many people would expect me to steal fish. So in an AI court, I would not be the suspect. Someone else will be the suspect because they are known to love chicken. So what I'm trying to say here is that with regulation and governance, when you look at AI, what would then happen if something went wrong with an AI solution that had got diverse effects? Who do you blame? Is it the developer, or is it the person who trained the system? And with that question, you then ask yourself, it then means that for AI, before you throw it out, remember one thing, it builds a life of its own. So if you come to Kenya, put it in judiciary, and you train it well, then it will give you good results. But if you train it to know that if chicken is stolen in a court of case, in a case, the suspects usually are from here. If this happens, the suspects are from here. Guess what? That's what AI will learn. Will it be effective? No, it has got bias. So putting this together makes it very difficult to build legislation and to have an act around it. And I think there are certain proposals going forward, just in the way that right now Ministry of ICT and the digital economy. Maybe in future we can get to a place where we have something very specific for AI, because the skills gap is one of the biggest factors that then slows down this, yes. So maybe a unit that then just looks at AI, so that that is very specific.
Thank you.
And I think I will end it there just by saying that AI is here with us today. As government, I know, and I don't speak for my bosses, now I'm speaking as Mike, it is important that AI can be used for the use cases that make sense. But where it needs time for people to learn, we need to be careful, because there's a developer in there, there's someone who's training the system, and there's the end consumer. So I leave that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are wonderful, wonderful insights on the perspective of government. Don't quite switch off my mic yet. We've just been asked, Jeff, so I don't think we'll take any Q&As. We're running behind time. But it's an incredible panel. You're doing incredible work. And as the topic mentions, you know, it's the economy of the future. And you've been an incredible audience as well. So I'll just request that we first give the panelists a round of applause. Thank you very much, guys. It was amazing speaking with you. And also for the audience, give yourselves an amazing round of applause as well. Thank you. And I think with that, I'll hand over back to you, Jeff. And you can run the rest of the program.
Okay, thank you. Because they never appreciate the moderator. A round of applause for him as well. Thank you so much. Ladies, gents, you could have your seats as we get ready for the next session that takes place. We're moving on to our next discussion. It's all about digital trade and services. And Bwana Michael Odhiambo, don't worry. If you hear of any cut in funding, either from the National Assembly or your bosses here, you know the question to ask. Mbona? That's what you're going to do at this particular point in time. Our next discussion, of course, digital trade and services. Of course, we're looking at e-commerce and the integration of the Africa Free Continental Trade. A lot of promise in there, but also the question lies as to the different markets, the different countries, and where they are in terms of their production capacity, maturity, and the markets as well when it comes to competing on what should be an equal playing field right across the markets and the countries. And those are some of the discussions we'll be having in this particular panel as well. But we do have a couple of government dignitaries. We have principal secretaries in the room. And for that particular part of the program, I will call upon Principal Secretary Edward Waswa Kisiangani for Broadcasting, Telecommunications in the Ministry of Information, Communications and the Digital Economy to take hold and take control of this particular part of the program. Asante.
Thank you, Jeff. Because we have a very tight schedule, we shall try to constrict our presentations to enable some people get time to travel back to Nairobi because of work. So what I want to do now, first to recognize all of you and to celebrate you for participating in this great conference And the last one, item you have been discussing, is the item on AI. I think there's no answer, yet we are still working out. It's work in progress on how best we can appropriate AI, and that's why from UNESCO, then here, and probably in June, we have a full conference on AI, and we shall collectively come up with the resolutions that don't just isolate one country from the rest, but which will work on universal operation guidelines that will connect the world together and make sure that AI works for all of us, so that you don't have that case where Mike is, image is given a response, no object seen. We would like everybody in the world to be an object seen. So that is where we are. But before I make a few remarks related to the question of e-commerce, I would like to recognize the presence of my colleagues in government. I have two principal secretaries here who also took off their busy schedule and came here to work with us. First, we have the principal secretary in charge of sports and the arts, my brother Jonathan Mweke. I would like to donate my little time to him to just highlight a few things. Then from there, we shall move to principal secretary in charge of micro, small and medium enterprises, Susan Mangeni, to follow, and also maybe I'll give them. They are my colleagues, and it's very difficult for me to allocate time to them, but they understand how tight it is even for themselves. So probably I suggest 5 minutes of highlights for each one of them. Then from there, I'll also make my presentation very short to enable people move to the next session quickly. So my brother Jonathan, please come and make your remarks.
My colleague PSs, members of parliament present, sponsors, thought leaders, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As my colleague PS has said, we'll be very brief. I know we are running behind schedule. We're here really to explore how e-commerce can be a gateway to a world of possibilities, providing businesses of all sizes with access to global markets and consumers, while creating new opportunities for growth and innovation. E-commerce has been with us really for a while. It's now being called digital trade, and it presents several opportunities as well as challenges in accessing global markets and consumers. I will just give very, very quick highlights, again, because of time, and I'm sure that we'll be able to expand more on this topic during the panel discussion. The opportunities really we have for e-commerce are around a large consumer base. Africa now is north of maybe 1.3 billion people. Our median age is 19, which means half of our population really is below 19 years old. And statistically, a lot of the young people are the technology users. So e-commerce really creates a huge opportunity to be able to create jobs, to be able to drive the economy, to be able to contribute to our GDP. And this is one of the biggest opportunities that e-commerce or digital trade would bring. Market penetration is another big factor with e-commerce. We are now accessing our phones, the internet, largely by using our phones. And because we are at least almost 50% digitized in Kenya and as a whole in Africa, again, it creates a very, very big opportunity for people to be able to trade online and to find their livelihoods online. And also to reach consumers through mobile apps and technologies and other mobile devices. Cross-border trade is another opportunity we have. We now have the African Free Trade Agreement, so businesses now can go online and access a wider market in Africa, making it much easier to trade across borders. A growing middle class gives us an opportunity because it has led to increased purchasing power. So it makes e-commerce a very attractive option for business targeting this demographic. Last but not least is also improved logistics. E-commerce, again, buying of goods and services online. Sometimes you need those goods and services to be delivered. And with increased investment in Africa and in Kenya on infrastructure, people are now able to go online, buy their goods, and have them delivered. However, we also have a few challenges that inhibit access to these opportunities that I've just mentioned. One is poor internet connectivity. Indeed, we know a big strategy of this government is connecting every corner of this country, putting Wi-Fi in markets, putting thousands of kilometers of fiber, just to ensure that we connect the entire country in the effort of achieving the sole agenda of government, which is the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And this will solve the challenge of connectivity, poor internet connectivity, which would, of course, limit online markets and reduce customer reach. We also have a complex regulatory environment. E-commerce businesses have to navigate complex regulatory environments, which can be time-consuming and costly. Despite also investments in infrastructure, we are really not there yet. We don't have world-class infrastructure, so there are some areas of the country, some areas of the continent that would be difficult to access so as to deliver goods and services, and that would then be a challenge to using digital trade in order to continue enhancing our economy. As you heard, I'm in the sports sector now, always been an IT professional, but now in sports, and I am using my IT background as we are leading the State Department of Sports to see how we can use technology, use AI, use virtual reality to go out and identify, develop, and monetize talent. We know talent identification is not just in the big towns, Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, and Kisumu. We have to go deep into the villages and the counties to be able to identify our talent so we can develop it and then we can monetize it. Because indeed we have a vision of ensuring that we build this sports industry, which is very, very big in other parts of the world, to be a major driver of our economy and a major contributor to our GDP. We intend to use technology to make it much easier for us to go out and identify talent. We want to get to a point where scouts don't have to physically go to a location to go and see the kind of skills our young men and women who are in sports or practicing sports have in order to develop them and turn them into professionals and create jobs in a manner that which they can use their talents to form livelihoods. So e-commerce here, the digital trade, digital opportunities are going to be a major pillar in our Talanta Hela program, which is the major program in our State Department that will be going out to ensure that we're able to identify, develop, and monetize talent. So increased data collection and analysis will enable sports organizations to collect and analyze data on athletes, teams, and events, and this will help identify areas for improvement, optimize training, programs, and enhance performance. In summary, digitization is going to be very important to sports development in Kenya because it enhances visibility, fan engagement, data analysis, access to funding, and talent identification. By leveraging digital platforms, sports organizations in Kenya can indeed create more opportunities for athletes, grow the industry, and promote the development of sports in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, those are my very, very few comments on this topic, and I'm looking forward to hearing more from the many thought leaders that are in this room. Asanteni sana.
Now, it's time to welcome to the stage this distinguished lady who is our Principal Secretary in charge of micro enterprises, small and medium enterprises in our country, Susan Mangeni. Please.
Thank you so much, Professor Kisiangani, and all the delegates. Hamjambo. Kindly allow me to say hamjambo so that you get to know the language you need to use in the AIs when you are in Kenya. And Prof, I just searched you while I was seated there. Nothing about you. Nobody knows you. But the most interesting thing was when I tried searching our president, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. It tells me that he's the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. I almost threw away that phone, but now you know. So, Bona, isn't it? Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to join you this afternoon, but mine is just to appreciate the role that digitalization is playing, or rather is helping us to achieve financial inclusion. As I've been introduced, I'm the PS for MSME. I know many people have some difficulties in saying that. Professor is micro, small, and medium enterprises. But so we embarked on a journey which some people thought it was a difficult journey. But 4 months after our government launched the Financial Inclusion Fund, which is popularly known as Hustler Fund, riding on the available technological infrastructure, I can stand here and attest that digitalization is the greatest equalizer of our time. And more so for the underdeveloped or developing world where we sit, and majority of African country, we can say digitalization is really helping us to bridge the gaps that have existed because of disparities in terms of infrastructural development that will make it difficult for core services in the economy, especially in the financial, to reach the grassroots. We are able right now to achieve that through mobile money. I don't want to talk about that because most of us have talked about our greatest invention of M-Pesa. But I think what we need to be focusing on right now is we should not just look at technology as a product, as a very independent product. Where I sit, I try as much as possible to discourage any conversation around when somebody comes to me, tech innovation. To me, it's not about the tech innovation, but it's the ability of that particular innovation in solving the problem that we face in our society. So it means we need to take this conversation deep to where the problem exists. And we know where does the problem exist? It exists at the grassroots level. Those are the people who are not served Those are the people who do not have internet connectivity. Those are the people who have got problems, but at the same time have got very good ideas. And I want to believe my take on AI, for example, will be like I see massive opportunity there as an entrepreneur. Those who are in the education sector, I'm seeing this as an opportunity, for example, to promote a library and reading culture among our children there at the grassroots. I mean, but one thing also that I want to say, there is no day that will ever substitute natural intelligence with artificial intelligence. All this confusion we are coming across whenever we are searching, it just shows that we need to appreciate that alongside the artificial intelligence, there will always be the natural intelligence that will keep on powering it up. So with that in mind, then it means we can always use this as an opportunity to develop other innovations, especially in access to, education opportunities, or people can start reading, can start interacting with the whole world and get to know what other world perspectives that they need to be informed with. Lastly, I just want to say this, that even as we talk about tech innovations and we appreciate the opportunity there is in, most of the innovations are necessity-driven. And I want to believe that even M-Pesa was actually driven by the fact that most of us in the middle class or whichever class we are, we really needed to send money to our people there back in the villages who do not have a credit card, who do not have a bank account. And because of the numbers there at the grassroots, it really encouraged us to promote this innovation. However, it's now time for us to look at it as an opportunity. How are we going to look at it as an opportunity is what exactly the government of Kenya is doing. All these interventions we are coming up with to help promote bottom-up economic transformation agenda. We are looking at digital infrastructure as a key enabler. So any problem that we have, side by side, we want to see how can technology as an enabler help us to promote either access to services, access to solutions that our people need. So I will encourage that let's look at it from, like an entrepreneur, I'm looking at this as an enabler that will help us transform or formalize. Majority of MSMEs who are in the first M is the micro. Majority of MSMEs who are in the grassroots, those who are not served by the banks. How can we use technology to enable them save? Through Hustler Fund, we are now able to save. We've given an opportunity where an entrepreneur or any individual can save even a shilling, which was not going to be possible when we used to do the physical movement and physical transaction. Secondly, through technology, we're able to save and invest. We are having massive opportunities, for example, in affordable housing, where again we can organize our people there at the grassroots. And through technology, because everybody, majority of people in Kenya, I don't know you put at what percentage, but I believe majority of people in Kenya have got phones. And through that phones, we just become innovative with saving products that are customized to them. So they're able to save, and then they can, like invest in affordable housing. They can also invest in premium health, health insurance. So you can see just by the use of digital lending, digital saving, we're able to achieve a lot that we couldn't achieve without technology. I want to say, yes, there are quite a number of risks, and this is why we ask all the key players in it. Help us, because we've had the challenges with a lot of frauds, a lot of attacks, and even as we keep on promoting savings, the question is, will our money be safe? Will our savings be safe? Will our investment be safe? So that's one of the areas that we need to think about and see how we can secure that. But finally, just to appreciate all your efforts and say that if we look at this as an enabler, let's keep on improving it. And let's keep on embracing it, but with solution, using it as a solution provider. And this one means we have to invest more on digital literacy, which is really lacking. I've really challenged agencies that are involved in financial inclusion And I'm telling them that it is high time that you start looking at, for example, commercial infrastructure differently and start focusing on virtual infrastructure. Each and every time, most of us here are in different WhatsApp group. Already that's a market that you access every day. But if that mama down there is not enabled with a smartphone that can help her take a picture of her produces and put on that WhatsApp group, connect to the market, that technology would have failed. So we need also to start thinking, how do we come up with an innovative product that can increase access to markets, increase access to capacity building, increase even help in value addition, and help to increase productivity. Thank you so much, and if you are from Kenya or Kenya living diaspora and you have not signed up to the Hustler Fund, kindly dial *254#. You'll get massive opportunity, and believe you me, this is the only way that you're going to transform this country, because you are reaching out to 70% of Kenyans that had never been served. We are not competing with the, I need to say this, Professor, because most of the time people think that Hustler Fund came to compete. Hustler Fund is not competing with the private sector. Hustler Fund is rehabilitating that population of Kenyans that was never touched, the high-risk population that you could never invest in. And after some point, we want to rehabilitate their credit score and bring them back to the market. Widen your customer base. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
So, before I thank you very much, Susan. Thank you very much, my brother Mweke. Before I constrict my remarks to just a few minutes, let me recognize the presence of our members of parliament. I've seen quite a few. How many are you? Please just stand so that I know who is here. The legislature is very important in Kenya. I think the two of them. Please come, both of you. Let me just give each one of them 1 minute to introduce themselves. These are our members of parliament, and they work with the ICT community in government in a big way, so they can introduce themselves. 1 minute, and then we move.
Thank you so much, Bonapies. My name is Jamatia Sergon, a member of parliament for Baringo County. I am a member of ICT, but it's called Communication, Information, and Innovation in Parliament. I'm also in the budget. And this is one of the opportunities for us to, draw our agenda in Kenya in terms of technology. I always tell people, technology is here today and forever. How we work around ourselves on it is another thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the participants. Bonapies, we already even introduced ourselves in the morning, and a number of our colleagues also are in the other panel that is on the ongoing. My name is Senator Beatrice Ogola. I'm a member of the ICT committee in the Senate, and it's lovely listening to all that is ongoing here. We hope to continue working together and encourage the bipartisan approach. Thank you.
For visitors, don't ask what that bipartisan means. We understand what she means, so it is our in-house story. Don't worry about it. So I think I'll just, I'm not going to read a speech for you, but I'm just going to make some highlights. This is the second time I'm speaking to such a distinguished audience. I don't need to introduce myself again. I'm Edward Kisiangani. I've made a career at university until I joined the government recently. And so I can count myself lucky because I'm learning a lot of new things. Although the field of technology is not new to me, I think there are also many other things in that field that I can learn. I think we shouldn't be so complicated because as ICT practitioners, we must be able to use a language that is understood by people who don't have as much knowledge as ourselves in describing this field. So I think in simplest terms, what we're talking about by e-commerce is the method of buying and selling goods and services on an electronic or online platform. That is what we are doing. So this is what we're discussing today in the context of e-commerce for Kenya and its integration with the rest of the continent. Right now, you realize we have probably 1.14 billion people who are doing their transactions online. Transactions involving sale of goods and services. For us in Africa, the question we ask, what percentage of the African people are part of the 2.1 billion people doing business online? If our percentage is not convincing, then we have the first assignment to attend to. Indeed, although Africa is playing a role, what my brother Jonathan Mweke said, we have probably 1.3 billion people. How many of these can access online facilities? In some countries, Africa, the situation is not good. And I do not want to be the one breaking bad news to you. But I want you to look back, especially the African citizens who are here, and you'll see that we form a small percentage of the 1.14 billion people who are currently using the online platform. But when you go to among these people in the world who are using online platform to do business, transactions, and goods and services, the online Amazon stores, online stores alone take 200 million people across the world. So 200 million people are on Amazon stores. They can order things, some of you are. And all this is about software applications and being accessible, being able to access channels to connect buyers and sellers. So if you look at our remote districts across the African continent, how many people can engage these channels and connect with fellow buyers and sellers across the world? That is the main situation with regard to Africa. But the leadership of this continent has not just sat pretty to complain. Through initiatives with our development partners and initiatives from the African Union, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which my brother Jonathan Mweke talked about, was established and has been established, and it has been established to set up a digital trade and investment protection center for the entire continent. This is one avenue where the continent is setting up mechanisms to compete with the rest of the world. To compete and in other instances, partner with the rest of the world. So when you look at the African continent, the key enablers for the digital single market which we are pursuing, which is consistent with our 2063 agenda, when Africa will be 100 years old, modern Africa, is to cultivate trust and confidence among consumers so that they can engage in e-commerce. It's also about to enhance the role of postal services in trade facilitation, to do consumer protection, because when you order these goods and services, you also need to be sure you are ordering the right things. You could order things which are not well branded. You could order foodstuffs which have expired, or from sources which are not clear. To reach this single digital economy means we shall put in place guidelines that can protect us as consumers. We want to talk about cyber security. The challenge today in the continent is the trafficking of young people being sold in other countries using the online. It's big business. That is not the e-commerce Africa is looking for. We're not looking for e-commerce which converts human beings into goods, and you start trafficking them to other places. So we need a protection here. It's not all goods which we call goods. It's not all human beings. It's not animals. Some people have even moved biological species from one country to another using e-commerce. We need high levels of awareness. We need internet connectivity and other infrastructure, ICT infrastructure. And also we want to have e-readiness on the African continent. This e-readiness is, you want to get, I was just making a joke recently with a colleague of mine, and I said that there are certain parts of Africa where you find university professors, because of these online threats that you get, have been told if they own a smartphone, they will get cancer. And you can go to some traditional universities in Africa, you find those distinguished professors don't want to use the mobile phone. They also don't want to use the computer. If these guys find their way in government, they'll create a wall of e-unreadiness, and it will cause you problems. So in Africa, this is what we think are the key enablers of a single digital market. However, we are hampered by challenges including the low digital literacy, inadequate ICT infrastructure, inadequate transport and logistics infrastructure, inadequate policies and regulatory frameworks that my colleague has talked about. But even as we face those challenges, it's notable that most African states are making efforts to address these barriers. Some have even done very well in infrastructure and logistics. For example, in this country, I think we have made some good, commendable progress. Other countries like Nigeria and South Africa are also trying, even Ghana. E-commerce has a potential to transform the continent's economy, which has a population of about 1.2 billion people, and it also has the capacity to create a big market for our products. So to fully realize the benefits, Africa needs to invest in infrastructure, logistics networks, and probably develop appropriate policies, legal and regulatory frameworks to develop e-commerce. This will help to connect businesses and customers across the continent, because Africa is our business. On our part in Kenya, we are committed to strengthen the policy and legal regulatory frameworks to guide and support online trade. Led by our president, Dr. William Ruto, the government is not going to look back on this. Despite the challenges, the president has given directives and guidelines, and he has emphasized to us, especially those of us who have been privileged to work in government, that technology is not an end in itself. He has emphasized that this technology must be a means to an end. So in our country, how does that become a means to an end? Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at what we have experienced in the recent past, we have had the honor to do a couple of things. In our own manifesto, we have pillars to do with the infrastructure, pillars to do with the housing and settlement. These are the main pillars of the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. We have a pillar on universal health care. We have pillar dealing with environment and climate change, micro, small, and medium enterprises, digital superhighway, environment and climate change. These are some of the main pillars of our Kenya Kwanza manifesto. The driver of these pillars, because these are the pillars that the government in Kenya wants to use to empower people at the lowest end of our social pyramid. We want to do something in agriculture, small businesses, housing and settlement, healthcare. We want to do environment and so on and so on. To empower people at the bottom of the economic pyramid, we have only one driver, and that driver is the digital platform. We want all these pillars to be driven, to be fueled by an enhanced and well-developed digital platform. So the digital superhighway is important to our country. So when my sister talked about financial inclusivity, this financial inclusivity means if you wanted to borrow money, some little money for small businesses, you do not have human beings standing between you and the money. They are in an office. All you need is to get to your mobile phone like this one. You get to the channel that I've talked about. You put in your request and the money comes back to your phone. That creates greater efficiency. You can move on and buy your goods and services online without necessarily negotiating with any human being who would probably even ask you for kickbacks or 10% out of the principal so that they help you. So we are minimizing the cost of doing business. These pillars will be achieved through deliberations that emanate from this meeting. As we conclude these meetings that we're holding, and others we have already held, we shall get ideas on how best we can use the digital platforms to empower our people through in the field of agriculture and food security, in the small businesses, in housing, in environment, in climate, and so on and so forth. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we congregate here to discuss this, we must recognize that our country is a signatory to major international and bilateral agreements, and it will honor all of them. But before I exit the stage, we have one specific area in which we are applying our e-commerce strategy, the area of postal cooperation. the Postal Master General, I think I saw him here. Yes. We want to revamp and re-engineer our e-commerce strategy by using the Postal Corporation. How are we going to do it? We are ready to borrow from the best practices across the world, but this is our idea. We want to improve infrastructure that we welcome everybody to help us, those who have ideas, digitize everything at post office, and make sure that post office becomes a holding bay to distribute medicine, to distribute fertilizer. People can order for those products, and many other commodities that we can pass over to populations. So they can order through their online platforms, and the poster will be the courier service provider to make sure they reach the destination that are targeted. And as we do that, ladies and gentlemen, through the post office, again, we have a project in our government which requires us to initiate a program to build a robust national addressing system, which we are doing. Because without this national addressing system, it is difficult if you are living in India and you want to deliver something in a village in Kenya. It's difficult for you to find out who you are taking the thing to. So Kenya is also going to work with its international partners to agree on general guidelines on how the national addressing system will work for us. So by empowering the post office and making them the quintessential third partner in financial and service transactions, goods transactions, we want to make sure that by doing so, we shall enhance our e-commerce strategy and reach a point where now everybody is online. Postal Corporation of Kenya is the middle person to deliver what people order online. So, in conclusion, using the post office and other avenues, e-commerce and the integration of Africa's free continental trade is going to be essential for driving economic growth and for creating new opportunities for businesses and consumers. By working together, Africa can unlock its potential and build a bright future. And for the international citizens who have come to our country, we are willing to work with you. We are willing to receive some of the bright ideas you have. I'm sure you have one or two things to learn from us, especially with M-Pesa and other things. As we lay the fiber optic, some of you have more developed fiber optic networks in your countries. You tell us about the challenges you had, and then also the opportunities that we have not utilized. Kenya is ready to learn from you, but we hope that we have something you can also learn from us. So e-commerce strategy, e-commerce thinking in Kenya is going to be big business, not just in this government, but for also in the future, because it has the capacity to enable the government to reduce the cost of doing business, while at the same time empowering people who have in the past been disadvantaged because of the red tape that we have experienced before. So with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you again immensely for attending this session and for coming to our country, and for the citizens of Kenya who have attended today's session and other sessions. I can't thank you enough for that patriotic spirit. But before I go, I just want to get back to what Susan said. The reason why we are not being located on artificial intelligence products, and now because the chairman of the ICT authority is here, is that I don't want to see this happening again. The picture of the president should be big. I'm sure if you look for it, that's why it is not, you can't put that picture of the president shouldn't be like that, and I don't want to see it in any other function. If you invite me in another function where the picture of the president is small like that, I will not even address you. And then secondly, we want to have our flags here so that even the artificial intelligence can locate our flags, plus the East African flag. You saw we sang the East African anthem. We are now one family, and I don't know why those flags are not here. So that's why we are not being located in the artificial intelligence radar, and I hope the officers who are here will take charge of that. You must take this one very seriously. The president's portrait shouldn't be like that, and our national flag plus the East African flag must be here. Now, because some of these activities are sponsored by different organizations, including the UN, we need, if the UN is involved, we shall also expect their flags to be here. But what you have done here is correct, it is fine. So when you do that and there is some robot looking, an artificial intelligence robot, it will locate me, it will locate Susan, it will locate our MPs. And so this is the data, because our colleague said, you cannot use artificial intelligence without data. So because if you do this and you have no data for our flags, then we can't be located, and I hope that this changes. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with those remarks, I will thank you and celebrate you, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Principal Secretary Kisiangani, please. Thank you so much. Bwana PS, as you have ably told us, we continue learning. Not only the machines are learning, but even the humans, as we continue to endeavor in making better events, and I'm sure they have taken those respective notes on what needs to be done there, because as you said, at the end of the day, we should all be objects that are seen, not that are not seen. And of course, we shall look into that. Quickly, I want to get ready for our panel discussion. I believe the panel is ready, and our moderator is ready to take on that particular session as we move it forward. I'd like to call on stage Harry Hare, Chairman and Publisher of CIO Africa, as he comes on stage. A round of applause for him. He shall introduce his panelists, and we'll get straight into the afternoon's discussion as well.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, just please stand up and stretch. Just stretch. You've been sitting for too long. While you're stretching, please, my panelists, you know yourselves, please come to this stage. Stretch, stretch, stretch. You want to dance? Robotic dancing, I've never seen that. Okay, good, you can sit down now. Yeah, anywhere. Thank you. So I'll sit on this other side. Jeff, how many minutes do we have? Okay, thank you. So we'll go straight into our panel. And I want my panelists to introduce themselves. Susan, you know part of this? So we'll get our panelists to introduce themselves from the far end. Please take 1 minute to introduce yourself, and then the next person, then we will start from there.
Thank you very much, Harry. I'm Peter Madenge. I work for Citibank. I'm responsible for public sector sales in the Treasury and Trade Solutions business, and I cover the Sub-Saharan Africa cluster. Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Francis Ngari. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Naivas. Our business is to make sure that everyone uses and spends their money from Naivas. We use every form of technology, voodoo, from marketing to payment, to make sure that happens. It's a pleasure to be here today.
Good afternoon. My name is Frida. Can I be heard? My name is Frida Inchoga from the Tony Blair Institute. I'm an advisor on e-commerce, embedded at the Ministry of ICT. From the Tony Blair Institute, we believe in supporting governments and political leaders to work through strategy, policy, delivery, and we firmly believe that technology is a strong enabler to governments being able to overcome challenges. Thanks.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm John Tonui, the Postmaster General, Postal Corporation of Kenya.
Good afternoon. I'm James Njero. I'm an academia, policymaker, and a regulator with Communication Authority. At the authority, we are happy to continue facilitating the sector, and we look forward to a better discussion. Thank you.
They know you? Yes, I think they know you, but you can still introduce yourself.
Yeah, I've already said my name, but I want to say what I do is to coordinate the focus on MSME development in Kenya, which has been lacking for a long time. This is the first time as a country since independence that you're having a state department which is solely focusing on MSME development.
Awesome. Thank you so much. My panel, you can see we have an able panel, so I hope we can have a good discussion. So Professor Kisangani has really painted a good picture of where we're going in terms of e-commerce as a country. But maybe from the panel, maybe you can just shine a light on what is actually the status of e-commerce in Kenya. Peter, should we start with you?
Thanks. Thank you so much, Harry. I think for me, in terms of the state of e-commerce, I think I want to focus quite a bit on also what is coming with government, because I think there tends to be a focus on e-commerce as traditional e-commerce, where you go on a platform, you buy a microwave, it's delivered to your house. I think that has developed strongly and is going to continue to develop in Kenya. But I think what I'm seeing is a lot of us don't look at government services as e-commerce, and they are. And I think that is coming in a very, very major way. I think it's going to also transform how actually we interface with government services. And it's something that it's not just in Kenya. I think not even, I think 2 weeks ago, we were having a similar discussion with the government in Zambia. And across the board, governments are asking to look at large-scale portals where the citizens can access service, and they're asking people like us as financial intermediaries to make those rails available. And I think what's also going to come next is governments looking at facilitation of trade through those sort of large-scale platforms, because governments aren't just going to sit by and say, we'll just let trade take its course. I think there's going to be, governments are going to intervene to try and see how can you create a digital bridge when it comes to trade, such that you, of course, we grow and everyone benefits equitably.
From the KEPSA perspective, where do you see e-commerce today?
Okay. We like to look at e-commerce in terms of a value chain, where we produce goods or we source those goods, we position ourselves and we even market those goods. We promote them, we distribute them, and we fulfill the orders. So when you look at that value chain, the big question is, where is the challenge? And I think Kenya, we aren't very good producers. Most of the items we sell on these platforms are actually goods and services that are sourced out of the country. I think that's the first challenge. The second challenge is in the element of fulfilling, and Professor Kisiangani spoke to it. He spoke about the national addressing system. he spoke about using the Postal Corporation of Kenya as an entity for fulfilling these orders. I'd also classify e-commerce into two, where we have got e-commerce within the Kenyan economy and e-commerce outside of the Kenyan economy. And that's outside of the Kenyan economy is which platforms are homegrown here in Kenya that are actually being used outside of Kenya. I think that's the next frontier, because within Kenya, we have got sufficient platforms for talent sourcing, for goods and services, and they are working well. So it's time now to leapfrog and begin to export our services using the e-commerce platforms.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that we don't lose sight of what our professor said and what my fellow panelists said, we want to use the Postal Corporation of Kenya as a shopping basket where all Kenyans can shop their goods within our website. How do we intend to do this? We want to provide our website for every Kenyan to do their business, where Posta will continue to deliver as the last mile delivery provider. So what we are saying is, Kenyans, wherever you are, of course we had the PS Mweke, who comes from Kitui. There are certain services that are available in Kitui, Makueni, and also recently we are engaged on the rice distribution for the farmers in Mwea, where they are going to be using our platform to deliver their services across the country.
So let me understand. Are you building a platform, or what's? Maybe I just need to understand a bit.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. We are coming up with a website that will be able to encompass all what is available in Kenya. You can shop it internationally. You can also do it locally, and we'll be able to deliver because we provide e-logistics across the country.
Frida, from where you sit and the status of e-commerce today, where do you see the most opportunities where we can actually grow the business, the e-commerce business, 10x?
So 10x will have and to support the MSME segment, the bottom end of the economy. That is where the opportunity is. I think the Kenyatta University, together with KIRDI, just published a survey concerning the startup ecosystem and the SMEs in the country. And they're already starting to see trends and give very good proposals. For example, it shows that 34% of the MSMEs and startups are able to already expand locally. And then about 28 are able to expand their products. So this is already that segment that is employing about 15 million Kenyans and are the ones that are actively innovating. But then when we consider the free within the continent, then we only have 8% of them that are able to go cross-border. Now that's where the opportunity is. So to be able to now say how do we move 10x, then we have to really focus on that bottom end of the economy. For example, if the solutions that are made or developed within Kenya are able to support these same SMEs to be able to either create solutions, digitize them so that it can support either service delivery or just trade in services, then we also have to consider the incentives that can support these same MSMEs or entrepreneurs. So have a balance between when to introduce taxation and when to support them to grow. Now we see in the Kenyan landscape that between the first year and third year, many of these entrepreneurs fall through the crack. And then on the fifth year and the seventh year, they also fall through the crack. So even as we are developing a 10x approach for e-commerce, we have to also consider how we support them, support this level of the economy, the entrepreneurs, to be able to then expand and grow beyond. Now, if we only have 8% of them that extend to the African continent, then the questions will be, how do we develop lifelong digital skills, entrepreneurial skills that can help them to be able to then scale up? That's how we will achieve 10X. And then one last one, the national addressing system, as Bwana PS said, is coming into play. And Kenya is having an ambitious agenda around having it active by December 2023. What does this mean to the logistics tech space? Then it means there is an opportunity to start expanding track and trace facilitation, not only in the domestic market, but then to also track and trace across border. That's the only way we will ensure that what is made in Kenya is sold digitally to the rest of Africa.
Okay. Yeah, Peter. Okay, thank you. From where I sit, I see e-commerce in Kenya having a lot of potential. At the moment, the e-commerce we have is more urban-centric. Most of the transactions which are being done, they're actually done at the urban level, but the potential is on the rural areas. How can we be able to make sure that we bring the products that are being produced by our farmers, they find themselves into the markets? Because what we're having now, we have a consumer-centric, where we actually importing most of the things and just being a conduit. We actually exporting jobs to those countries where we are buying from. So the potential that we have today is to make sure that, like what Tony was saying, the rice producers in Mwea and in Western Kenya, they are able to have their products placed into a platform, which you did ask, is there a platform that you're doing? Into a platform, and a consumer in Mombasa is able to identify a shop in Mwea which is selling the rice, and it is able to be transported. So what are the challenges? The challenge there would be, what are the train facilitations that we have? How do we ensure that the products that you have bought from where will actually arrive and be delivered at the time when you need to have them? So what have we done in terms of facilitation for this as Communication Authority? We are working on the NPKI, where we'll do the national addressing system. We've also gone a step further, where we have come up with national public key infrastructure. We are at the stage where you can now be able to have your e-signature. So for those people, as Frida's mentioned, if you are in corporate business, your payments, your transactions that will be done, they can easily be authenticated because you'll be able to have electronic signature. We currently have 2 types of electronic signature that are being provided. We have the ICTA, which is providing the government root certification. And we have licensed 4 new private sector who will be licensing the private sector. And we have about 4 or 5 who are online waiting to be facilitated and finalized to be licensed. I think we'll be able to have an opportunity to say more, but before I give my mic, I think the other area where I see a potential is that in Kenya, we already have the M-Pesa. Most of our payment solutions are being done through M-Pesa. The bottom, as Madam P.S. Susan said, the bottom-up approach should be to ensure that most of the people have this platform being accepted, not now just in Kenya, but it becomes an international payment out there. So when I do my international supply, whoever who is going to buy my rice from Mwea, he can also be able to pay through M-Pesa and not asking to pay through a master or Visa card. Thank you.
Madam PS, if you can follow up on Frida's conversation about the SMEs, because that appears to be a big opportunity there.
Yeah, let me say this, that actually there is massive opportunity for us as a country in the e-commerce space, especially just expanding the economic space for the participation of the people at the bottom of the economic pyramid, like I said, who happens to be the majority. Unfortunately, we are really underutilizing the opportunity. Like I said earlier, is that Kenya is of course powered by MSME, but a lot of people will talk about SME, including yourself. But majority of MSME are in the M in this country because of the high informality. So for us to be able to move them from M, the micro, graduate them to small and medium enterprises, we basically need to look for an enabler or a means that can enable us do that easily. And technology, in this sense, has proven, at least with the experience that we've had with the Hustler Fund. In the 4 months that we launched Hustler Fund, especially the personal loan, I can tell you today that we've been able to lend out 25.5 billion to 19.5 million Kenyans across every corner of this country. Like Professor Kisiangani said, you're able to borrow, as little as whatever you can borrow, and repay as and when you find whatever. So you find that need has been existing there, but because of the existing infrastructure, rather facilities have been exclusive of that particular population, it's been difficult for those people to participate actively in the economy. And we realize that there is no economy in the world that can grow when we exclude such a high number of people, such a huge population. And for us, and I think PS alluded to his PS Kisiangani, that if among our key pillars is digital economy and e-commerce, all we are saying we can be able to bridge that gap and rather, spring up a few steps that other people, especially in the development world, had to go through to achieve those development milestones that this country needs. So all I will say is that we need to appreciate the fact that the MSMEs, especially the micro who happen to be majority, are not being serviced, are not being served financially. They also have no networks that can enable them access markets, be it locally or even regionally and even internationally. To enhance their competitiveness, of course, we have to take the easier route, which will be technology. There's a way through which, instead of going to the classroom and teaching them the kind of training that we've been having, when you're training MSME, you put them in classroom, you can actually do virtual training. You can actually also set up virtual stalls for them to market their product. But for us to achieve this, like I said earlier, is that we must provide other tools. We must make smartphone accessible and become more utilizable by that particular population. So I'll be looking forward from this conversation to ways through which we can achieve that, way through which we can take this conversation to where the majority of Kenyans are, who are in the need, and see how we use this to aggregate them together and give them access to these opportunities, to markets, to value addition, opportunities, to increase their productivity, their competitiveness, and eventually their profitability.
Thank you. So how many of you actually do e-commerce? Show of hands. Okay. So when I was preparing for this session, I read that Kenya is 56th in the world when it comes to volumes on e-commerce. And it's predicted that by the end of this year, we'll do $3.2 billion US
on e-commerce. There's a growth of about 6.7% annual growth, and by 2027, we should hit about $4.1 billion in terms of volumes, e-commerce volumes. But there's a problem. And the problem that has been identified is trust. That e-commerce is not growing because of trust. So I want an input from my panel.
Okay, I'll go. So trust is also because you can go into a platform and you can securely transact, make your payment, and you're assured of delivery. And if there is an issue with you're not satisfied, then you also have a source a place to either get remedy or do online dispute resolution. Some of those components we still then do not have in Kenya. And the Ministry of ICT, of course, supported by our PS, have already completed the e-trade assessment. And it's very glaring, some of the things within the country that we have to resolve: trusted transaction, online dispute resolution, payment systems where it's not interoperable, just even between Kenya and Rwanda. Those are some of the things that then we have to be able to rectify as a country. Now, the National E-commerce Strategy then proposes how then the country will now be able to move alongside those 7 pillars to then be able to improve. I can pick maybe two things out of it. One, to grow to $3 billion and $4 billion, it means there will be a lot of generated data. Data concerning consumers, data concerning consumer behavior. There will be fraud, sort of data that is captured. Then there is a really ripe opportunity there for then people in tech, the tech space, to then start developing either products or intelligence tools within the ecosystem of e-commerce to be able to get hold of these things and support productivity. Now, there is also the other element on digital skills. So yes, we would like to grow on e-commerce, but are people skilled to grow as startups, to grow as a foundational, to grow medium scale, and also to expand beyond the border of Kenya? So deliberately looking at how that growth platform will be in this country will help. Then finally, regulation. So you have innovation that will grow in the country, and it's good because we are the 4th, Kenya is the 4th in Africa on startups alone. And that is really a good space, because then it is also a good space for technology.
Okay. Peter, I can see you're urging to say something.
No, indeed.
Oh, James, well. Sorry, James.
Yes, I just want to agree with Frida that payment systems, that they need to be interoperable, and we need to have security and confidence in our systems. And that is why I did mention that the national public infrastructure, that is one of the ways in which we can be able to have your e-signature being encrypted. But that is at their level.
Okay, just 1 minute. One minute. How many of you know what the public key infrastructure is?
Yeah.
Okay, you see where you have a problem?
Yes, and that's where I want to go. Okay. Now, this is at the top level of where e-commerce is supposed to be. But when you look at our e-commerce in Kenya, we are actually embracing e-commerce in a different way, whereby most of it is done through mobile telephone. Smartphones, we have 63 million phones in Kenya. Of the 63 million, 29 are feature phones. They use USSD. 33 are feature phones, 33 million, 29 are the smartphones. So it's only the guys who are on smartphones who can be able to do e-commerce. They will not be able to do their e-signature on that. So what we need to do is to ensure that we have, as Madam Pierce has mentioned, more smart devices being available to the lower of the bottom of the pyramid.
But James, we've been able to build solutions on USSD. We can build USSD solutions for e-commerce?
Okay, I think...
I think I want to talk a little bit about the
I think I can say
issue
something.
of...
Yeah, basically when you talk about trust, we make an order, maybe from Japan, to transport a package. It comes to Nairobi. I get it. I find it is not what I ordered. There is no reverse gear, or now you can deliver it back because you have gotten the wrong dispatch that you ordered for.
Just
now,
speak closer
Posta,
to your mic.
we want to provide a solution.
Your mic, please.
Okay. Posta, we want to provide a solution. And the solution is, as you make an order as a customer, you deliver it through the post office. Once you're not satisfied, we'll have the same process that we'll return it back to the supplier and a replacement will be done. So we are looking for somebody we can partner to ensure that is done, and that is our intention.
Okay, so partners. Postal Corporation is looking for partners. Yep.
Yeah, I have two issues. The first one is whether this opportunity is accessible to the MSMEs. And as you've ably put it, we do transaction, but most of the time you're buying from outside. All these e-commerce transaction are products from outside, not from within our country. So unless we open it up to our MSMEs, we make sure that they have the largest market share.
So how do we do that?
So the second issue, just before that, it's also good for us to note that because of the pandemic shocks, most of our MSME went under when everybody now embraced digital market. Why? Because of lack of preparedness, a lack of capacity, digital capacity and literacy to also compete like other large enterprises. So what we need, because this government is committed to really pulling up the MSMEs who are the bottom of the economic pyramid, I think I'll be urging our friends in ICT, like Professor says, stop considering technology as an end in itself. It's a means of very many ends, so that you become more solution-oriented, sitting through all these processes, in across all the sectors. So you get, like the question of us, we can't do innovation with USSD. It's a very important question, because even with the Hustler Fund, 53% of our users are the ones who are with the physical feature phone. That shows you that we have a great need down there. So we need to think. The third issue, and my question is that we came up with the M-Pesa. We cannot come up with our smartphones. I mean, this is something that we can also start looking at it.
Yeah,
and then lastly, for postal.
Yeah, go ahead.
It used to be sweet during those days when you receive a letter in high school, bombasticate it to so-and-so, yes. Susan, da-da-da-da-da. But today, we have phones, isn't it? So for postal, the space that you have right now is this M-commerce, e-commerce. We want especially for young people, young MSMEs, are not going to sit somewhere in a physical physical stall and do their businesses. They want to trade from their houses. So you have an opportunity to become the courier. So you really need, as you look for partners, there are a lot of partners in MSME. Stop looking for dollars. Just come up with a product and we'll rally our MSMEs to invest in some of those proposed interventions.
Thank you, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. So I want to touch on the on the issue of trust for a minute. The thing with technology is that the end of one horizon is the beginning of another horizon. So we speak so much about artificial intelligence, e-commerce, and specifically talking about e-commerce. it brings us to now the emerging issues as a result of trading. So when we trade online, we also reveal some of our information very personal to us. You reveal where you live. The goods have to be dropped. You know, someone has probably to come into your house if you're not in. And now talking to what Frida is talking about, the issue of supporting this with regulation. But besides that, on the issue of trust, I just want to tell a story in 1 minute. Immediately I cleared my university, I think my key side hustle was to help people import cars from Japan. And what they used to wonder was, do I know the people who I'm buying these cars from? Have I ever seen them? We are doing transactions of over 1 million shillings, 2 million shillings over 10 years ago. What guarantee do you have? On the other side, I would ask myself, why do you want to pay me 100,000 shillings to import the car for you? So for them, it was easy for them to have someone else take the risk. If you know them, if you trust them, then you take the risk. And I was happy to take the risk. So the key issue in e-commerce, specifically in Africa, in countries that have got high levels of corruption index, is, are you actually going to receive what you procured? Is it going to be in the state? And what's the dispute resolution mechanism available? How long will all that take? It's such a big pain that it is a reason for worry into the success of e-commerce in our area.
I want to open up the conversation because you guys have been sitting there and you're just listening, but I know you have a lot of contribution to make. Is there anybody with a question? Okay, see. Okay, so let's hear some questions. Please address it to a specific person. Say your name and who you want to ask the question to, or you can even ask it to the whole panel, or if you want, you can ask me.
Thank you very much. My name is CPA Irene Mayaka from National Parliament. I guess mine is basically to all of you because I'm hearing a lot of ideas on e-commerce, but the one aspect that I am not hearing from you is collaboration with financial institutions. And why I'm saying this is because, and it's the trust issue, because most of the time, people will prefer to use secured cards for them to be able to transact online, yeah, or an M-Pesa option. But where is the link with the financial institutions? Because they also support that environment in their own individual spaces, and they also have promotional aspects in their own individual spaces with the different companies that they collaborate with. But where are you as the players in the digital economy industry thinking in terms of collaborating with that? And then the second one, and this is for the Postal Corporation, and I know this is an issue that we've delved into in the past, and mine is in terms of the infrastructure that you have in place across the entire country, vis-a-vis what some of the apps have, like the Gigi app, yeah? What are you thinking in terms of the space of collaborating with some of those e-commerce solutions that are already in place so that then you're able to give more service to a wider scope of people and also collaborate with in terms of the PP areas, the private and public sector areas, to make this environment more vibrant? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take two more, but very succinct, very quick questions. Peter, you'll answer the question on finance, the connection. Yep. Lucas, I can see Lucas.
Thank you so very much, Harry, and our panelists. Mine, I think, is to contribute to the issue with trust, and I want to just echo what the Ministry of ICT will be doing with regards to digital ID. I've seen countries where e-commerce has thrived. Issues with the digital ID or identity have basically enhanced because you'll be able to identify the person uniquely in that ecosystem, the 50 million of us, you can identify trading with Lucas in this platform. And you see that will help us address the issue with trust, because currently you have different siloed databases that one identifies me as Lucas Omolo, the other one as Lucas John Omolo, and the third as probably another different name. So this...
What's your question, Lucas? What's your question?
No, this is not a question, just a contribution that the issue with the trust could be addressed once we, as a country, totally enroll the digital ID and assign each one of us a unique identity.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? There's a question just behind you and then there.
Yeah, thank you very much, panel. I think you have raised very, very critical issues in this ecosystem of e-commerce. I want to look at e-commerce from two angles. From a supplier side...
Are you asking a question or
yes,
are you making a comment?
Yeah, very
Please make it quick. Make it quick. We are running out of time, so make it quick.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, mine is, I feel that we are not doing quite enough in terms of supporting end users. If you look at the panelists, I think you of course focus so much on the supplier side, but from a consumer's point of view, I think we really need to do quite a lot. Why am I saying so? It's because if you look at the statistics, KNBS, they actually say that only 4% of Kenyans are involved in e-commerce. Again, if you also look at the same statistics from KNBS, if you prioritize expenditure per commodity, you understand that airtime and mobile data is actually accounting for the highest commodity in terms of a household expenditure. So I feel that I think maybe Dr. Njeru maybe can speak to that. We really need to do something, I think, other than just maybe thinking of mobiles, going from a 2G to 3G. I think there is a gap that we really need to fill, so that we can actually be able to bring that uptake of e-commerce. I know in Africa, we are being rated #1, but I know there is a huge potential to go beyond what we actually being rated. Thank you. My name is Humphrey Jogu from Kipra.
Okay, there's a question here. We still have 2 questions, right? Okay.
My name is Joseph Kuria from CRA, Commission on Revenue Allocation. My question is directed towards Susan. And it's quite interesting to hear the passion that you have on the MSMEs. But there's one big elephant that have not been addressed here, and that's the regulatory regimes. I would have been very happy to see KRA also there talking about the ease of doing business, because KRA is a big elephant. When you go to register or to apply for VATs, they tell you have to have an address, a physical address. The young men don't want to do about the physical address. They only want to do VAT returns and all those things. When you go to the business registration, they ask you for single business permit. And yet, this guy is actually having a briefcase because it's online. He's doing business everywhere. So what are you doing towards ease of doing business, and especially from the government side?
Very good question. Thank you very much. So let's start with Peter at the far end.
Thank you, Harry. I think as financial institutions, what has historically happened is that it's been easy enough for you to just offer the seller, the e-commerce seller, an account. So somebody comes to you, says, I'm going to start selling shoes, I'm going to sell electronics, and they open an account and they continue. But I think as banks have grown and as the environment has become more competitive, banks are now proactively seeing opportunities to support e-commerce. So I'd spoken a bit about government. So how can you integrate with all of these key government portals, whether it's eCitizen or whatever? And increasingly now, the e-commerce businesses are so complex that they are asking of a much more sophisticated product set now from banks. So now they want real-time alerts. So if somebody is has an e-commerce platform, they don't just want to collect the cash and then take it to the bank. they want the bank to give them an API so that every time somebody pays them, they get a notification, and then following that API call, there's a delivery of the product. So I think we're in a good place because increasingly e-commerce is sophisticated, governments are sophisticated, and we are being asked, those partnerships are happening increasingly as a result of the complexity of what's happening.
Thank you. Tonoi, do you want to take that question, Postal?
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you, Mheshimiwa. The issue of the idle space that we have at the Postal Corporation of Kenya, we currently have done a put paper that is being discussed and deliberated upon. Hopefully, in a month's time, we should be able to give the way forward on how we intend to utilize the idle capacity in terms of land at the Postal Corporation of Kenya. 2, we intend to come up with 47 hubs across the country. What do we mean by 47 hubs? Actually, we are going to utilize the spaces that we have, quite a number of them, as the national warehousing, where we can store certain issues through our postal outlets. Already we have received inquiries on many customers that intend to have space so that they can store their obsolete items, the other issues that they cannot use, and also we can lease it out. I mentioned to you about the issue of the e-logistics. We want to have a very elaborate e-logistic areas within the 47 counties where we can distribute the goods and services across. Even the business within the counties themselves, they can do quite a number of their business within themselves and also across the counties. Okay. On the issue of public partnership, of course, we are aware of that. And on the issue of partnership, for us as Postal Corporation of Kenya, we want to see 100% win on both areas. If you intend to invest in any application and you want to load it onto the Postal Corporation of Kenya, we will allow you, because the end result that we will do is to deliver, and delivering the goods through our system is our work, while yours is only to launch it onto our website and we deliver for you.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, Madam, PS.
A quick one on the issue of partnership and collaboration. One of the reasons why we exist, and actually our call on us as a State Department, is to promote the coordination and aligning all the actors. These are private sectors, development partners, the public, and even the MSME themselves, on the kind of focus we have on MSME development. And sorry to use again the same example of Hustler Fund. Hustler Fund is a product of the collaboration between the government and the private sector. No, really, it's a model, and I will tell you why this is a model, is that it's not just the normal credit scheme, but it also has enabled us to disrupt the environment with the view of creating a conducive business environment. Now, this takes me back to this question on the KRA and other regulatory frameworks, which are a little bit harsh. But I want to say, for example, on Hustler Fund, we ride on telcos, on the telcos infrastructure. We also ride on the infrastructure from the commercial bank. They're the ones who are helping us with credit scoring. So there is no way we can achieve that without those clear partnership. But why are we emphasizing on the issues of aligning to build the trust issues? Because even with the Hustler, the majority of those people now that we are rehabilitating with the view of reintegrating them back to the economy, we need to build trust around the various credit score so that when they go back now to the existing credit market, they can be able to borrow without any collateral, borrow using the credit score that would have been built.
So when I listen to his question,
yes,
it's about regulation or regulatory and compliance.
I was responding to the collaboration and partnership. Now, coming on that,
yes,
maybe it's good for him to know that we cannot achieve our aim of building a conducive business environment for MSME if we also do not look into those regressive taxation and other licensing issues that we've had. And other than just trying to see how we can decriminalize MSMEs, we also on a path of carrying out policy regime. And the Treasury is leading is actually leading in that regard. And we're going to reach out to a number of stakeholders to try and review some of our taxation. And we're also urging the county governments to look into some of their licensing regime to make sure that we do not enable financial inclusion on one side, and on the other side, we block them through this regressive taxation and policy regime. So it's work in progress. We are right now looking into it.
Okay, thank you. Jeff, can you give us 2 minutes to just wrap up? Okay, so I can see, Frida, you already have a microphone. So whatever you say, then you wrap up, and you have a minute to do that. Okay.
Hello?
Yeah,
I'm good? Yes. So there's a real opportunity out of, as e-commerce is growing, to really grow the tech innovator space. Now, tech innovator space then would also mean that these are entrepreneurs that are going to use data that is generated out of e-commerce, and without any confusion. E-commerce means you have identified a product, bought it, and you are fulfilled online. So there will be so much data that is generated out of it. Now, fast forward, as you monetize this data because of new technology or new products available, then we also, as a country, have to also consider, are there advanced taxes that are collected out of monetized data? And if there is advanced taxes collected out of monetized data or services that are available online, how are they impacting the ability of the tech space to grow? So that's catch-22 for the country to have those considerations in mind. I would also like to speak about an observation that I have made in this forum. So the Jitume program is presenting an opportunity to grow 1 million digital jobs globally. Now, these jobs will include services that are related to e-commerce. Then I have also observed that all the private sector, especially in development partners, have what then we are all calling digital skill programs. Would it be possible then, as part of both public sector and development world, to really consolidate digital skills in one channel, so that then we are able to sort of pace it and support development? Because it's very possible as a country to over-concentrate on startups and then forget that there is also growth and maturity paths. Yeah,
okay, thank you. So guys, we need to wrap up, so I'm gonna give everybody a minute. If we do that, then Jeff will be happy.
Was that my last?
That was it. We're
I
done
do
with
one?
you. We're done with you, so you're out of this equation. So we start from the other end.
Thank you very much, Harry. I think we have the proper infrastructure in place. I think we have a very enabling policy environment to see the growth of e-commerce. And I think that the only thing, in fact, to some extent, I was questioning that number of $4 billion. I feel that's almost too low because, the Hustler Fund in and of itself is e-commerce of a sort. E-Citizen is a kind of e-commerce. And I think the only thing that's to some extent gating it is our own ability to problem solve. Because I think the tools are there, the platforms are there. In some instances, they've even been built by others and we can use them. So I think really if we encourage that collaboration, that open collaboration, and a set of open standards from the government, then I think we can go very far.
Thank you.
Okay. For me, my closing remark is e-commerce is a big source of employment. If I just talk a little bit about the chain, the ecosystem, e-commerce provides warehousing and storage as a source of employment. We provide logistics, again, as a source of employment, and all you need is a small investment of maybe a motorbike, 60, 70,000 shillings, you're in business. It provides opportunities in payment. We provide opportunities in growing manufacturing so that we also grow production. But the key thing I would like to say is the threats around e-commerce, most of them are solvable. If there is no e-commerce platform, our young people can build it. If we are faced with the challenges around cyber, maybe there's a software you can install and you're going to be okay. What software are we going to install for ethics, which is one of the biggest concerns around e-commerce? And that's my parting shot.
Thank you. Okay, Frida. It's okay, Frida. You can make your closing as well.
Thank you. This is, I've got a bonga point. So my last remark will be around packaging a buy digital Kenya, because we have a real opportunity there to especially expand the space of standardization and packaging, because most of the things that will be sold online, we would like that it is good for Kenya, it is good for the continent, and it's good for the world. So investments also around standardization and packaging and having this sort of consumer goods available within the continent, within the Africa Free Trade Agreement and the agenda on trade will be important.
Thank you.
Okay, mine will be very brief. Mine, e-commerce is here with us. And as you adopt the e-commerce platform, move along with the Postal Corporation of Kenya.
That's an advert. Where's Sammy? I think, Sammy, you need to raise an invoice to somebody. Okay.
Thank you. For me, I first want to respond to a question which was asked by Francis in terms of the consumer issues. Just to say that we are the process where we are also reviewing our regulations on consumer protection. So we'll be inviting people to come in and give inputs. And one of the things we are focusing on is how do we bring in the term trading services and also e-commerce as an issue in the consumer protection. And on my part, as I mentioned, there's a lot of potential, but let's see how we can be able to have our products being the ones that are being praised in the e-commerce marketplace so that our people can be able to benefit. We are not at the platform as consumers, but we are the platform as consumers and producers or exporters of services. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam PS?
Yeah, I think as a country, we have this opportunity, we have the numbers, we have the people, we have the ability, we have the goodwill. The only thing that we lack is the right technological innovation that we can contextualize at the grassroots, to give us the local-oriented solutions to a myriad of our problems. And I want to say that just as we have demonstrated that it's possible to enable financial inclusion, it's also possible to enable access to the e-commerce markets and make use of the opportunities in the East Africa region, opportunity in the Africa continent, and the global opportunity that we have to market our products and services. And lastly, just want to assure them through our State Department and the ministry is that the government is ready and is always willing to work with the private sector, partners, and the public towards ensuring that you achieve financial inclusion and we achieve also digital inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have it. Please give a big round of applause to our panelists. E-commerce is here with us. We just need to get organized. We need to de-risk our SMMEs, our businesses, and the make sure that, we have all the facilities that are required for them to be able to trade online. So I'll leave it at that. I just want to thank all of you for being attentive and participating, and I release my panelists. Thank you. Jeff.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for them. And of course, the unenviable task that Harry had to stick to time. And as you could see, any time it was going off track, the bogeyman is Jeff. Because Jeff wants people to leave the stage, thank you so much for that particular discussion. We do continue with these particular discussions, connections, and engagements in person. But that makes us move on to our final breakout session for the evening. It's all about women in tech. I believe we have our speakers here. We have our keynote here. And we also do have our moderator to take us through this particular panel session as well. So just a short intermission as we get into that. 2 minutes. Get ready, get comfortable, and you get into our final session of this particular afternoon, going into evening. So 2 minutes, and we start. Thank you.
Juu mimi nafanya kazi ya mkokoo, yani beba hapa kwa soko. Hiyo wifi itanisaidia sana juu kama ni customer tutakuwa na posti job yangu, yeye ananituma tu mzigo nampelekea mahali anataka.
Nashukuru sana kwa kutuletea wifi kwa sababu ninakuwa nikigusa pineapple yangu, ninakuwa nikiona wifi hapa.
Siku ya leo tumefurahi sana kwa vile tumeletewa wifi. Vile nausaga apples, watermelon, pineapples. Sasa nitakuwa nasiweka huko kwa Facebook, kwa WhatsApp bila malipo yoyote.
Through hiyo wifi tutaweza kupost vitu zetu na tuuze through online. Sometimes customer wanakuwa kidogo, hatupati kuuza vizuri. So at least tukipost tuko nje wataona, tunaonyesha details zetu, niko na till number, I can post.
It will help us in some things like advertising our business, which will help us in improving in our earnings.
Ninafurahi juu umetuletea internet ya free. Sasa kama nafanya biashara, niko na mali yangu hapa, ningetamani mtu wako Nairobi anipee pesa, naweza nikapiga picha, nimsambazie through WhatsApp, ikimpendeza naweza nikamsambazia hata through gari anisambazie pesa. Si ni furaha?
Tushangilieni.
Ni furaha kubwa sana minister kutuletea hii. Asante sana, mimi nimeshukuru sana.
I'm a veteran of this market. I've been here for the last 40 years, and the kind of business that I do, I'm an entrepreneur.
Mimi huuza manguo za mtush kwa watu ambao wanaingia kwa mako na pia zile sales za online.
Kwa hii biashara yangu nimekuwa hapa kama miaka 15.
Nimeshakaa kwa more than 20 years. Biashara yangu ni ya saluni.
Vile hii idea ya wifi ilikam huku, yenyewe ni kitu tulicelebrate sababu data hukuwa costly, but wifi venye ilikam ilikuwa at least cheaper. It to help for the first days, tukaweza kuwa tunapost online, Facebook, kwa internet, kwa Instagram pages, so tulikuwa tunapata sales. Na unaona sasa ilikuwa imetupunguzia gharama ya data na ya dozi yetu tunatumia Credo.
Tumesikia habari ya hiyo wifi na ina manufaa kwetu, ni sababu inatusaidia kucommunicate na customers wetu, kama ni kudisplay vitu zetu, kuadvertise our items. It is very convenient for us, and especially this time tunaenda mambo ya digital.
Alipotuwekea tulifurahia, juu wenyewe tulianza kuitumia. Vile ilikuja upande wangu imenisaidia na njia ya biashara.
Ilikuwa ni idea poa kwa kila msee hapa kwa soko, because walikuwa wanaweza kuuza hata kwa wale watu wenye hawezi kuja kwa mako, at least ukiconnect through internet. Unaona kuna wase wengi una reach out na wanaenda kubuy products zako.
Alitufanyia vizuri kwa maana watu walikuwa wanatumia bundles mingi kwa siku, ndiposa tuweze kuwasiliana na makastoma. Hata saa zingine kama huko karibu unaweza toka nje ukuja ukae hapa ndani uwasiliane na customer kupitia hii wifi.
I study Bible study in a Zoom, and sometimes ukienda kustudy na unakuta bundles zimeisha, sasa narushwa nje ya klasi, so I know it was very effective because unaweza communicate hata kwa Zoom etc. Even my customers, even my children who are out of the country, I would be able to communicate with them.
Sasa tungeomba kama inawezekana angekuja tuongeze hizo bundles, at least tuwe yani tunaitumia ndio biashara yetu pia ipate tuuze digitali.
Tungeomba tu hivi connection inaweza ongezewa in a way isikuwe restricted ama limited kwa watu kadhaa, then inaweza kuwa ni poa. Juu wase watakuwa wana enjoy free wifi na watakuwa wanaendelea na bizi zao. So in that way itakuwa inatu help sana.
Nashukuru mwenye alianzisha hii wifi hapa Kenyatta Market.
Good evening. Welcome, everyone. So I can see, even though this is called Women in Tech, gents, you don't have to be in the back of the room. So let's have everyone come a bit closer. Let's get cozy, if we can. Let's get closer. I'm hearing some petitions from the women in the front. We need some more men here in the front. So please join us. Ladies in the back as well, let's get closer. We have a fantastic session that we're about to get into. Women in Tech has lived up to its billing over the years, so much so that it has been mainstreamed. It's no longer a breakout session, it is now a plenary session. So that is extremely exciting. When you think about women in tech, you need to kind of start at the beginning of the pipeline. That's at the school level, right? How many girls are in the engineering courses in university? How many have interest in anything tech to begin with, right? And then you move into the ecosystem. How many women are in the C-suite who help make the decisions, who open up the space for other women? Literally, having the elevator come back down to bring more up. So we're going to have a conversation around women in tech and how they can influence and help shape the digital economy. Our first speaker, and no, this is not a mistake, is Mr. Dan Quach. He's the regional executive in the East African region. He'll give us a bit more insight into how women can help shape the digital economy. Let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way up. Dan, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, I think you'll allow me to make some clarifications. It was a big mistake having me doing a keynote speech on the Women in Tech discussion, but really, it's not a mistake. If I look at it keenly, it's a privilege. And so the conversation around women in tech cannot happen without the men as well, maybe weighing in or sharing their views and objectives. So karibuni wanaume, and we are together on this. Where do I come from? Born and bred and raised in Kenya, but of course I represent an organization by the name Africa Data Centers. So Africa Data Centers, whatever we do is just to make sure that really whatever we are talking about in terms of a digital economy, that digital economy has to run out of somewhere that is safe, that is very reliable and very accessible by way of telcos connecting to it so that we can consume these services. So that's really what, Africa Data Center does. And we not only do that in Kenya, we do it in Nigeria, and we also do it down in Southern Africa. So we are an Africa Data Center operator, so to speak. Why is women in tech something that is critical and we feel is of interest to us as Africa Data Centers? I would say this, because we feel it's the right thing. Why do we feel it's the right thing? Because we appreciate that really when we look at what we do, which is technologically driven, I think Victoria rightly mentioned that we have some sort of cultural and maybe traditional biases in our society, at the workplaces. And so one of those biases really is that women are probably not very much wired to run or maybe go work in technology environments. And these are biases that I think we've demystified. If you look at what this whole congregation has done today, ever since we had Connected Kenya start off from day one up until now, I think there's been a perfect demonstration that women really are at the heart of technology. And it's not like we should be thinking of them as being secondary when we are talking matters technology or telecommunications. So that bias is something that I think we've demystified, and we need to demonstrate this by way of inviting key achievers, or those that have probably, broken these sort of barriers so that they can share with us their experiences. They can make sure that they motivate the rest of the ladies in the society so that they can also help us by way of future-proofing ourselves or the country as it is. I think we're talking about endless opportunities for the future. Every organization, whenever we are looking at our strategy, we think of either a short or a long-term strategy. And guess what? This is so much, again, aligned to our own personalities, where we also look at maybe an individual having a short or a long-term orientation. So if I was to ask, in your own house or in our own setups, do we feel like both the man and the woman or the gentleman and the lady, are we both always, looking at things in the same way when we are looking at the short and the long-term goals? Probably there could be a difference in the way we look at things. When we talk about, again, the disparities of power in the society, I think probably, again, there's a cultural bias, and there is a feel that, guess what, when you're talking leadership, that we probably need to be looking at a certain gender to lead, while the other probably plays a supportive role. But that, again, has been demystified. So even in the power distance structure, we have ladies who've also broken that barrier and demonstrated well enough that they can actually lead a cause. But I think to wind it up, we have an exciting panel that is going to join us today to demonstrate that really whatever we are saying has already been achieved and is going to be achieved a lot better. As Africa Data Centers, over 35% of our staff are actually ladies. And that is something that we celebrate, and we are working hard to make sure that we have a lot more ladies joining us so that we can not only talk about women in technology, but be a perfect demonstration that ladies can actually work in a technology environment and help us, make sure that we are achieving our objectives ultimately. So without taking a lot more time, allow me to hand over to a very special team that we are going to have today, led by our moderator, so that we can have the different elements that we've talked about. If it's disparity in terms of access to technology, let's have the facts and figures and what we can really do about it. If it's something to do with the policies that we need to have in place so that the ladies or the women are not left out by way of them consuming technology, could there be something that needs to also be in the technological solutions that probably supports ladies specifically? Those kinds of discussions are probably going to come through from the ladies that we'll be having. As we have this, allow me to give feedback or maybe talk about something that could be controversial. The focus on ladies is good, and it's the right thing to do. I personally have, I have my mother, I have my daughters, and I have my spouse. And how good is it that they are empowered? But I personally tend to feel that the boy child is getting a little bit left out or lost somewhere. Yeah. So when I raised that controversial statement, again, the voices that I heard, and rightfully so, came from the ladies. Huh? So, wanaume or the boys, I think it's high time we had a men's conference. And it's high time we also made sure that we got heard and not lost or forgotten back there. The ladies have done an awesome job. And women in tech, men in tech as well. Huh? But anyway, I wouldn't want to muddy the conversation that we are having. I know it's for the right reasons and intentions that we actually advance the cause of demonstrating that ladies can do a marvelous job in the field of technology and telecommunications. Lakini wanaume, I think we need to have our own conversation at the men's conference. So as they push for the agenda, let's make sure that we don't get lost somewhere. Asante sana, Victoria. I don't know, do I just invite the moderator? Or welcome to the stage, and thank you. Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Dan. I think I could see the reverse discrimination argument coming. But I mean, to be honest, the tech space is a men's conference to begin with, which is why we have platforms like this. So, and this is not an affirmative action platform, by the way. Women can stand on their own. So our moderator for this panel discussion, don't be fooled by the name. She is a heavyweight in the tech space. Her name is Tiara Pathan. She's a digital skills lead for Middle East and Africa at Amazon Web Services. Can we give her a hearty round of applause?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this very exciting Women in Tech panel at the 12th Connected Summit. I think I need to put this theme in context based on what Dan's shared as closing remarks, and talk a little bit about women in general. So, according to the UN, gender equality is a basic human right. It's also fundamental to having a peaceful, prosperous world. But girls and women continue to face significant challenges all around the world. Women are typically underrepresented in power and decision-making roles. They receive unequal pay for equal work, and they often face legal, and other barriers that affect their opportunities at work. So in the developing world, girls and women are often seen as less valuable to boys. Is Dan here? Instead of being sent to school, they often are made to do domestic work, and very often they get married off for a dowry before they are even adults, right? So while there's some progress made in parts of the world, there's still a great deal left to be done to address the problems of gender inequality. So these were some scary stats I read on the UN site this morning. 750 million women and girls alive today were married before the age of 18. 1 in 5 women have experienced physical or sexual violence in the last 12 months. And only 23% of women are represented in political office. But let's get back to the topic at hand, which is the Women in Tech session. So despite some changes in the industry, there's still a lot of underrepresentation. A recent International Women's Month, we've just come out of it in March, survey was done across 50 countries around the world. And while I allow my panel to join me up on stage, I'd like to take you through a couple of that statistics. Is that okay? It'll come up. Women currently hold only 26% of tech-related jobs. Women in their 20s, however, are increasing the female presence in the tech world, and mostly at an internship level. Women make up 39% of the tech industry workforce. Over 67% of women in technology believe they are paid less than men. Only 10% of women working in technology roles are working in an all-female team. 1 in 5 women, however, are thinking about leaving their jobs. Women hold 32% of entry-related roles in the computer science industry, and out of COVID, 57% of women in tech feel burned out at work compared to 36% of men. And that's because we've been juggling home and work, right? So while there's been some progress, you'll agree with me, we need to do a lot more in overcoming systemic issues. And today, joining me on stage is our very provoking panel. And I'd like to allow them to take a moment to introduce themselves, but also tell us what inspired them to follow technology careers. Sylvia, shall we start with you?
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Oh, yes. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sylvia Mukasa. I am known from different spaces and wear different hats. There are those who know me from the Women in Tech community. I launched the Kenya chapter for Women in Tech Africa in 2015. Even though we have a presence across 30 countries, I launched the first chapter to ensure that the voices of women in Kenya and the African continent are heard. I'm also an entrepreneur. I run Global X Investments Limited that also operates as Global X Innovation Labs. And there what we seek to do is to close the gaps around skilling, around funding, and also digital transformation. But I'm also a digital transformation consultant. And in that space, I am currently working on a project, GIZ DTC Skive project, which aims to support the Kenyan digital innovation ecosystem. It's called the DTC Skive project, and my responsibility in that particular project is to set up a green digital innovation hub. Green, looking at matters circular economy, climate action, sustainability, and everything in between. So I'm actively working on that project under GIZ's Digital Transformation Center in Kenya. I know they've done quite a lot of other projects, but that's the project I am currently working on to set up this hub. And what informs my work there is to basically work on what we call the twin transition, which is basically ensuring that the green and the digital elements complement each other and are not divorced from each other. And our target beneficiaries in this particular project are MSMEs, and I'm very passionate about that space because women run a lot of the small businesses in this country. So it's very important to think about them, and youth as well. Our key sectors for this particular project are agriculture, energy, and ICT. ICT being very key because it's an enabling technology, even as we look to ensure MSMEs go green and also go digital. How the hub is supposed to function is basically through 4 pillars. Again, there's been a lot of research that's been done around why MSMEs struggle to adopt technologies. And so looking at the pillar around skills and training, also looking at being part of the wider ecosystem, and this is not just about Kenya, but looking at what's happening on the continent and also globally. The other pillar that informs our work under this is also allowing a platform for MSMEs to test before they invest in technologies. Because a lot of the time, technology is not adopted because of lack of awareness or just generally not trying out these technologies before we actually use them. So just providing a platform around that. And The other is on access to finance. Again, why are technologies not being adopted? Usually it's because of lack of finances to even adopt these technologies. In a nutshell, that is what I will say in terms of what the hat I wear. But there's also another very important hat that I wear. Someone mentioned about the International Women's Day. So I was invited to speak at an event on women in diplomacy. And those who know me know I'm not a diplomat. And it was very controversial. Why, when did you become a diplomat? And for me, I represent what we call the non-traditional diplomats, where we get to sit around traditional diplomats through what we call the Global Diplomacy Lab, which is hosted by the Federal Foreign Office, by the German government, alongside other institutions that support us, for instance, the German American Fulbright Commission, amongst others. So I bring in the African voice, especially when we're having European conversations, focusing on tech diplomacy. Why did I get into technology? I think for me, key thing was I get bored very easily. And tech allows me to try out different things and not get bored. And also just solving problems and challenges in the community. That really works well for me. And I think I will leave it at that and pass it on.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Jamatia.
Thank you so much. My name is Jamatia Sergon. I'm a member of parliament from Baringo County. I am the emeritus member of parliament East Africa. Definitely I come from Baringo. I sit in the Committee of Communication, Information and Innovation. ICT is part of it. I also sit in the budget. Is one of the critical committees of parliament. As a legislator, I am here to listen and take up the policies of all of you, on all of us. And for me is to make it into law and make it accessible and make it all of us to work in this tech and technology that we have today and forever. I also want to say I have never been to IT per se, but of course I consume a lot of IT, as all of us do. And because this is introduction, we will discuss more about the challenges we have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Catherine Getao. I have about 40 years experience in the ICT sector. I started out as a young computer science graduate in 1982. How many people are born? Okay. Without giving a lot of history, yes, I've held senior positions in the public sector, the ICT Secretary in the Office of the President, as well as the CEO of the ICT Authority. In academia, I was the director of the School of Computing and Informatics at the University of Nairobi. How many people went through that school? Just wave. Yes, so those are my products. And in diplomacy, I've done various things, but it's to sit as Kenyan representative for 7 years at the United Nations Governmental Group of Experts on Information Security. I am now retired, but I do a few consultancies in the area of cyber hygiene, cyber resilience, and cyber security, as well as playing as an advisor to the Diplo Foundation on ICT diplomacy, digital diplomacy as it is called. Why did I get into ICT? A bit of an accident. My family was very scientific. My father was a physics teacher, my mother was a nurse, so they only thought science was important. My high school was very good. Kenya High School had an excellent science. Yes, how many people are Kenya High? Okay. So yes, science was very important in that school, but mostly it was because when I reported in university to follow a program in chemical technology, I met a very enthusiastic young man during orientation week who in the computer center. And I actually abandoned orientation week and spent the rest of the time with a young man, and then I changed my major from chemical technology to computer. So it's serendipity. Okay, I'll stop there.
Very interesting introductions. I'll try to be very brief. My name is Fiona Songa. I have been in the ICT space for now 20 years. This is my 20th year. I have a degree in International Business Administration Finance. And I started off my career in the financial sector until I was informed that in this country, this part of the world, you cannot grow a career in finance unless you go and do what I considered bookkeeping, accounting, CPAs, CG, what. And so, being the way my mind is wired, I have a knack in finance. When you give me financial reports, I'm able to see movements and issues that are changing. I can see the relationship between the numbers very easily and pick out something that may be hidden. I am also able to hide. So it's a skill that I had naturally and a passion. And I was passionate about investment and looking at financials and being able to guide people on where to put money and what to do and how that kind of thing. So after working for 1 year in the financial sector and being told, no, you can't, even NSC can't give you a job until you've got SCCAs, until you've got CPAs, I was like, but that's bookkeeping. Why would I do bookkeeping and I want to analyze what the bookkeepers do? Because that is my area of expertise. So I decided, let me then get into IT and see how to get this thing done, if I can use IT for finance. That was initially way back in 2000, what drove me into now the IT sector. So I offered my time and spoke to a renowned entrepreneur in this space, Seven Seas Technologies, and negotiated for a 1-year internship where I would be an intern for 1 year, which was considered a lot of time doing internship for IT in that time, because I was like, I'm not going to go to a class. I want hands-on, I want to learn, I want to do the certifications and everything. So for 1.5 years, I worked for Seven Seas Technologies as an intern, but also as training as a techie in IT. I did my Cisco certifications. Then later I did go back to school to do my master's in IT, because now I had the background knowledge. And at that point in time, there was an opening at TESPOC, so I moved into TESPOC, where I have been for the last 17 years. And at TESPOC, when I got in, my role was everything. I was the only staff member doing the technical support, doing the administration, doing the policy, marketing, everything. So I have been nurtured by the ICT community at TESPOC. I have been developed by TESPOC to a very large extent. And it is through TESPOC that I have been able to represent the technical community in the Number Resource Organization for 11 years as an African representative at ICANN in the ASO. I am currently an executive director of the United Nations Internet Governance Supporting Organization that coordinates all the global national youth IGFs and as well as the United Nations Internet Governance Forum. I am currently a strategic advisor to the president and CEO of the Global Cybersecurity Alliance. So, as well as just everything, as well as being a CEO for TESPOC. And so what I also do is mentorship programs for young girls and women. And so I spend a lot of time also talking to women to empower them and young girls to encourage them to take careers in IT. And I have one who's really under my belt, an 11-year-old, who, with the help of Strathmore University, has been coding from the age of 5 years. And she's been doing, the last 3 years, she's been perfecting her skills in Python. And she wants to get out of the Kenyan CBC system because she wants to go to a school where she can build robots and where she can do coding and where she can do what she likes because she's very good at it. And I believe that that is where the future generations are going to be. If we get a number of things right within our systems and our curriculums, we are able to influence. So I like to be able to just encourage women, and that's that is really what drove me to ICT and what I'm doing at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. It's no longer afternoon, and thank you so much for your patience. My name is Annette Mutuku. I'm here on the capacity as a board member for the ICTA 2 weeks old board. So this was like baptism by fire, but I have come for Connected several times. I have 15 years experience in the tech industry. I don't code. I'm not an engineer. My background is in communication. That's what I did in school, and I always say I'm one of the blessed people to do what I really studied in school. So I've done 15 years of doing communication strategies for very amazing tech companies. That's where now I was transformed into a techie, because all my life I've worked mostly for 98% for technology companies. Designing communication strategies, a bit of marketing strategies, especially in Africa and other emerging markets. And a key for me is working with startups. I've had the opportunity to sit in boards for several tech startups. And one of the things, I found was the gap for storytelling and branding for the startups. They have good technologies, but nobody knows about them. And so a couple of years ago, one of the things I'm really proud of is developing a communication and branding toolkit for startups in Africa, which really helps them to start building their brand when they are at an early stage, so that it becomes part of them to tell their story really for impact. And so that's what I've done. So I did not, how I came into this, I didn't choose to be in technology. It's just by default that I've been blessed to work in those companies. Thank you.
Good evening. Okay, my name is Agnes Limo. I am an engineer, and I think getting into engineering was more by chance. So I was influenced actually by a friend who in high school just mentioned that he has a brother who works in one of the cement companies, and he makes a lot of money, and he was very good in physics. So it's just like, cut the story short, that's where I'm going. And that is how I actually selected a course in electrical engineering, which I studied. And it's blessed me in so many ways, in that actually most of the fiber that I am sure all of you use, I can take credit for that I have built a lot of the fiber that is currently connecting you. And and if somebody can wish for a nickname, I don't mind being called Mama Fiber in that regard. So I'm also very passionate actually about technology and also women empowerment. And I co-chair a committee in the Ministry of Gender that does socioeconomic empowerment and financial inclusion. So we actually do a lot of policy and strategies around this place. And it's unfortunate that some of the government leaders are no longer present now, but we have a policy actually around socioeconomic empowerment that is supposed to be discussed in cabinet for ratification so that it is able to now be implemented to help accelerate women economic empowerment. And the other thing that I currently do, I am the Chief Technical Officer at Vilcom Networks Limited. So this is a startup ISP that is about 2 years old. And through my leadership, we have been able to actually be top 10 in the broadband industry here in Kenya. And we're looking forward to actually even getting better. And just within Vilcom, and it touches on the topic that we'll be having here, is what can actually happen when women have the decision making. I proudly will tell you that 50% of the staff actually at Vilcom are women, by virtue that I am intentional about it, and I just make sure that they are there. And these are not just any job, it is actually the technical job that they are doing. So thank you so much. I will let you know of more.
Thank you very much, Mama Fiber. Right. Is anyone in a hurry here? No. Okay, fantastic. I'm going to kick off the panel. We've got about 2 questions each, but as you can hear, the stories are so inspiring that I would love to allow these women the opportunity to share them with you. This is such an important topic. Doc, I'd love to start with you if that's okay. I'd love to know from you, what are the unique qualities and attributes that women bring to the digital space?
Thank you very much, Tiara. Firstly, we are half or slightly more than half of the world's population. So we bring a very, very big group as producers of technology, as innovators, as consumers of technology. I believe the world is losing a lot if half of its population is not active in this space. And I think anybody who is interested in government, commerce, or whatever should recognize that there is a loss. Another thing we bring is we are massive users of technology. Before I came here, because I think as ladies, we sat in the waiting room for almost 2 hours, waiting to come into this session. It was very difficult to converse because all the women were running their lives on their phone. I'm sure they paid bills, they made decisions about their children, so they literally ran the world using technology. And I believe that this is a tremendous example because the world is becoming more stressful and more difficult as we have resources and we have various types of pressures going on. So anyone who makes technology, anyone who wants to design technology, perhaps the best audience to look at and to guide the development of usable, impactful products and services should be spending a lot of time with women. We also bring our desire for sustainability. You know, nowadays we don't need to just think about next year or next elections. We need to think about the future of our planet. We've all seen the stresses, how difficult things can become in a short time. So I believe that the nature of women is to think about sustainability. They have to think in, at least in decades, especially if you have a child, you start thinking about the next 30 years. Okay, it's back on. Yes, so you have to think about the next 30 years. So I believe if we're going to get the sustainable technology, services, and business models of the future, I believe that many of them will come from women because we have that concern. I could belabor and say there are very many important reasons why women must become central in the area, not just as a human right, but can you hear me? This must be a male technology. It actually looks male. Sorry. Yes, so it is an imperative. Yeah, so women, you have an obligation to come into the technological space. Yes, and an imperative. If we are going to have sustainable, appropriate, impactful technology in the future. When I joined government, I had a rough time. It was a new environment. I loved being an academic. It was a good life. People say I look young, and it's because of my time in academia. Somebody told me power is not given. It is always taken. So you are half of the world's population. You carry out the most important function, which is procreation. Without you, the human race is doomed. So please, take your power. Yeah, don't wait for it to be given to you.
Thank you. So with more than 50% of women being consumers of products, surely we should be the ones that are developing and innovating them, right? Really some great insights, thank you. Sylvia, I'd like to move on to you. And let's get into, you know, I love what Fiona spoke about, the 11-year-old that's been coding since 5. And Fiona, I'd like to go into the detail of that in a moment. But Sylvia, I'd love to understand from you, what can we do to encourage more women, young girls, to actually pursue technology careers? And added to that, a second part, if I may, is those women that are currently working in technology roles, what can organizations, or what should they be doing to retain that talent?
Okay, thank you for that. I'm not sure if I can be heard. Yes. You can? Okay, yeah. Thank you. So what can we do to get young girls into technology? So there's 2 angles to what I'm just about to speak about. There's the underrepresentation of women in technology. By this, I mean the numbers. And then the other layer to this is the visibility. So we are having to deal with 2 things, where we don't have good numbers, and then also where we're looking at the lack of visibility. We cannot be what we cannot see. So the more we have visibility of women in the spaces, then young girls can relate with who we are and don't see it as something very far-fetched. So we need to start bringing visibility into what we do, especially about showcasing the different things women are doing. And this has been proven over the years, where women actually come up with solutions and they do not get the credit for the solutions that they have developed. So we need to start bringing recognition into the work that women are giving, or adding into tech, and then also just ensuring that these role models are showcased to the younger generation. The other thing is also about skilling. When do we begin to provide skilling to young people when it comes to tech? So they say up to the age of 5, which are the formative years, is when children get to understand things very quickly and also are very curious. So if we do not catch them at that age, 5 thereabout, then we are, what we're doing is we are training children who have already developed their brain, and so their ability to understand new concepts is limited. So we need to start this early. In terms of what organizations can do, so besides being a gender champion, there's something I'm also very passionate about, which is conversations around race. And there's a lot of conversation, especially on the African continent, where we say race is not a problem. Why are we talking about women of color? That is not what we should be talking about. This is what a lot of people assume should be happening. But in real sense, we are affected. And I will pick out on the corporates, especially, how many black women are in top leadership positions in tech companies on the African continent. Unless we start having these conversations of the representation of women of color, especially at top level, then we will always have Africans or Kenyans right down there while other races are at the top. So we need to start embracing this conversation, especially those in the corporate world, and ensure that we are having women and more so black women in our spaces, because it's a struggle. The higher you go, the number of women are fewer. And then color plays out again. So we need to start having this conversation in Kenya, on the African continent as well, so that we start increasing the number of leaders in that space. And as much as I'm speaking about these numbers, we again do not want tokenism, where we are given positions just because we tick a certain box. We want to be rewarded for our merit, because women are capable of performing very well in top positions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. Do you have a mic? Yes. Sylvia, can you pass your mic on? Okay. Jemataya, your introduction was very humbling. However, we need to showcase the powerful force you are. That's Honorable Jemataya Florence, who's a member of the National Assembly ICT Committee. I'd love to hear a little bit about what the challenges were that you experienced while climbing this corporate ladder.
Thank you so much. Maybe I can add and say my career, I was a dentist before, then I changed. And then I went to political science, sociology, then again, I have my master's in international relations. So I was wired to be a politician. And on the same, I think everyone depends on politics. Whether we like it or not, whether you don't play it or not, politics is what keeps you every day. We are the people who determine how much you will use for your fuel, how much you're going to buy for your sugar, because if you don't choose the right leaders, that is what we get every day. So that is one thing we probably have to discuss. The challenges are very many. I think every politician or every leader who has climbed the ladder, any either corporate, political, or anything, has a story. But for politicians, it is stories. First thing first, you are a woman, and you are competing in politics. I come from a very patriarchal society. I'm a Kalenjin. And Kalenjin, as much as I am a mother, I am still a girl, a child. When probably my husband is asked along the road, how is the children? Or who is at home? They won't say my wife is there. Say, my children are there. You know, that kind of thing. It's cultural. It can be both, you know, to mean that you're part of me. So the culture part of it is a real issue in a developmental society of a woman. There are many harmful cultures that we pass through as girls. We get married very early by men. We get sold off through dowry by men. My father decides how many cows my daughter gets. You know, I became a dentist because my father, no, we need a doctor in this house. You know, it was a decision that, but at least I came, I realized myself. We also have a lot of problems in terms of, like, for now, I am a member of parliament, and the seat of women rep is basically not a very well-funded seat because it's supposed to take care of women and, probably girls and youth and those kind of things. And what you do many times is to take care of the emotional part of the society. It's because we're also wired to nurture. So the experience we go through is so different. Sometimes it's not easy to put it down because it is what we go through that hardens up and makes me the strong girl that I want to break the ceiling. And that is why, as a politician, every time you go to the people and speak to the people, they look at a lot of things. They don't see me as this. If I wake up today and go to Baringo the way I am, I will not get a vote because of the judgmental, the way. The first thing is, like, you are not, the girl we know because you are dressed like this and all those kind of things. But a man can wake up in the morning, with shirtless, walk around, talk to people, and he gets votes. That is what is actually giving us the definition that it is so different for us, and it is a societal and Africanized. Another thing is economical. I am a woman. I give birth. It will take me 9 months to carry. Of course, I will be doing other things, but once I have my baby, I have to sit down for a while before that. This man we are competing is always continuing with our work, or his work, sorry. And the difference between me and him is that he will have all the time to make money every day, but I will sit down and take care of his offsprings. But at the end of the day, we are supposed to be competing in the same platform in terms of politics and climbing the ladder, probably in corporate and everything. So that is another big problem that probably, I don't know how we are going to do that, but it's nature. Literacy is another thing. And those are the challenges. The literacy, for instance, when you talk about technology, I am not a technology savvy person, but I have a lot of passion about technology because I have looked at the way the world is played today. We will never run away from it. Whether we talk about AI, my friend here is very good. He's my member of parliament, and he loves artificial intelligence so much. And it is true, it's a reality of the day, but either way, we have to craft a way of making sure that everyone gets in touch with it. I'm a mamboga in the village, for instance. If I buy for my mother or my grandmother a phone to use it in accessing ASLA fund, and probably, I'm not saying my mother or any other mother in the village, and then the husband comes home, and probably I bought two phones for my, the man and the mother, or the mom and the father. And my father would probably lose a phone and he said, I'll need your phone. And my mother is going to give her, or to give him. Because sometimes the technology part is seen not to be favoring so much on this other agenda, but it's something that we need to really deliberately decide it is our time and it's what we want to do. And not because we want to be equal with men, but it is what is supposed to be happening in the world today. And lastly, for political, for me as a politician, it is also an opportunity for us. I am a young politician or a young legislator. I want to leave this generation knowing that we made a difference by working in tandem with all the policies of government. Let's put all these things into law so that we don't only speak on podiums and forums like this. We now need to take the next step and bring it to reality by putting it into law and exercising it, because it's easy to say than to do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Really insightful. And I think that's going to move us to Annette. 2 weeks in the new role, Advisory Board of ICT Authority, with a history of sharing impactful stories. What can we expect from you especially in relation to increasing the rate of women getting into careers in ICT?
Thank you so much. One of the passions I share with most of these women is the mentorship piece, but at an early stage, because I think by the time we go to the campus level, it's too late. And I'll give you a short story. Last week, I had an opportunity to speak to 800 girls in high school, and I sampled 5 of them and asked them, what career are you planning to take? And it was the traditional, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer, a teacher. Then I asked, any of you would like to be the one developing the next TikTok? And the facial expression was very worrying to me, because what it communicated was they didn't think it was possible for them to develop the next TikTok, and that worried me. So my thinking is around, as we mentor the young girls, the awareness creation around it, to tell them that it is possible for them to become, the next developer for Facebook or WhatsApp and whatever else technology is out there. Yes, we are so many of us here, and I'm sure tomorrow we'll be hearing a lot of technologies being shared. But how are we pushing that at that level? I liked, Fiona talked about the 5-year-old, and then there are those that are starting in high school. How are we pushing to make sure that it is communicated at that early stage? So those are some of the conversations, that campaigns, and I'll not even speak at it from ICTA level. We are the Women in Tech within Connected. This started last year. What can we do to make sure that we start that conversation early? Because what will happen is that we will have this conversation, and like one speaker said that, I've been speaking about this 4 times. So I think my challenge is that, can we take this up as the Women in Tech here, not necessarily at ICTA board, and see if there's a way of formalizing, because the reason why Connected has worked so well is the collaboration between different stakeholders, from the government to the private sector to civil society. Can we bring our minds together and see, how can we create a platform where we start identifying those girls, working with them, and having a system that works for mentorship, because most companies have their own separate programs that are not sustainable. But can we work together to make sure that we develop something that is sustainable? Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. That's a really great call to action, and I think it's something we should be following up with. So last year was the very first time I attended Connected. There were 9 women speakers across all the panels, and this year there are 34. So one can already see the changes being implemented. So we thank the ICT Authority on that. Agnes, can we move to you? Our engineer, developer of fiber. What are some of the changes in the tech industry that you've seen over the course of your career, particularly with regards to women in tech?
Thank you so much, Tiara. So as regards to technology, I think women, we were late adopters, to say the truth, of technology. And that is why maybe we are in the right track to say we now need to just pick up from where we are and actually accelerate and move forward. I'm saying that in that the current actually trends in technology that are going to run the world, DevOps, you talk about cybersecurity, you talk about data analysis, you talk about AI. To me, actually, no offense to the men, they are kind of soft skills. And the ladies here, if we don't take advantage or encourage other women actually to take advantage of that, then we will be failing them. Because you notice most of these new trends in technology are very comfortable actually in delivering. Unlike the past, when we were talking about steam engines and the like, it was probably a bit hard for so many women to to be on board and be able to actually implement and be a part of it. But right now we have no excuse to actually just learn and carry on with what is supposed actually to be done and delivered in that sector. When you come to, so that speaks a lot to the skills that we need as women to be able now to be on this tech space. The other one is around actually making money and doing business around the tech space. I've mentored so many people, so many business leaders who are in the tech space, and I'm glad with my past experience, I was a champion of what you are calling a women in business push. And we got to actually, we just did an analysis, and actually so, as much as we were having a lot of asking women to play in the business sector, we realized most of the businesses they were applying for were around stationery supply, doing a lot cleaning, and event management. But when you went to where the money is, the tech, the infrastructure building, no woman was actually playing in that part at all. So it took a concerted effort to actually just focus on it and be like, we want women to actually play in that sector. And I'm glad to say, actually I met one of the ladies that I was mentoring, and she was telling me by the time you're leaving, we had only one woman. Now we have 4 women business leaders who are doing business. And I think, what does it take therefore? So many of the men that I was actually mentoring also in the tech business, they've not studied any technology. And therefore, a lot of our perceptions as women is, I am not worthy, I am not good enough, and I will not do it. But what do the men do? They just go with it. They will employ the best people who will do the job and move at it. So I want to encourage you, ladies, do not be afraid. You can actually play a part in the technology business. You can run one huge technology company that actually is going to play in this space. And I think as just a commitment, so that we kill the perceptions that tech is hard and I'm not going to play a part in it, I would like us to just say, I can play in the tech business. Ladies? Thank you so much. Back to you, Tiara.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Agnes. Fiona, we move on to you. And I think what I'm hearing is there's lots of room for change, but we probably need some adjustments to policy in order to effect that change. I heard in your introduction that you wore multiple hats, in your many years getting up to the role of CEO. How do we actually strengthen the normative, legal, policy, and administrative frameworks for gender equality, but also for women empowerment at all levels?
It's on. Okay, sorry, you were asking, just repeat, I got distracted a bit.
How do we strengthen normative, legal, policy, and administrative frameworks for gender equality and women's empowerment at all levels?
Thanks. I think a lot has been done in this country, and I would just like to ask those in the room, by a show of hands, how many women in their offices today have a place for nursing mothers, a nursery, a crèche? Because there's policy adjustments that were done to accommodate that. Okay. How many women are able to go for 3 months maternity and still have another extra month for transition in their workplace? Okay, final question. How many women are paid the same as their male counterparts? You're paid the same salary as your male colleagues, as in there is no discrimination. Are you sure of what your male colleagues are earning? Are you aware? The reason I'm asking that is because those are the areas where life begins to make a difference for women to be able to move to the next level. Being pregnant is not a sickness. Being pregnant does not mean that you will now underperform. You are simply carrying an offspring. When the time comes, you will take a short break, and then you will resume work. And when your employer is sensitive enough to allow you to go through a transition period after the 3 months maternity, where you work like a few hours and spend time with the baby so that you and the baby both adjust, it helps a woman to perform better. So if there's any HR person in the room, those are the things you need to take note of if you want to improve performance of the ladies in your workplace. Secondly, when a woman knows that she can go with her children to the workplace, I know that there are some workplaces we have discovered recently have very interesting rules, but those included, if a woman knows that she can carry a small baby to the workplace and there'll be a place to leave the baby and there's a caregiver to take care of the baby, the woman is at peace and works better. And what I'm saying are things that have been tried and tested at TESPOC. At TESPOC, starting with myself, by the time I was having my baby, there were no women on the board. And then I had preeclampsia. How many know what that is? It is a condition where the woman's body is shutting down because of the pregnancy. So it's either she lives or she dies, or they terminate the pregnancy. Some of us are very ambitious. We want everything. So we go through it and insist so that both us and the baby survive. And so when going through that, it's caused by very may issues. Mine was caused by my body not being able to maintain potassium. I have a challenge maintaining potassium. So it doesn't matter how many times I get pregnant, it will always come because I have to, and then I have to have potassium IV. And those of you who did chemistry, you know that potassium is very explosive. So by the time that thing is being put through your veins, it's a very painful process, but it stabilizes you. Those are things that are difficult sometimes to explain to my board of directors. It was difficult to explain to the board of directors. It's men only, so I'm telling them, sorry, I can't do that board meeting because I have come for my dose for potassium in hospital. I'm on IV. And they're like, are you sick? No, I'm not sick. Then why are you on IV? Because my body is missing potassium. And it was difficult communicating that. No, it's not sabotage. So it was difficult passing that through, but eventually it took another 3 years before we got women onto the TESPOC board, and we had to make a very conscious effort of making sure we are reaching out to our members, because TESPOC board members come from the membership. So reaching out to the members and asking them, we need you in your company to up the women to be C-level, because we want on the board C-level women. And then nominate that woman to the board. And it was an effort done by the entire board and myself included. Today, we have a board with 4 women, and 5 women, and they are all chairs of committees, and they are very active, and we are moving forward. Back to policy, internal policies of a company and the impact they have on empowering the women. We need to also make sure that we are giving women equal opportunities for mentorship and growth. In many work environments, women will I leave my woman colleague and she leaves me alone. She doesn't want to discuss her career growth. She's very secretive. But I encourage them to open up because I tell them we have to hold each other's hands. We have to grow together. When you find men will grow each other in different ways. And men, excuse my use of this phrase for the men in the room, men will tag each other along when they go to their watering holes. They go for golf. The guy doesn't know how to play, they tag him along. They will sit there, they will go Pombe, Nyamachoma, what? They tag each other along to the watering holes. The women here, how many of you tag others along to your watering holes? How many of you do things, it may not be drinking, how many of you do things with other women that are not your normal worker, but are ways of mentoring women? Because those are the things we need to do. I, for instance, have staff who love cooking. So, over the weekends, we will cook for each other in our houses, share photos, even get riders, carry food around in dishes, because that is what we do. And that helps then mentor. And as we do that, sometimes we keep on saying we need to come together and just cook in one place. And when we can do that, we find we are able to share experiences, share career growth paths, share about our families, share. So we also need to find our watering holes so that we are able to move together. The other thing that we need to be conscious of as we move along, because I think we have got policies in this country that are encouraging gender equality. On that front, our legislation has been quite good, but we are not taking advantage of it. And if we did that, we'd find that it would be so much easier for us to ensure the gender balance and ensure that we are supporting the future. I have looked at, over the last 17 years at TESPOC, I've looked at women engineers and male engineers, and the woman engineer thinks a bit differently. And she does very good coding when she's focused. She does an excellent job. She does very good wiring and networking when she's focused and does an excellent job. The problem is we take these engineers through, they do internship, and then when they get married and get pregnant, it is the same men who are their husbands who tell them, I don't want to see you climbing a mast. You have to change your career. We need to find ways of encouraging them to still stay in engineering and not thinking of they'll be told to climb a mast. Allow them to do what they're passionate about. And one thing that I need us to just bear in mind, some insights that I would like to share. There is a McKinsey study that has predicted that by the year 2025, 70% of economic decisions in society will be made by women. So women will be the 70% decision makers in economic decision making. What does that mean? It means that there is a turnaround going on in the world. There's a lot of things that we need to pay attention to when we talk about women that we are not maybe paying attention to. I sit here saying I've seen the change. I know that it's going to happen. This last month, March, we looked at the 100 brands, the 100 top brands most loved by Kenyan women. And tech brands were the top. The top 3 were technology brands. And then they are followed by tech and fintech brands. Then we also have Netflix in that category. That means women are actually paying attention to the tech space. For women to brand technology firms higher than what people think food, lipstick, makeup, everything else, perfumes, those are scam letter. We put technology first. It means we understand what is important. It means we have the ability to influence in our household how technology is used. And I'll ask my final question. For those who are mothers, show of hands, how many of you are giving your kids an opportunity to develop tech skills? We cannot talk about women in tech without thinking about the future women in tech. Tech doesn't stop with you. It only begins with you. So we have a responsibility to make sure that the past generations, the future generations of women in tech have already been developed in tech. When I talk about my little Emanuela and her interest in tech, someone talked about new diseases like internet addiction disorder. At one point, I thought she had it, because when internet goes, there's no power. The girl is sick. She stays in bed. But she's so passionate about what she does that she says she's bored. How many of those kids do we have? We need to look at our education policies and see, for special kids, kids who are very gifted in an area, how do we, especially with tech, and we're saying tech is the future, digital economy, how do we move them to the next level? How do we spur them into what they want to be? She told me at the beginning of the term, Mommy, why do you keep paying my fees and I can make money doing websites for people and make my money? I will charge 20,000 for a website. I'll do 5 of them. It will take me 3 weeks to finish all the 5 websites, and then I'll have my money for school. I'll pay my school fees. I want to buy my house. She's 11 years old. I told her, if I'm caught, I will go to jail. So we can't even try it. But there has to be a way in which policy allows digital, technical talent to begin early. And it's not just because this is a kid, but as mothers, you know, like Dr. said, we plan for children ahead. How are we planning for the current set of children we have? Ama tunangoja wajipange. Nyinyi mlijipanga, kwa hivyo pia wao wajipange. We can't live like that. We have to look at our labor laws. We have to look at our education policies as well, and see how we create a balance that allows gifted, talented children to still do what they want to do. Because she's covered under, say, the umbrella of, right now she's under Strathmore University's program. So the university can cover her a bit on a number of things. But if she really wants to make money, how do we go about it? Where does she start? How does it happen? Even when you look at how companies are registered, there is no room for people like her to do anything. So it would be legal business. Then the next time it's me being arrested by KRA for tax evasion because the child's account has brought in so much money. She developed an app, we got a buyer, na sasa shida. We need to think of how to develop the skills of upcoming generations moving forward. So those would be my quick policy interventions to empower women, and just not just the women, but an empowered woman is able to empower her society.
Thank you so much, Fiona. I've been told that we have 15 minutes left, about 10 minutes ago, which means that we need to wrap up the panel. I'd like to offer one person in the audience an opportunity to ask a question. This young lady in the front, pink nails. No, the one in front. There we go. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jackie Bitutu Wanyande. I don't have a question, I have a comment. And I think that a lot of the women in tech who are afraid to speak up or join this beautiful session are in sales and marketing of tech solutions. They're the drivers of digital optimization and utilization. And I would encourage some of them to actually come up, because one of the challenges we have in tech is we launch solutions that never take off. Not because the technology is wrong, because we don't have the soft aspect of communicating it with empathy and getting the customer to understand what's in it for them. The second thing is, in terms of the curriculum and how to get our young people to get into tech, we need to demystify this thing about software engineering.
Younger self. Who would like to start? And not be a dentist. Anything else?
My younger self. Please dream, and dream so, so much. Never have this limitless. Think, focus ruthlessly, change what you think you can change, and do what is right. Expect so much, and do everything that you are exposed to do. And my younger self, the world is built for me. It is me to decorate for myself and for everyone. And for IT and tech and leadership, my younger me, please, this is your time to do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sylvia? Sylvia?
Sylvia. To my younger self, I would say you can be anything you want to be, so long as you put your heart and mind to it.
Thank you very much. Dr. Nate? Dr. Catherine, you can go.
Okay, I can't remember a time I was younger. However, don't be a carbon copy. Learn who you are, and then make that unique, great, wonderful contribution to the world that nobody else can.
Thank you, Dr. Catherine.
I think I've said what I wanted to say, and mine is just to remind you, please tag a girl along when you go to your watering hole. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona.
To my younger self, there is a reason you're here, dare to dream, but whatever you do it with integrity. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Annette.
Okay, for me, a message to my younger self: be passionate and give it your all. Whatever you've done yesterday is gone. You need to look forward to what is coming tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes. Yes. Please go ahead. I thought you were going to make the same call to action I was going to make, but I'll do that after. Okay.
Thank you, Senator. Let me just say this, and this has been very productive, but what I wanted to add is, and one of the problems that we have in this country is that, for example, on social media, we celebrate women who are not ambitious and leave out women who have actually done great things in this country. We've made our young women believe that being a celebrity is a career, and it's not, yeah? And one of the ways that we can change that is by having sessions like this, going back to the grassroots, to schools, so that the young girl back there at home in Nyamira, when they listen to me speak and they hear that I have made a career for myself in the tech world, then they want to be like me. Yeah, and that is one direction that we should take. The second one that I just want to say to everyone, and this is because when you look at the statistics, we have very few women at the top level of management. Yeah, and even those that are there, again, you're competing with the male, and I love men for one thing. They're very aggressive when they want to get something. But for us women, what I want to leave with you is this. If you see a table, a decision-making table, and you don't have a seat in it, bring a folding chair, come to that table, and become the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much. I think this was a great panel. Congratulations. But just two issues of policies. One, I think we need to look at technology. In the earlier discussion, we talked about looking at technology as a means and not an end in itself. And that being the case, my challenge is to all the legislatures here. Think of coming up with a legislation that can help us make ICT in our education system become a core subject, a mandatory subject. And where I'm saying this, we don't need to struggle to be directing our children, you can't be a doctor, you can't be a lawyer. Even in medicine, you need tech solution. In law, you need tech solution. In entrepreneurship, my field, you need tech. Even in politics, you need tech solution. So let it become a core subject, just like maths and languages and sciences that we also, we look at it in that regard. But lastly, for the players, I think we need to monitorize the tech space, monitorization of the tech innovation. And also we need to drop that cool kid attitude about the tech space. Because the tech space has got this thing of cool, hi, isn't it? So we need to find a way, as part of watering, tagging along to the watering hole. We also need to tag along all these good solutions, proposals you're coming up with to the grassroots. Because that's where you're going to get the people, the young people there who really are angling for these opportunities, but they can't get in. Then lastly, to my friend Chematia, I'm looking at where you come from. And actually one of the things that we appreciate you is standing out as a woman and fighting banditry in where she comes from, And it's really an ISO in this country. It's the second ISO after drought, and of course many other things, many other that have been happening that have led to, you're calling it bipartisan, right? But I want to say this, that woman in that particular place can really help us to inform even the authority about the threat, the banditry threat, using the phone. For my friend there, you don't have to worry. Where we sit, we actually do not need, now that we have technology, we don't need to have even a place where you need to come and patia mtoto wako nyonyo. You can work from home using technology, isn't it? So we need to have those options. And for me, I think this is the greatest equalizer for women. You can still rise in position by working from wherever you are. You are not limited with technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to see that Lucy's here, joined us. I'd like to make a proposal because I think that the session was so important, and I am disappointed that our amazing panel only had an opportunity to answer one question. So my proposal is to the ICT Authority is that next year at Connected, day one, first proposal, and that we have 3 hours. Well, let's be realistic at the same time. But we'd like this discussion to be high on the agenda. Even McKinsey says by 2030 we'll be making 2025. It's very close. We'll be making 70% of the most important decisions. So I do hope that that is really taken into consideration. I was very fortunate to spend the last 2 hours with them, and you've not heard the half of it. They have so much knowledge to share, wisdom to share. I was really hoping that Dr. Catherine would be able to speak a lot more. So I want to thank you all for being here, my amazing panel. Thank you so much for participating, for sharing your stories. And I look forward to seeing you all back here tomorrow, alternatively this evening. I'm around, please come and look for me. I haven't spoken anything about what AWS is doing with women, but to answer the PS, we've just launched today our academy curriculum for a pilot with 10 universities. This curriculum has 6 cloud career pathways, which is free, ready to teach, available for all students at universities in the pilot. But the long-term plan, because I think big, is that every TVET college and university across Africa will be an academy member. And so we are looking forward to making progress around equipping young women with the right tools and education so that they can support the future of work, emerging technology careers. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you so much for being here at 7:20, if I'm not mistaken. And we're going to take a group photo. Yes, we are. Thank you so much, everyone. Good evening.
Fantastic, ladies. So if we can get center stage. And after the group photo, we'll call on Dan Quach to give some closing remarks before we head out. Could we also have Madam PS join, as well as the ICT Authority board members present also join? Honorable Irene, please join. Senator, please join. Thank you. And Dan, kindly join, and then we can hear from you after. Fantastic. Oh, the Data Commissioner, if kindly join, Madam Kasai. I beg your pardon. Thank you so much. Thank you. Photographers, are we happy with the setup? Wonderful. One more round of applause for our panel, for our speakers, board members as well who joined and stayed on with us. Thank you so much. Dan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think mine is just to say thanks to the panelists. I think there's a lot of noise going on, but really, mine is to say thank you to all the panelists for the amazing session that we've just had. I think the message is home. If we don't give ladies space to have a conversation or be the decision makers, then what's happening? They'll definitely come and be part of that decision-making team, whether we like it or not. So it's high time we accepted that. I think we've also accepted the reality that in whatever we do, there's always the hard and soft. There's always the tough and tender. And let's just make sure that whatever approach we take, whatever decisions we are making in our organizations, let's make sure there's inclusion and acceptance of that diversity. So if it means being tender in times when it's necessary, let's do so. Otherwise, asanteni sana. It's been a week of maandamano, and I think were it not for the tender side, we wouldn't have really probably had a bipartisan approach. So again, thanks a lot to our political players for supporting us on that front. Asanteni, have an awesome day. The boys' men's conference.
Thank you so much. Please don't be so quick to leave. We want to take one last group photo of all the ladies in the room, if possible. So if we can come up on stage just to honor you. If you're not in the picture, you weren't here. So if we can get the ladies up on stage, please. Also, as I make some few housekeeping item announcements, dinner will be served in about 5 minutes at Bustani. This is courtesy of Dell at 7:30, and the fireside chat will be at Pango near the pool at 9 p.m. courtesy of Cisco. So ladies, Fiona is already leading the way. If we can get up on stage, please. All the ladies in the house, kindly join us on stage. This will take 5 minutes at best, and then we'll be ready for dinner. Fantastic. I can see some are sitting in the front. Great. We can get more up on stage. Wonderful. All the ladies in the room, kindly make your way up on stage. Thank you, thank you, thank you for indulging us. Great. Fantastic. Some of our panelists join as well. All right. Are we all in? Come on to the other ladies in the room. Kindly join us on stage for this photo. Great. Our photographers are at the center. If we can focus there. Come on, ladies, waiting for you. Can come in the front.
Yeah, sure. You okay?
All right, so we need a few women to the center, to the center, to the center, if possible. All right. All right, let's get a few of the taller women in the back. I'll be in the back. Fantastic. All right. On a count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All smiles. Women in tech. Fantastic. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you for indulging us. You may now leave for dinner and continue networking. Have a lovely night. See you tomorrow.
We think as a country, we are very much aligned, and the development agenda of our country is very much aligned to those principles that then set the foundation for us to accelerate our digital competitiveness. We have made significant strides in this journey, and indeed, majority of our government processes are actually automated to a good extent.
This era, starting in 2020, we're calling it the data era. There is an explosion of data. Data from connected systems, distributed systems, data that is very fast, moving everywhere. We need to deal with data. We need to become data-driven organizations.
Where are you in your digitalization process? And what actions have you taken in order to make sure that as Kenyans, what we hold very, very dear is actually monitored adequately through this process of digitization?
We have been able to convert registered properties in Nairobi. We are able to issue digital title deeds in Nairobi. And because of that, we are able even to secure the public land in Nairobi. We are coming in to really even transform our processes to really speak to the citizen, because we are having technologies and we're really embracing these technologies to ensure that we are really meeting the citizen at their doorstep.
For us, data is life. For us, for it to grow further, smartphones have to get increased in the market. We are about 50-55% penetration of smartphones. When Madam Mary said that at the comfort of the home, the smartphones have, the customer can, apply or register for any of the services at the comfort of the home.
What does government need to do to harmonize data in order to start the journey to analytics and to the outcomes that Hani had just mentioned?
We actually do have set of applications that government is currently using, for example, IFMIS, right? That are already recreated and available in cloud.
The ministry is very keen in providing good services to the farmers to enhance production and then be able to provide intelligence to farmers that they'll be able to actually offer that productivity that we need as a country for 100% food security.
We have worked on developing tools, and there are instruments that actually allow cross-border data sharing in a safe way that are easy to use and accessible for businesses as well. And this is one of the areas we are working on, for example.
There has to be coordination to protect the infrastructure. There has to be recognition of the investment put in. So if you found damaging ICT infrastructure, you pay back the owner. If we do not protect the infrastructure, digitization is going to be a nice dream.
we are allowed to dream. Thank you.
Wow.
It is really my pleasure here today to welcome all of us to this year's Connected Summit 2023. Let us connect, let us share ideas to shape our future.
Since 2013, ICT Authority has continued to deliver on critical ICT projects on behalf of the government, facilitating efforts to integrate ICT into public service delivery. We thank the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, for providing the much-needed support and guidance to see Kenya leapfrog in ICT development and so become a digital economy.
I am very honored and delighted to join you all for the Connected Kenya Summit 2023 with a very special theme. That's the digital economy, endless opportunities, and also shaping our future. I've personally benefited over the years as a professional through my attendance to this summit. It has shaped my thinking, the expectation by both the public sector and the private sector, and it's become a nurturing place.
This summit comes at a time when collaboration, capacity building, and knowledge sharing between the government and the private sector is critical in hastening the implementation of Government of Kenya Development Agenda. And this is consistent with the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, the plan. As we celebrate these technological revolutions that we are watching across the world, let us not lose the fact that the challenges that the same technology could pose has the capacity to threaten the very essence of humanity.
The intersection between the judiciary and technology presents an opportunity, a great opportunity, to positively transform the Kenyan legal landscape. It is plain to see that in recent years, technology has been advancing at an unprecedented pace, and it will be critical to ensure that the fast pace of technological innovation does not outpace the digitalization of our judicial systems.
We actually have a moral obligation. And we think about this moral obligation, we think about it in 3 pillars. The first pillar is all about the digital divide and connecting the unconnected. And I think many of the speakers brought it up, is as we focus on technologies and advanced technologies and digitization, we ensure that we're taking care of the unconnected. We're bridging the digital divide, and I believe that's a moral obligation we have.
I want to believe that in this conference, as we go through Connected, and as I've heard from the PSs and the CSs and the CEOs, one of the things that will come out of here is the next M-Pesa, the next solution, the next innovation, the next spiraling into be a hotbed of talent and innovation.
Gradually, the world is moving towards digital economy, and use of ICT has become an essential tool for achieving sustainable development. Thus, this year's theme, digital economy, endless opportunities shaping our future, is opportune and resonates well with the county government's agenda of leveraging on technology to drive economic growth and enhance service delivery to those at the bottom of the pyramid.
It is indeed my pleasure this morning to be with you here for this very, very important forum, which is now on its 12th edition. May I start by sincerely thanking the Prime Cabinet Secretary for getting time out of his very, very busy schedule to be with us this morning. As government, based on policy postulation that is espoused in our Kenya Kwanza plan, of course, spearheaded by none other than His Excellency the President and ably assisted by the Deputy President and the Prime Cabinet Secretary. In their wisdom, they determined that ICT was going to be a standalone thematic area in our Kenya Kwanza plan. The digital superhighway, ladies and gentlemen, was deemed as a key result area in our plan because ICT is not just an enabler to everything that we are going to do, but it is also a critical success factor moving forward, and perhaps the only means through which we can re-engineer our processes.